Section 16 of Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1 by Dr. John Doran. Chapter 4. Family and National Quarrels. Retirement of Lady Suffolk. Tact of Queen Caroline, arrogance of Princess Anne, private life of the royal family, the Count de Roncy, the French refugee, German predilections of the Queen, a scene at court, Queen Caroline's declining health, ambitious aspirations of Princess Anne, Bishop Hoadley and the See of Winchester, the Queen and the clergy, the Queen appointed regent, the King and Madame Walmodern, Lord Fashionable, the temper of the King on his return, a scene, dramatis persona, the King, Queen, and Lord Hervey, Lady de Lorraine, Pope's Delia, a royal favourite, an angry scene between the King and Queen, the King's opinion of Bishop Hoadley, dissension between the King and Prince, the royal libertine at Hanover, court revels, Lady Bolingbroke and the Queen. The year 1734 was marked by the retirement from court of the lady whom it was the fashion to call the Queen's rival. Mrs. Howard, on becoming Countess of Suffolk by the accession of her husband to the earldom in 1731, had been raised to the office of Mistress of the Robes to the Queen. Her husband died 2 years subsequently, and shortly after the King's widowed favourite was sought in marriage by another suitor. Her departure from court was doubtless principally caused by this new prospect of a happier life. It may have been accelerated by other circumstances. Lord Chesterfield, angry with the Queen for forgetting to exert her promised influence for him in obtaining some favour, applied to Lady Suffolk and informed the Queen of the course he had taken. Caroline thereon told the King that she had had some petition to present on Lord Chesterfield's behalf, but that as he had entrusted it to Lady Suffolk's presenting, her own influence would probably be unavailing. The King, fired at the implied affront to his consort, treated his old mistress, now nearly half a century in years, with such severity that she begged to be permitted to withdraw. Lady Suffolk brought her long career at court to a close in this year, previous to her marriage with the Honourable George Berkeley, younger son of the second Earl of Berkeley. He was Master of St. Catherine's in the Tower, and had served in 2 parliaments as member for Dover. Horace Walpole, who knew Lady Suffolk intimately when she was residing at Marble Hill, Twickenham, and he at Strawberry Hill, says of her that she was what may be summed up in the word ladylike. She was of good height, well made, extremely fair, with the finest light brown hair, was remarkably genteel, and was always dressed with taste and simplicity. He adds, for her face was regular and agreeable rather than beautiful, and those charms she retained with little diminution to her death at the age of 79, in July 1767. He does not speak highly of her mental qualifications, but states that she was grave and mild of character, had a strict love of truth, and was rather apt to be circumstantial upon trifles. The years of her life after her withdrawal from court were passed in a decent, dignified, and respectable manner, and won for her a consideration which her earlier career had certainly not merited. The Queen's influence was even stronger than the favourite's credit. Except a barony, a red riband, and a good place for her brother, Sir John Hobart, Earl of Buckinghamshire, Lady Suffolk could succeed but in very subordinate recommendations. Her own acquisitions were so moderate that besides Marble Hill, which cost the King 10 or 12,000 pounds, her complaisance had not been too dearly purchased. She left the court with an income so little to be envied that though an economist and not expensive, by the lapse of some annuities on lives not so prolonged as her own, she found herself straitened, and besides Marble Hill did not at most leave 20,000 pounds to her family. On quitting court she married Mr. George Berkeley and outlived him. It is not certain how far Caroline's influence was exercised in the removal of Lady Suffolk, whom the Queen, according to some authors, requested to continue some time longer in her office of Mistress of Robes. Nor is it important to ascertain. Caroline had higher duties to perform. She continued to serve her husband well, and she showed her opinion of her son, the Prince of Wales, by her conduct to him on more than one occasion. Thus, on New Year's Day, the Prince attended his royal sire's levee, not with any idea of paying his father the slightest measure of respect, but, suspecting that the King would not speak to him, to show the people with what contempt the homage of a dutiful son was met by his stern parent. When Caroline heard of the design, she simply persuaded the king to address his son kindly in public. This advice was followed, and the filial plot accordingly failed. The queen was as resolute in supporting the king against being driven into settling a permanent income upon the prince. She spoke of the latter as an extravagant and unprincipled fool, only less ignorant than those who were idiots enough to give opinions upon what they could not understand. He costs the king £50,000 a year until he is married. That may really be called a reasonable allowance. She stigmatized him as a poor creature, easily led away, but not naturally bad-hearted. His seducers she treated as knaves, fools, and monsters. To the suggestion that a fixed allowance, even if it should be less than what the king paid out for him every year, would be better than the present plan, Caroline only replied that the king thought otherwise, and so the matter rested. The tact of the queen was further displayed in the course adopted by her on an occasion of some delicacy. Lord Stair had been deprived of his regiment for attempting to bring in a law whereby the commissions of officers should be secured to them for life. The king said he would not allow him to keep by favour what he had endeavoured to keep by force. Thereupon Lord Stair addressed a private letter to the queen, through her Lord Chamberlain, stuffed with prophetic warnings against the machinations of France and the designs of Walpole. Caroline, on becoming acquainted with the contents of the epistle, rated her chamberlain soundly, and bade him take it instantly to Sir Robert Walpole, with a request to the latter to lay it before the king. She thus very dexterously avoided the danger of concealing such a letter from the king, or giving Sir Robert Walpole any cause of jealousy from showing it. His Majesty very sententiously observed upon the letter that Lord Stair was a puppy for writing it, and the Lord Chamberlain a fool for bringing it. The good Chamberlain was a fool for other reasons also. He had no more rational power than a vegetable, and his solitary political sentiment was to this effect, and wrapped up in very bad English: "I hate the French, and I hope as we shall beat the French." The times were growing warlike, and it was on the occasion of the Prince of Orange going to the camp of Prince Eugene that the Princess Anne returned to England. She was as arrogant and as boldly spoken as ever. In the latter respect she manifested much of the spirit of her mother. During her stay at court, the news of the surrender of Philipsburg reached this country. Her Highness's remark thereon, in a special reference to her royal father, is worth quoting. It was addressed to Lord Hervey, who was leading the princess to her own apartment after the drawing-room. "Was there ever anything so unaccountable," said she, shrugging up her shoulders, "as the temper of papa? He has been snapping and snubbing every mortal for this week, because he began to think Philipsburg would be taken, and this very day that he actually hears it is taken, he is in as good humour as I ever saw him in my life. To tell you the truth," she added in French, "I find that so whimsical, and, between ourselves, so utterly foolish, that I am more enraged by his good than I was before by his bad humour." "Perhaps," answered Lord Hervey, "he may be about Philipsburg as David was about the child, who, whilst it was sick, fasted, lay upon the earth, and covered himself with ashes, but the moment it was dead, got up, shaved his beard, and drank wine." "It may be like David," said the Princess Royal, "but I am sure it is not like Solomon." It was hardly the time for Solomons. Lord Chancellor King was a man of the people who, by talent, integrity, and perseverance, rose to the highest rank to which a lawyer can work his way. He lost his popularity almost as soon as he acquired the seals, and these he was ultimately compelled, from growing imbecility of mind, to resign. He was the most dilatory in rendering judgments of all our chancellors, and would never willingly have decided a question, for fear he should decide it incorrectly. This characteristic, joined to the fact of his having published a history of the Apostles' Creed, extorted from Caroline the smart saying that he was just in the law what he had formerly been in the gospel, making creeds upon the one without any steady belief, and judgments in the other without any settled opinion. "But the misfortune for the public is," said Caroline, "that though they could reject his silly creeds, they are forced often to submit to his silly judgments." The court private life of the sovereigns at this time was as dull as can well be imagined. There were two persons who shared in this life, and who were very miserably paid for their trouble. These were the Count de Rancé and his sister. They were French Protestants, who, for conscience's sake, had surrendered their all in France and taken refuge in England. The Count was created Earl of Lifford in Ireland. His sister, Lady Charlotte de Rancé, was governess to the younger children of George II. Every night in the country, and thrice a week when the king and queen were in town, this couple passed an hour or two with the king and queen before they retired to bed. During this time, the king walked about and talked to the brother of armies, or to the sister of genealogies, while the queen nodded and yawned, till from yawning she came to nodding, and from nodding to snoring. This amiable pair, who had lived in England during 4 reigns, were in fact hard-worked, ill-paid court drudges, too ill-paid even to appear decently clad, an especial reproach upon Caroline, as the lady was the governess of her children. But they were not harder worked in one respect than Caroline herself, who passed 7 or 8 hours tete-a-tete with the king every day, generally saying what she did not think, says Lord Hervey, and forced like a spider to spin out of her own bowels all the conversation with which the fly was taken. The king could bear neither reading nor being read to, but for the sake of power, though it is not to be supposed that affection had not some part in influencing Caroline to undergo such heavy trial, she endured that willingly, and indeed much more than that. At all events, she had some respect for her husband, but she despised the son, who, in spite of her opinion of the natural goodness of his heart, was mean and mendacious. The prince, moreover, was weaker of understanding and more obstinate of temper than his father. The latter hated him, and because of that hatred, his brother, the Duke of Cumberland, was promoted to public employment. His sisters betrayed him. Had Caroline not had a contempt for him, she would have influenced the king to a very different line of conduct. It was said of Frederick that, from his German education, he was more of a German than an Englishman, but the bias alluded to was not stronger in him than it was in his mother. Caroline was so much more of a German than of an Englishwoman that when the interests of Germany were concerned, she was always ready to sacrifice the interests of England. Her daughter Anne would have had Europe deluged in blood for the mere sake of increasing her own and her husband's importance. In a general war, she thought he would come to the surface. Caroline was disinclined to go to war for the Empire only because she feared that, in the end, there might be war in England with the English crown for the stake. There was at the time in London a dull and proud imperial envoy, named Count Kikuski. He was haughty and impertinent in his manner of demanding succour, as his master was in requiring it from the Dutch. Caroline rallied him on this one day as he was riding by the side of her carriage at a stag hunt. She used a very homely and not a very nice illustration to show the absurdity of losing an end by foolishly neglecting the proper means. "If a handkerchief lay before me," said she, "and I felt I had a dirty nose, my good Count Kiuski, do you think I should beckon the handkerchief to come to me, or stoop to take it up?" Political matters were not neglected at these hunting parties. Lord Hervey, her child, her pupil, and her charge, who constantly rode by the side of her carriage, on a hunter which she had given him, and which could not have been of much use to him if he never quitted the side of his mistress, used to discuss politics while others followed the stag. The queen, who was 14 years older than he, used to say, "It is well I am so old, or I should be talked of because of this creature," and indeed the intercourse was constant and familiar. He was always with her when she took breakfast, which she usually did alone, and was her chief friend and companion when the king was absent. Such familiarity gave him considerable freedom, which the queen jokingly called impertinence, and said that he indulged in that, and in contradicting her because he knew that she could not live without him. It was at a hunting party that Lord Hervey endeavoured to convince her that for England to go to war for the purpose of serving the Empire would be a disastrous course to take. He could not convince her in a long conversation, and thereupon, the chase being over, he sat down and penned a political pamphlet, which he called a letter, which was as long as a president's message, and which he forwarded to the queen. If Caroline was not to be persuaded by it, she at least thought none the worse of the writer, who had spared no argument to support the cause in which he boldly pleaded. We have another home scene depicted by Lord Hervey, which at once shows us an illustration of parental affection and parental indifference. The Princess Anne, after a world of delay, had reluctantly left St. James's for Holland, where her husband awaited her, and whither she went for her confinement. The last thing she thought of was the success of the opera and the triumph of Handel. She recommended both to the charge of Lord Hervey, and then went on her way to Harwich, sobbing. When she had reached Colchester, she, upon receiving some letters from her husband stating his inability to be at the Hague so soon as he expected, started suddenly for Kensington. In the meantime, in the palace at the latter place, Lord Hervey found the Queen and the gentle Princess Caroline sitting together, drinking chocolate, shedding tears, and sobbing, all at the absence of the imperious Lady Anne. The trio had just succeeded in banishing melancholy remembrances by launching into cheerful conversation, when the gallery door was suddenly opened and the Queen rose, exclaiming, "The King here already!" When, however, she saw that instead of the King it was only the Prince of Wales, and detesting the exchange of the son for the daughter, she burst out anew into tears and cried out, "Oh God, this is too much!" She was only relieved by the entry of the King, who, perceiving but not speaking to his son, took the Queen by the hand and led her out to walk. This cut direct by affecting to be unconscious of the presence of the obnoxious person was a habit with the King. Whenever the Prince was in a room with him, says Lord Hervey, it put one in mind of stories that one has heard of ghosts which appeared a part of the company and were invisible to the rest, and in this manner, wherever the Prince stood, though the King passed him ever so often or ever so near, it always seemed as if the King thought the Prince filled a void space. On the following day, the 22nd of October, the Princess Anne suddenly appeared before her parents. They thought her at Harwich, or on the seas, the wind being fair. Tears and kisses were her welcome from her mother, and smiles and embrace formed the greeting from her father. Their return was ill-advised, but the Queen, with a growing conviction of decaying health, could not be displeased at seeing again her first child. The health of Caroline was undoubtedly at this time much impaired, but the King allowed her scant respite from labor on that account. Thus, on the 29th of this month, although the Queen was laboring under cold, cough, and symptoms of fever, in addition to having been weakened by loss of blood, a process she had recently undergone twice, the King not only brought her from Kensington to London for the birthday, but forced her to go with him to the opera to hear the inimitable Farinelli. He himself thought so little of illness, or liked so little to be thought ill, that he would rise from a sick couch to proceed to hold a levee, which was no sooner concluded than he would immediately betake himself to bed again. His affection for the Queen was not so great but that he compelled the same sacrifices from her, and on the occasion of this birthday, at the morning drawing-room, she found herself so near swooning that she was obliged to send her chamberlain to the King, begging him to retire, for she was unable to stand any longer. Notwithstanding which, we are told by Lord Hervey that at night he brought her into a still greater crowd at the ball, and there kept her till 11 o'clock. Sir Robert Walpole frequently, and never more urgently than at this time, impressed upon her the necessity of being careful of her own health. He addressed her as though she had been Queen Regnant of England, as she certainly was governing sovereign, and he described to her in such pathetic terms the dangers which England would, and Europe might, incur if any fatal accident deprived her of life, and the King were to fall under the influence of any other woman, that the poor Queen, complaining and coughing, with head heavy and aching eyes half closed with pain, cheeks flushed, pulse quick, spirits low, and breathing oppressed, burst into tears, alarmed at the picture, and with every disposition to do her utmost for the benefit of her health and the well-being of the body politic. It was the opinion of Caroline that in case of her demise the King would undoubtedly marry again, and she had often advised him to take such a step. She affected, however, to believe that a second wife would not be able to influence him to act contrary to the system which he had adopted through the influence of herself and Walpole. It was during the sojourn of the Princess Anne in England that she heard the details of the withdrawal of Lady Suffolk from court. Everybody appeared to be rejoiced at that lady's downfall, but most of all the Princess Anne. The King thought that of all the children of himself and Caroline, Anne loved him best. This dutiful daughter, however, despised him and treated him as an insufferable bore, who always required novelty in conversation from others, but never told anything new of his own. In allusion to the withdrawal of Lady Suffolk from court, this amiable child remarked, "I wish with all my heart he would take somebody else, that mamma might be a little relieved from the occasion of seeing him forever in her room." In November, the Princess Anne once more proceeded to Harwich, put to sea, and was so annoyed by the usual inconveniences that she compelled the captain to land her again. She declared that she should not be well enough for 10 days to go once more aboard. This caused great confusion. Her father, and indeed the Queen also, insisted on her repairing to Holland by way of Calais, as her husband had thoughtfully suggested. She was compelled to pass through London, much to the King's annoyance, but he declared that she should not stop, but proceed at once over London Bridge to Dover. He added that she should never again come to England in the same condition of health. His threat was partly founded on the expense, her visit having cost him £20,000. Her reluctance to proceed to her husband's native country was founded, it has been suggested, on her own ambitious ideas. Her brothers were unmarried, and she was anxious, it is thought, that her own child should be English-born, as it would stand in the line of inheritance to the throne. However this may be, the Queen saw the false step the daughter had already taken, and insisted on the wishes of her husband, the Prince, being attended to, and so the poor, foiled Anne went home to become a mother very much against her will. The Princess Amelia observed to Mrs. Clayton, the Queen's bedchamber woman, that her brother, Prince Frederick, would have been displeased if the accouchement of the princess had taken place in England. To this Mrs. Clayton, as Lord Hervey observes, very justly remarked, "I cannot imagine, madam, how it can affect the prince at all where she lies in, since, with regard to those who wish more of your Royal Highness's family on the throne, it is no matter whether she be brought to bed here or in Holland, or of a son or daughter, or whether she has any child at all. And with regard to those who wish all your family well, for your sake, madam, as well as our own, we shall be very glad to take any of you in your turn, but none of you out of it." But the Queen had other business this year wherewith to occupy her besides royal marriages or filial indispositions. In some of these matters her sincerity is sadly called in question. Here is an instance. In 1734 the Bishop of Winchester was stricken with apoplexy, and Lord Hervey was no sooner aware of that significant fact, it was a mortal attack, than he wrote to Hoadley at Salisbury, urging him in the strongest terms to make application to be promoted from Sarum to the almost vacant see. This promotion had been promised him by the King, Queen, and Walpole, all of whom joined in blandly reproving the bishop for being silent when Durham was vacant, whereby alone he lost that golden appointment. He had served government so well, and yet had contrived to maintain most of his usual popularity with the public, that he had been told to look upon Winchester as his own, whenever an opening occurred. Hoadley was simple enough to believe that the Queen and Walpole were really sincere. He addressed a letter to the King through his two ears, the Queen and Walpole, and he wrote as if he was sure of being promoted according to engagement, while at the same time he acted as if he were sure of nothing. Caroline called the bishop's letter indelicate, hasty, ill-timed, and such like, but Hoadley so well obeyed the instructions given to him that there was no room for escape, and he received the appointment. When he went to kiss hand upon his elevation, the King was the only one who behaved with common honesty. He and Caroline, too, disliked the man, whom the latter affected a delight to honour, for the reason that his respect for royalty was not so great as to blind him to popular rights, which he supported with much earnestness. On his reception by the King, the latter treated him with disgraceful incivility, exactly in accordance with his feelings. Caroline did violence to hers, and gave him honeyed words, and showered congratulations upon him, and pelted him, as it were, with compliments and candied courtesy. As for Sir Robert Walpole, who hated Hoadley as much as his royal mistress and her consort did together, he took the new Bishop of Winchester aside, and, warmly pressing his hand, assured him without a blush that his translation from Sarum to Winchester was entirely owing to the mediation of himself, Sir Robert. It was a daring assertion, and Sir Robert would have hardly ventured upon making it, had he known the share Lord Hervey had had in this little ecclesiastical intrigue. Hoadley was not deluded by Walpole, but he was the perfect dupe of the Queen. Lord Mahon, in speaking of Caroline, says that her character was without a blemish. Compared with many around her, perhaps it was, but if the face had not spots, it had patches which looked very much like them. On this matter the noble lord appears to admit that some doubt may exist, and he subsequently adds, but no doubt can exist as to her discerning and most praiseworthy patronage of worth and learning in the Church. The most able and pious men were everywhere sought and preferred, and the episcopal bench was graced by such men as Hare, Sherlock, and Butler. Of course, Queen Caroline's dislike of Hoadley may be set down as founded upon that prelate's alleged want of orthodoxy. It had been noticed in another page that, according to Walpole, the Queen had rather weakened than enlightened her faith by her study of divinity, and that Her Majesty herself was at best not orthodox. Her countenance of the less believing clergy is said, upon the same authority, to have been the effect of the influence of Lady Sundon, who espoused the heterodox clergy. Lord Mahon also says that the Queen was distinguished for charity towards those whom she accounted her enemies. She could nurse her rage, however, a good while to keep it warm. Witness her feeling manifested against that daughter of Lord Portland who married Mr. Godolphin. Her hatred of this lady was irreconcilable, nor was the king's of a more Christian quality. That lady's sole offence, however, was her acceptance of the office of governess to their daughter in the late reign, without their consent, at the time they had been turned out of St. James's, and the education of their children who were kept there taken from them. For this offence the king and queen were very unwilling to confer a peerage and pension on Godolphin in 1735, when he resigned his office of groom of the stole in the royal household. The peerage and pension were nevertheless ultimately conferred at the earnest solicitation of Walpole, and with great ill humour on the part of the king. Even Walpole, with all his power and influence, was not at this time so powerful and influential but that when he was crossed in Parliament he suffered for it at court. Thus, when the Crown lost several supporters in the House by adverse decisions on election petitions, the king was annoyed and the queen gave expression to her own anger on the occasion. It was rare indeed that she ever spoke her dissatisfaction of Sir Robert, but on the occasion in question she is reported as having said that Sir Robert Walpole either neglected these things and judged it enough to think they were trifles, though in government, and especially in this country, nothing was a trifle, or perhaps, she said, there is some mismanagement I know nothing of, or some circumstances we are none of us acquainted with, but whatever it is, to me these things seem very ill conducted. The queen really thought that Walpole was on the point of having outlived his ability and his powers to apply it for the benefit of herself and husband. She observed him melancholy, and set it down that he was mourning over his own difficulties and failures. When Caroline, however, was told that Sir Robert was not in sorrow because of the difficulties of government, but simply because his mistress, Miss Scarrett, was dangerously ill of a pleuritic fever, the unblemished queen was glad. She rejoiced that politics had nothing to do with his grief, and she was extremely well pleased to find that the Prime Minister was as immoral as men of greater and less dignity. And then she took to satirizing both the Prime Minister and the lady of his homage. She laughed at him for believing in the attachment of a woman whose motives must be mercenary, and who could not possibly see any attraction in such a man but through the meshes of his purse. She must be a cleverer gentlewoman, said Caroline, to have made him believe that she cares for him on any other score, and to show you what fools we all are on some point or other. She has certainly told him some fine story or other of her love and her passion, and that poor man with his burly body, swollen legs, and villainous stomach, avec ses gros corps, jambes enflées, et ses vilains ventres, believes her. Ah, what is human nature? On this rhapsody Lord Hervey makes a comment in the spirit of Burns's verse. Would but some god the giftie gie us, to see ourselves as others see us. And it was excellent opportunity for such comment. While she was saying this, remarks the noble lord, she little reflected in what degree she herself possessed all the impediments and antidotes to love she had been enumerating, and that, ah, what is human nature, was as applicable to her own blindness as to his. She certainly illustrated in her own person her assertion that in government nothing was a trifle. Thus, when what was called the Scotch election petition was before Parliament and threatening to give some trouble to the ministerial side, her anxiety till the question was decided favourably to the Crown side, and her affected indifference after the victory were both marked and striking. On the morning before the petition was presented, praying the House of Lords to take into consideration certain alleged illegalities in the recent election of 16 representative peers of Scotland, a petition which the House ultimately dismissed, the anxiety of Caroline was so great to know what was said, thought, or done, or expected on this occasion, that she sent for Lord Hervey while she was in bed, and because it was contrary to the queenly etiquette to admit a man to her bedside while she was in it, she kept him talking upon one side of the door, which was just upon her bed, while she conversed with him on the other, for 2 hours together, and then sent him to the king's side to repeat to his majesty all he had related to her. By the king's side is meant not his majesty's side of the royal couch, but the side of the palace wherein he had his separate apartments. It was soon after this period, 1735, that the king set out for Hanover, much against the inclination of his ministers, who dreaded lest he should be drawn in to conclude some engagement, when abroad, adverse to the welfare of England. His departure, however, was witnessed by Caroline with much resignation. It gave her infinitely more power and more pleasure, for, as regent, she had no superior to consult or guide, and in her husband's absence she had not the task of amusing a man who was growing as little amusable as Louis XIV. Was when Madame de Mancion complained of her terrible toil in that way. His prospective absence of even half a year's duration did not alarm Caroline, for it released her from receiving the daily sallies of a temper that, let it be charged by what hand it would, used always to discharge its hottest fire on some pretence or other upon her. The Queen's enjoyment, however, was somewhat dashed by information conveyed to her by that very husband, and by which she learned that the royal reprobate, having become smitten by the attractions of a young married German lady named Walmoden, had had the rascality to induce her to leave her husband, a course which she had readily adopted for the small consideration of 1,000 ducats. This Madame Walmoden brings us back to the times of Sophia Dorothea, Elizabeth's sister of the Countess von Platen, who brought about the catastrophe in which Koenigsmark perished and Sophia Dorothea was ruined, was married first to von Busch and secondly to von Wey, or Wake. By this second marriage she had a daughter who became the wife of General von Wendt. These von Wendts had a daughter also who married Herr Walmoden. It was this last lady whom the son of Sophia Dorothea lured from her husband, and whom he ultimately raised to the dignity of Countess of Yarmouth. Not the smallest incident which marked the progress of this infamous connection was concealed by the husband from his wife. He wrote at length minute details of the person of the new mistress for whom he bespoke the love of his own wife. Lord Hervey thinks that the pride of the Queen was much more hurt than her affections on this occasion, which is not improbable, for the reasoning public, to whom the affair soon became known, at once concluded that the rise of the new mistress would be attended with the downfall of the influence of Caroline. The latter, however, knew well how to maintain her influence, let who would be the object of the impure homage of her exceedingly worthless husband. To the letters which he addressed to her with particular unction, she replied with an unction quite as rich in quality and profuse in degree. Pure and dignified as she might seem in discoursing with divines, listening to philosophers, receiving the metrical tributes of poets, or cavalling with scholars, she had no objection to descend from Olympus and find relaxation in wallowing in Epicurus's sty. Nor did she thus condescend merely to suit a purpose and to gain an end. Her letters, encouraging her husband in his amours with women at Hanover, were coarse enough to have called up a blush on the cheek of one of Congreve's waiting maids. They have the poor excuse tied to them of having been written for the purpose of securing her own power. The same apology does not apply to the correspondence with the dirty Duchess of Orleans. Caroline appears to have indulged in the details of that correspondence for the sake of the mere pleasure itself, and yet she has been called a woman without blemish. End of section 16. Section 17 of Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1, by Dr. John Doran. Chapter 4, Family and National Quarrels, continued. The King's letters to her are said to have extended to 60 and never to less than 40 pages. They were filled, said Lord Hervey, with an hourly account of everything he saw, heard, thought, or did, and crammed with minute trifling circumstances, not only unworthy of a man to write, but even of a woman to read, most of which I saw, and almost all of them I heard reported by Sir Robert Walpole, to whose perusal few were not committed, and many passages were transmitted to him by the King's own order, who used to tag several paragraphs with Montrez, cessez et consolez les dieux les gros hommes. Among many extraordinary things and expressions these letters contained was one in which he desired the Queen to contrive, if she could, that the Prince of Modena, who was to come at the latter end of the year to England, might bring his wife with him. She was the younger daughter of the Regent Duke of Orleans. The reason which the King gave to his wife for the request which he had made with respect to this lady was, that he had understood the latter was by no means particular as to what quarter or person she received homage from, and he had the greatest inclination imaginable to pay his addresses to a daughter of the late Regent of France. Un plaisir, he said, for this German husband wrote even to his German wife in French, que je suis sûre, ma chère Caroline, vous serez bien aise de me procurer, quand je vous dis combien je l'ai souhaite. If Wycherley had placed such an incident as this in a comedy, he would have been censured as offending equally against modesty and probability. In the summer of this year, Lord Hervey was absent for a while from attendance on his royal mistress, but we may perhaps learn from one of his letters addressed to her while he was resting in the country from his light labors, the nature of his office and the way in which Caroline was served. The narrative is given by the writer as part of an imaginary post-obit diary in which he describes himself as having died on the day he left her, and as having been repeatedly buried in the various dull country houses by whose proprietors he was hospitably received. He thus proceeds. But whilst my body, madam, was thus disposed of, my spirit, as when alive, was still hovering, though invisible, round your majesty, anxious for your welfare, and watching to do you any little service that lay within my power. On Monday, whilst you walked, my shade still turned on the side of the sun to guard you from its beams. On Tuesday morning at breakfast, I brushed away a fly that had escaped Teed's observation. Teed was one of the Queen's attendants, and was just going to be the taster of your chocolate. On Wednesday in the afternoon, I took off the chilliness of some strawberry water your majesty was going to drink as you came in hot from walking, and at night I hunted a bat out of your bedchamber and shut a sash just as you fell asleep, which your majesty had a little indiscreetly ordered Mrs. Purcell to leave open. On Thursday, in the drawing-room, I took the forms and voices of several of my acquaintances, made strange faces, put myself into awkward postures, and talked a good deal of nonsense, whilst your majesty entertained me very gravely, recommended me very graciously, and laughed at me internally very heartily. On Friday, being post day, I proposed to get the best pen in the other world for your majesty's use, and slip it invisibly into your standish just as Mr. Shaw was bringing it into your gallery for you to write, and accordingly I went to Voiture and desired him to hand me his pen, but when I told him for whom it was designed, he only laughed at me for a blockhead, and asked me if I had been at court for 4 years to so little purpose as to not know that your majesty had a much better of your own. On Saturday, I went on the shaft of your majesty's chaise to Richmond. As you walked there, I went before you, and with an invisible wand I brushed the dew and the worms out of your path all the way, and several times uncrumpled your majesty's stocking. Sunday, this very day at chapel, I did your majesty some service by tearing 6 leaves out of the parson's sermon and shortening his discourse 6 minutes. While these imaginary services were being rendered by the visionary Lord Hervey to the Queen, realities more serious and not less amusing were claiming the attention of Caroline and her consort. In return for the information communicated by the King to the Queen on the subject of Madame Walmoden and her charms, Caroline had to inform her husband of the marriage we have spoken of between Lady Suffolk and Mr. George Berkeley. The royal ex-lover noticed the communication in his reply in a coarse way, and expressed his entire satisfaction at being rid of the lady, and at the lady's disposal of herself. When Caroline informed her vice-chamberlain, Lord Hervey, of the report of this marriage, his alleged disbelief of the report made her peevish with him, and induced her to call him an obstinate devil, who would not believe merely improbable facts to be truths. Caroline then railed at Lady Suffolk in good set terms as a sayer and doer of silly things, entirely unworthy of the reputation she had with some people of being the sayer and doer of wise ones. It was on this occasion that Caroline herself described to Lord Hervey the farewell interview she had had with Lady Suffolk. The ex-mistress took a sentimental view of her position, and lamented to the wife that she, the mistress, was no longer so kindly treated as formerly by the husband. I told her, said the Queen, in reply, that she and I were not of an age to think of these sort of things in such romantic way, and said, "My good Lady Suffolk, you are the best servant in the world. And as I should be most extremely sorry to lose you, pray take a week to consider of this business, and give me your word not to read any romances in that time, and then I dare say you will lay aside all thoughts of doing what, believe me, you will repent, and what I am very sure I shall be very sorry for." It was at one of these conversations with Lord Hervey that the Queen told him that Lady Suffolk had had £2,000 a year constantly from the King whilst he was Prince, and £3,200 ever since he was King, besides several little dabs of money both before and since he came to the crown. A letter of Lady Pomfret's will serve to show us not only a picture of the Queen at this time, but an illustration of feeling in a fine lady. Lady Pomfret, writing to Lady Sundon in 1735, says, "All I can say of Kensington is, that it is just the same as it was, only paired as close as the bishop does the sacrament. My Lord Pomfret and I were the greatest strangers there, no Secretary of State, no Chamberlain or Vice-Chamberlain, but Lord Robert and he just in the same coat, the same spot of ground, and the same words in his mouth that he had when I left there. Mrs. Meadows in the window at work, but though half an hour after 2, the Queen was not quite dressed, so that I had the honour of seeing her before she came out of her little blue room, where I was graciously received, and acquainted her Majesty to her great sorrow how ill you had been, And then, to alleviate that sorrow, I informed her how much London was altered for the better, and that it looked like a castle. From thence we proceeded to a very short drawing-room, where the Queen joked much with my Lord Pomfret about Barbados. The 2 ladies of the bedchamber and the governess are yet on so bad a foot that upon the latter coming into the room to dine with Lady Bristol, the others went away, though just going to sit down and strangers in the place. The writer of this letter soon after lost a son, the Honourable Thomas Fermor. It was a severely loss felt, so severely that some weeks elapsed before the disconsolate mother was able, as she says, to enjoy the kind and obliging concern expressed by the Queen's bedchamber woman in her late misfortune. Christianity itself, as this charming mother averred, would have authorized her in lamenting such a calamity during the remainder of her life. But then, oh joy, her maternal lamentation was put an end to, and Rachel was comforted, and all because it was impossible for any behaviour to be more gracious than that of the Queen on this occasion, who made it quite fashionable to be concerned at the death of Lady Pomfret's son. But there were more bustling scenes at Kensington than such as those described by this fashionably sorrowing lady and the sympathizing sovereign. On Sunday the 26th of October, the Queen and her court had just left the little chapel in the Palace of Kensington, when intimation was given to Her Majesty that the King, who had left Hanover on the previous Wednesday, was approaching the gate. Caroline, at the head of her ladies and the gentlemen of her suite, hastened down to receive him, and, as he alighted from his ponderous coach, she took his hand and kissed it. This ceremony performed by the regent, a very unceremonious, hearty, and honest kiss was impressed on the lips by his wife. The king endured the latter without emotion, and then, taking the queen regent by the fingers, he led her upstairs in a very stately and formal manner. In the gallery there was a grand presentation, at which his majesty exhibited much ill-humour, and conversed with everybody but the queen. His ill-humour arose from various sources. He had heated himself by rapid and continual travelling, whereby he had brought on an attack of a complaint to which he was subject, which made him very ill at ease, and which is irritating enough to break down the patience of the most patient of people. On ordinary occasions of his return from Hanover, his most sacred majesty was generally as of sour disposition as man, so little heroic, could well be. He loved the electorate better than he did his kingdom, and would not allow that there was anything in the latter which could not be found in Hanover of a superior quality. There was no exception to this. Men, women, artists, philosophers, actors, citizens, the virtues, the sciences, and the wits, the country, its natural beauties and productions, the courage of the men, and the attractions of the women, all of these in England seemed to him worthless. In Hanover they assumed the guise of perfection. This time he returned to his old wife laden with a fresh sorrow, the memory of a new favourite. He had left his heart with the insinuating Walmoden, and he brought to his superb Caroline nothing but a tribute of ill-humour and spite. He hated more than ever the change from an electorate, where he was so delightfully despotic, to a country where he was only chief magistrate, and where the people, through their representatives, kept a very sharp watch upon him in the execution of his duties. He was accordingly as coarse and evil disposed towards the circle of his court as he was to her who was the centre of it. He, too, was like one of those pantomime potentates who are forever in King Cambaces's vein, and who sweep through the scene in a whirlwind of farcically furious words and of violent acts, or of threats almost as bad as if the menaces had been actually realized. It was observed that his behaviour to Caroline had never been so little tinged with outward respect as now. She bore his ill-humour with admirable patience, and her quiet endurance only the more provoked the petulance of the little and worthless king. He was not only ill-tempered with the mistress of the palace, but was made, or chose to think himself, especially angry at trifling improvements which Caroline had carried into effect in the suburban palace during the temporary absence of its master. The improvements consisted chiefly in removing some worthless pictures and indifferent statues and placing masterpieces in their stead. The king would have all restored to the condition it was in when he had last left the palace, and he treated Lord Hervey as a fool for venturing to defend the queen's taste and the changes which had followed the exercise of it. "I suppose," said the dignified king to the courteous vice-chamberlain, "I suppose you assisted the queen with your fine advice when she was pulling my house to pieces and spoiling all my furniture. Thank God, at least she has left the walls standing." Lord Hervey asked if he would not allow the 2 Van Dykes, which the queen had substituted for 2 signposts, to remain. George pettishly answered that he didn't care whether they were changed or no, but, he added, for the picture with the dirty frame over the door and the 3 nasty little children, I will have them taken away and the old ones restored. I will have it done, too, tomorrow morning before I go to London, or else I know it will not be done at all. Lord Hervey next inquired if His Majesty would also have his gigantic fat Venus restored too. The king replied that he would, for he liked his fat Venus better than anything which had been put in its place. Upon this, Lord Hervey says he fell to thinking that if His Majesty had liked his fat Venus as well as he used to do, there would have been none of these disputations. By a night's calm repose, the ill humour of the sovereign was not dispersed. On the following morning, we meet with the insufferable little man in the gallery where the queen and her daughters were taking chocolate, her son, the Duke of Cumberland, standing by. He only stayed 5 minutes, but in that short time the husband and father contrived to wound the feelings of his wife and children. He snubbed the queen, who was drinking chocolate, for being always stuffing, the Princess Amelia for not hearing him, the Princess Caroline for being grown fat, the Duke of Cumberland for standing awkwardly, and then he carried the queen out to walk, to be re-snubbed in the garden. Sir Robert Walpole told his friend Hervey that he had done his utmost to prepare the queen for this change in the king's feelings and actions towards her. He reminded her that her personal attractions were not what they had been, and he counselled her to depend more upon her intellectual superiority than ever. The virtuous man advised her to secure the good temper of the king by throwing certain ladies in his way of an evening. Sir Robert mentioned among others Lady Tankerville, a very safe fool who would give the king some amusement without giving Her Majesty any trouble. Lady Deloraine, the Delia from whose rage Pope bade his readers dread slander and poison, had already attracted the royal notice, and the king liked to play cards with her in his daughter's apartments. This lady, who had the loosest tongue of the least modest women about the court, was characterized by Walpole as likely to exercise a dangerous influence over the king. If Caroline would retain her power, he insinuated she must select her husband's favorites, through whom she might still reign supreme. Caroline is said to have taken this advice in good part. There would be difficulty in believing that it ever was given did we not know that the queen herself could joke not very delicately in full court on her position as a woman not first in her husband's regard. Sir Robert would comment on these jokes in the same locality, and with increase of coarseness. The queen, however, though she affected to laugh, was both hurt and displeased, hurt by the joke and displeased with the joker, of whom Swift has said that, by favour and fortune fastidiously blessed, he was loud in his laugh and was coarse in his jest. In spite of the king's increased ill temper towards the queen, and in spite of what Sir Robert Walpole thought and said upon that delicate subject, Lord Hervey maintains that at this very time the king's heart, as affected towards the queen, was not less warm than his temper. The facts which are detailed by the gentle official immediately after he has made this assertion go strongly to disprove the latter. The detail involves a rather long extract, but its interest and the elaborate minuteness with which this picture of a royal interior is painted will doubtless be considered ample excuse for reproducing the passages. Lord Hervey was eye and ear witness of what he here so well describes. About 9 o'clock every night the king used to return to the queen's apartment from that of his daughters, where, from the time of Lady Suffolk's disgrace, he used to pass those evenings he did not go to the opera or play at quadrille, constraining them, tiring himself, and talking a little indecently to Lady Deloraine, who was always of the party. At his return to the queen's side, the queen used to often send for Lord Hervey to entertain them till they retired, which was generally at 11. One evening, among the rest, as soon as Lord Hervey came into the room, the queen, who was nodding while the king walked backwards and forwards, began jocosely to attack Lord Hervey upon an answer just published to a book of his friend Bishop Hoadley's on the sacrament, in which the bishop was very ill-treated. But before she'd uttered half what she had a mind to say, the king interrupted her and told her she always loved talking of such nonsense and things she knew nothing of, adding that if it were not for such foolish people loving to talk of these things when they were written, the fools who wrote upon them would never think of publishing their nonsense and disturbing the government with impertinent disputes that nobody of any sense ever troubled himself about. The queen bowed and said, "Sir, I only did it to let Lord Hervey know that his friend's book had not met with that general approbation he had pretended." "A pretty fellow for a friend," said the king, turning to Lord Hervey. "Pray what is that charms you in him? His pretty limping gait?" And then he acted the bishop's lameness and entered upon some unpleasant effects which it is not necessary to repeat. The stomachs of the listeners must have been strong if they experienced no qualm at the too graphic and nasty detail. "Or is it," continued the king, "his great honesty that charms your lordship? His asking a thing of me for one man, and when he came to have it in his own power to bestow, refusing the queen to give it to the very man for whom he had asked it? Or do you admire his conscience that makes him now put out a book that, till he was Bishop of Winchester, for fear his conscience might hurt his preferment, he kept locked up in his chest? Is his conscience so much improved beyond what it was when he was Bishop of Bangor, or Hereford, or Salisbury? For this book, I fear, was written so long ago. Or is it that he would not risk losing a shilling a year more whilst there was anything better to be got than what he had? I cannot help saying that if the Bishop of Winchester is your friend, you have a great puppy and a very dull fellow and a great rascal for your friend. It is a very pretty thing for such scoundrels, when they are raised by favor above their deserts, to be talking and writing their stuff to give trouble to the government which has showed them that favor, and very modest for a canting, hypocritical knave to be crying that the kingdom of Christ is not of this world, at the same time that he, as Christ's ambassador, receives £6,000 or £7,000 a year. But he is just the same thing in the church that he is in the government, and as ready to receive the best pay for preaching the Bible, though he does not believe a word of it, as he is to take favor from the crown, though by his republican spirit and doctrine he would be glad to abolish its power. There is something melancholily suggestive in thus hearing the temporal head of a church accusing of rank infidelity a man whom he had raised to be an overseer and bishop of souls in that very church. If George knew that Hoadley did not believe in Scripture, he was infinitely worse than the prelate for the simple fact of his having made him a prelate, or having translated him from one diocese to another of more importance and more value. But to resume. During the whole time the king was speaking, the queen, by smiling and nodding in proper places, endeavoured all she could, but in vain, to make her court, by seeming to approve everything he said. Lord Hervey then attempted to give a pleasant turn to the conversation by remarking on prelates who were more docile towards government than Hoadley, and who, for being dull branches of episcopacy and ignorant piercers of orthodoxy, were none the less good and quiet subjects. From the persons of the church, the vice-chamberlain got to the fabric and then descanted to the queen upon the newly restored bronze gates in Henry VII's chapel. This excited the king's ire anew. "My lord," said he, "you are always putting some of these fine things in the queen's head, and then I am to be plagued with 1,000 plans and workmen." He grew sarcastic, too, on the Queen's Grotto in Richmond Gardens, which was known as Merlin's Cave, from a statue of the great enchanter therein, and in which there was a collection of books over which Stephen Duck, thresher, poet, and parson, had been constituted librarian. The Craftsman paper had attacked this plaything of the Queen, and her husband was delighted at the annoyance caused to her by such an attack. The poor queen probably thought she had succeeded in cleverly changing the topic of conversation by referring to and expressing disapproval of the expensive habit of giving veils to the servants of the house at which a person has been visiting. She remarked that she had found it no inconsiderable expense during the past summer to visit her friends even in town. "That is your own fault," growled the king, "for my father, when he went to people's houses in town, never was fool enough to give away his money." The queen pleaded that she only gave what her chamberlain, Lord Grantham, informed her was usual, whereupon poor Lord Grantham came in for his full share of censure. The queen said her consort was always asking some fool or another what she was to do, and that none but a fool would ask another fool's advice. The vice-chamberlain gently hinted that liberality would be expected from a queen on such occasions as her visits at the houses of her subjects. "Then let her stay at home as I do," said the king. "You do not see me running into every puppy's house to see his new chairs and stools." And then, turning to the queen, he added, "Nor is it for you to be running your nose everywhere, and to be trotting about the town to every fellow that will give you some bread and butter, like an old girl who loves to go abroad, no matter where or whether it be proper or no." The queen coloured and nodded a good deal faster during this speech than before, whilst the tears came into her eyes, but she said not one word. Such is the description of Lord Hervey, and it shows Caroline in a favourable light. The vice-chamberlain struck in for her by observing that Her Majesty could not see private collections of pictures without going to the owners' houses, and honouring them by her presence. "Supposing," said the king, "she had a curiosity to see a tavern, would it be fit for her to satisfy it? And yet the innkeeper would be very glad to see her." The vice-chamberlain did not fail to see that this was a most illogical remark, and he very well observed in reply that if the innkeepers were used to being well received by Her Majesty in her palace, he should think that the queen's seeing them at their own houses would give no additional scandal. As George found himself foiled by this observation, he felt only the more displeasure, and he gave vent to the last by bursting forth into a torrent of German, which sounded like abuse, and during the outpouring of which the queen made not one word of reply, but nodded on till she tangled her thread, then snuffed the candles that stood on the table before her, and snuffed one of them out. Upon which the king, in English, began a new dissertation upon Her Majesty, and took her awkwardness for his text. Unmoved as Caroline appeared at this degrading scene, she felt it acutely, but she did not wish that others should be aware of her feelings under such a visitation. Lord Hervey was aware of this, and when, on the following morning, she remarked that he had looked at her the evening before as if he thought she had been going to cry, the courtier protested that he had neither done the one nor thought the other, but had expressly directed his eyes on another object, lest if they met hers, the comicality of the scene should have set both of them laughing. And such scenes were of constant occurrence. The king extracted something unpleasant from his very pleasures, just as acids may be produced from sugar. Sometimes he fell into a difficulty during the process. Thus, on one occasion, when the party were again assembled for their usual delightful evening, the queen had mentioned the name of a person whose father, she said, was known to the king. It was at the time when his majesty was most bitterly incensed against his eldest son. Caroline was on better terms with Frederick, but, as she remarked, they each knew the other too well to love or trust one another. Well, the king, hearing father and son alluded to, observed that one very often sees fathers and sons very little alike. A wise father has very often a fool for his son. One sees a father a very brave man and his son a scoundrel, a father very honest and his son a great knave, a father a man of truth and his son a great liar. In short, a father that has all sorts of good qualities and a son who is good for nothing. The queen and all present betrayed by their countenances that they comprehended the historical parallel, whereupon the king attempted, as he thought, to make it less flagrantly applicable by running the comparison in another sense. Sometimes, he said, the case was just the reverse, and that very disagreeable fathers had very agreeable men for their sons. In this case, the king, as Lord Hervey suggests, was thinking of his own father, as in the former one he had been thinking of his son. But how he drew what was sour from the sweetest of his pleasures is shown from his remarks after having been to the theatre to see Shakespeare's Henry IV. He was tolerably well pleased with all the actors, save the Prince of Wales. He had never seen, he said, so awkward a fellow and so mean a looking scoundrel in his life. Everybody, says Lord Hervey, who hated the actual Prince of Wales, thought of him as the king here expressed himself of the player. But all very properly pretended to understand his majesty literally, joined in the censure and abused the theatrical Prince of Wales for a quarter of an hour together. It may be here noticed that Shakespeare owed some of his reputation at this time to the dissensions which existed between the king and his son. Had it at least not been for this circumstance, it is not likely that the play of Henry IV would have been so often represented as it was at the three theatres, Lincoln's Inn Fields, Covent Garden, and Drury Lane. Every auditor knew how to make special application of the complainings and sorrowings of a royal sire over a somewhat profligate son, or of the unfilial speeches and hypocritical assurance of a princely heir flung at his sovereign and impatient sire. The house in Lincoln's Inn Fields had the reputation of being the Tory house, and the Prince of Wales there was probably represented as a proper gentleman, not out of love to him, but rather out of contempt to the father. It was not a house which received the favor of either Caroline or her consort. The new pieces there ran too strongly against the despotic rule of kings, the only sort of rule for which George at all cared, and the lack of which made him constantly abusive of England, her institutions, Parliament, and public men. It is difficult to say what the real opinion of Caroline was upon this matter, for at divers times we find her uttering opposite sentiments. She could be as abusive against free institutions and civil and religious rights as ever her husband was. She has been heard to declare that sovereignty was worth little where it was merely nominal, and that to be king or queen in a country where people governed through their parliament was to wear a crown and to exercise none of the prerogatives which are ordinarily attached to it. At other times she would declare that the real glory of England was the result of her free institutions. The people were industrious and enterprising because they were free, and knew that their property was secure from any attack on the part of prince or government. They consequently regarded their sovereign with more affection than a despotic monarch could be regarded by a slavish people, and she added that she would not have cared to share a throne in England if the people by whom it was surrounded had been slaves without a will of their own, or without a heart that throbbed at the name of liberty. The king never had but one opinion on the subject, and therefore the theatre at Lincoln's Inn Fields was forever resounding with claptraps against despotism, and that in presence of an audience of whom Frederick, Prince of Wales, was chief, and Bolingbroke led the applause. But even Drury Lane could be as democratic as Lincoln's Inn. Thus, in the very year of which we are treating, Lillo brought out his Christian hero at Drury Lane, and the audience had as little difficulty to apply the parts to living potentates as they had reluctance to applaud to the echo passages like the following against despotic rulers. Despotic power, that root of bitterness, that tree of death that spreads its baleful arms almost from pole to pole, beneath whose cursed shade no good thing thrives, and every ill finds shelter, had found no time for its detested growth, but for the follies and the crimes of men. But Drury did not often offend in this guise, and even George and Caroline might have gone to see Junius Brutus, and have been amused. The Queen, who well knew the corruption of the Senate, might have smiled as Mills and Brutus, with gravity, declared that the senators have heaped no wealth, though hoary grown in honours. And George might have silently assented to the reply of Tiber June in Messala that, on crowns they trample with superior pride, they haughtily affect the pomp of princes. The Queen's vice-chamberlain asserts that the King's heart still beat for Caroline as warmly as his temper did against her. This assertion is not proved, but the contrary, by the facts. These facts were of so painful a nature to the Queen that she did not like to speak of them even to Sir Robert Walpole. One of them is a precious instance of the conjugal warmth of heart pledged for by Lord Hervey. The night before the King had last left Hanover for England, he supped gaily in company with Madame Walmoden and her friends, who were not so nice as to think that the woman who had deserted her husband for a king who betrayed his consort had at all lost caste by such conduct. Towards the close of the banquet, the frail lady, all wreathed in mingled tears and smiles, rose and gave as a toast or sentiment the next 29th of May. On that day the old libertine had promised to be again at the feet of his new concubine, and as this was known to the select and delicate company, they drank the toast amid shouts of loyalty and congratulations. The knowledge of this fact gave more pain to Caroline than all the royal fits of ill humour together. The pain was increased by the King's conduct at home. It had been his custom of a morning at St. James's to tarry in the Queen's rooms until after he had, from behind the blinds, seen the guard relieved in the courtyard below. This took place about 11 o'clock. This year he ceased to visit the Queen or to watch the soldiers, but by 9 o'clock in the morning he was seated at his desk writing lengthy epistles to Madame Walmoden, in reply to the equally long letters from the lady who received and dispatched a missive every post. "He wants to go to Hanover, does he?" asked Sir Robert Walpole of Lord Hervey, "and to be there by the 29th of May? Well, he shan't go for all that." Domestic griefs could not depress the Queen's wit. An illustration of this is afforded by her remark on the Triple Alliance. "It always put her in mind," she said, "of the South Sea scheme, which the parties concerned entered into, not without knowing the cheat, but hoping to make advantage of it, everybody designing, when he had made his own fortune, to be the first in scrambling out of it, and each thinking himself wise enough to be able to leave his fellow adventurers in the lurch." It has been well observed that the King's good humour was now as insulting to Her Majesty as his bad. When he was in the former rare vein, he exhibited it by entertaining the Queen with accounts of her rival, and the many pleasures which he and that lady had enjoyed together. He appears at Hanover to have been as extravagant in the entertainments which he gave as his grandfather, Ernest Augustus. Some of these court revels he caused to be painted on canvas. The ladies represented therein were all portraits of the actual revellers. Several of such pictures were brought over to England, and 5 of them were hung up in the Queen's dressing-room. Occasionally, of an evening, the King would take a candle from the Queen's table and go from picture to picture with Lord Hervey, telling him its history, explaining the joyous incidents, naming the persons represented, and detailing all that had been said or done on the particular occasion before them. During which lecture, says the Vice-Chamberlain himself, Lord Hervey, while peeping over His Majesty's shoulders at those pictures, was shrugging up his own, and now and then stealing a look to make faces at the Queen, who, a little angry, a little peevish, and a little tired at her husband's absurdity, and a little entertained with his lordship's grimaces, used to sit and knot in a corner of the room, sometimes yawning and sometimes smiling, and equally afraid of betraying those signs either of her lassitude or mirth. In the course of the year which we have now reached, Queen Caroline communicated to Lord Hervey a fact which is not so much evidence of Her Majesty's common sense as of the presumption and immorality of those who gave Caroline little credit for having even the sense which is so qualified. Lord Bolingbroke had married the Marchioness de Villette, niece of Madame de Montyon, about the year 1716. The union, however, was not only kept secret for many years, but when Bolingbroke was under attainder, and a sum of £52,000 belonging to his wife was in the hands of Decker, the banker, Lady Bolingbroke swore that she was not married to him, and so obtained possession of a sum which, being hers, was her husband's, who was attainted as a traitor, was forfeit to the crown. However, as some of it went through the hands of poor Sophia Dorothea's rival, the easy Duchess of Kendal, and her rapacious niece, Lady Walsingham, the matter was not inquired into. Subsequently, Lady Bolingbroke attempted to excuse her husband's alleged dealings with the Pretender by asserting that he entered into them solely for the purpose of serving the court of London. That was, in short, said Caroline to Lord Hervey, to betray the Pretender, for though Madame de Viette softened the word, she did not soften the thing which I own, continued the Queen, was a speech which had so much impudence and villainy mixed up in it that I could never bear him or her from that hour, and could hardly hinder myself from saying to her, "And pray, madam, what security can the king have that my Lord Bolingbroke does not desire to come here with the same honest desire that he went to Rome? Or that he swears that he is no longer a Jacobite with any more truth than you have sworn you are not his wife?" The only wonder is, considering Caroline's vivacious character, that she restrained herself from giving expression to her thoughts. She was eminently fond of speaking daggers to those who merited such a gladiatorial visitation. End of section 17.
Section 18 of Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1, by Dr. John Doran. Chapter 5. The Marriage of Frederick, Prince of Wales. The Queen's Cleverness. Princess Augusta of Saxe-Gotha, the selected bride of Prince Frederick. Spirited conduct of Miss Vane, the prince's mistress. The king anxious for a matrimonial alliance with the court of Prussia. Prussian intrigue to prevent this. The Russian mandats for entrapping recruits. Quarrel and challenge to duel between King George and the Prussian monarch. The silly duel prevented. Arrival of the bride. The royal lovers. Disgraceful squabbles of the princes and princesses. The marriage. Brilliant assemblage in the bridal chamber. Lady Diana Spencer proposed as a match for the prince. Debut of Mr. Pitt, afterwards Lord Chatham, in the House of Commons. Riot of the footmen at Drury Lane Theatre. Ill humour exhibited by the prince toward the Queen. The Queen never exhibited her cleverness in a clearer light than when, in 1735, she got over the expected difficulty arising from a threatened parliamentary address to the throne for the marriage and settlement of the Prince of Wales. She crushed it, to use the term employed by Lord Hervey, by gaining the king's consent, no difficult matter, to tell the prince that it was his royal sire's intention to marry him forthwith. The king had no princess in view for him, but was ready to sanction any choice he might think proper to make, and the sooner the better. As if the thing were already settled, the queen, on her side, talked publicly of the coming marriage of the heir apparent, but not a word was breathed as to the person of the bride. Caroline, moreover, to give the matter a greater air of reality, purchased clothes for the wedding of her son with the yet invisible lady, and sent perpetually to jewelers to get presents for the ideal future Princess of Wales. The lady, however, was not a merely visionary bride. It was during the absence of the king in Hanover that it was delicately contrived for him to see a marriageable princess, Augusta of Saxe-Gotha. He approved of what he saw, and wrote home to the queen, bidding her to prepare her son for the bridal. Caroline communicated the order to Frederick, who received it with due resignation. His mother, who had great respect for outward observances, counseled him to begin his preparations for marriage by sending away his ostentatiously maintained favorite, Miss Vane. Frederick pleased his mother by dismissing Miss Vane, and then pleased himself by raising to the vacant bad eminence Lady Archibald Hamilton, a woman of 35 years of age and the mother of 10 children. The prince visited her at her husband's house, where he was well received by the master as by the mistress. He saw her constantly at her sister's, rode out with her, walked with her daily for hours in St. James's Park, and whenever she was at the drawing-room, which was pretty frequently, his behaviour was so remarkable that his nose and her ear were inseparable, whilst, without discontinuing, he would talk to her as if he had been relating than conversing, from the time he came into the room to the moment he left it, and then seemed to be rather interrupted than to have finished. The first request made by Lady Archibald to her royal lover was that he would not be satisfied with putting away Miss Vane, but that he would send her out of the country. The prince did not hesitate a moment. he sent a royal message wherein he was guilty of an act of which no man would be guilty to the woman whom he had loved. The message was taken by Lord Baltimore, who bore proposals, offering an annuity of £1,600 a year to the lady, on condition that she would proceed to the continent and give up on the little son which owed to her the disgrace of his birth, but to whom both she and the prince were most affectionately attached. The alternative was starvation in England. Miss Vane had an old admirer to whom she sent in the hour of adversity, and who was the more happy to aid her in her extremity, as, by so doing, he would not only have some claim on her gratitude, but that he could, to the utmost of his heart's desire, annoy the prince, whom he intensely despised. Lord Hervey sat down, and imagining himself for the nonce in the place of Miss Vane, he wrote a letter in that lady's name. The supposed writer softly reproved the fickle prince, reminded him of the fond old times ere love yet had expired, resigned herself to the necessity of sacrificing her own interest to that of England, and then running over the sacrifices which a foolish woman must ever make, of character, friends, family, and peace of mind. For the fool or knave whom she loves with more irregularity than wisdom, she burst forth into a tone of indignation at the mingled meanness and cruelty of which she was now made the object, and finally refused to leave either England or her child, spurning the money offered by the father, and preferring any fate which might come, provided she were not banished from the presence and the love of her boy. Frederick was simple enough to exhibit this letter to his mother, sisters, and friends, observing at the same time that it was far too clever a production to come from the hand of Miss Vane, and that he would not give her a farthing until she had revealed the name of the rascal who had written it. The author was popularly set down as being Mr. Pulteney. On the other hand, Miss Vane published the prince's offer to her, and therewith her own letter in reply. The world was unanimous in condemning him as mean and cruel. Not a soul ever thought of finding fault with him as immoral. At length, a compromise was effected. The prince explained away the cruel terms of his own epistle, and Miss Vane withdrew what was painful to him in hers. The pension of £1,600 a year was settled on her, with which she retired to a mansion in Grosvenor Street, her little son accompanying her. But the anxiety she had undergone had so seriously affected her health that she was very soon after compelled to proceed to Bath. The waters were not healing waters for her. She died in that city on the 11th of March, 1736, having had one felicity reserved for her in her decline, the inexpressible one of seeing her little son die before her. The Queen and the Princess Caroline, says Lord Hervey, thought the prince more afflicted for the loss of this child than they had ever seen him on any occasion, or thought him capable of being. One of the most cherished projects of George II was the union by marriage of two of his own children with two of the children of the King of Prussia. Such an alliance would have bound more intimately the descendants of Sophia Dorothea through her son and daughter. The double marriage was proposed to the King of Prussia in the name of the King of England by Sir Charles Hotham, minister plenipotentiary. George proposed that his eldest son, Frederick, should marry the eldest daughter of the King of Prussia, and that his second daughter should marry the same king's eldest son. To these terms the Prussian monarch would not agree, objecting that if he gave his eldest daughter to the Prince of Wales, he must have the eldest, and not the second daughter of George and Caroline, for the Prince of Prussia. Caroline would have agreed to these terms, but George would not yield. The proposed intermarriages were broken off, and the two courts were estranged for years. The Prussian princess, Friederike Wilhelmina, has published the memoirs of her life and times, and Rank, quoting them in his History of the House of Brandenburg, enters largely into the matrimonial question, which was involved in mazes of diplomacy. Into the latter it is not necessary to enter, but to those who would know the actual causes of the failure of these proposed royal marriages, the following passage from Rank's work will not be without interest. Whatever be their exaggeration and errors, the memoirs of the Princess Friederike Wilhelmina must always be considered as one of the most remarkable records of the state of the Prussian court of that period. From these it is evident that neither she herself nor the Queen had the least idea of the grounds which made the king reluctant to give an immediate consent to the proposals. They saw in him a domestic tyrant, severe only towards his family, and weak to indifferent persons. The hearts on both sides became filled with bitterness and aversion. The crown prince, too, who was still of an age when young men are obnoxious to the influence of a clever elder sister, was infected with these sentiments. With a view to promote her marriage, he suffered himself to be induced to draw up in secret a formal declaration that he would give his hand to no other than an English princess. On the other hand, it is inconceivable to what measures the other party had recourse, in order to keep the king steady to his resolution. Seckendorf had entirely won over General Grumku, the king's daily and confidential companion, to his side. Both of them kept up a correspondence of a revolting nature with Reichenbach, the Prussian resident in London. This Reichenbach, who boasts somewhere of his indifference to outward honors, and who was, at all events, chiefly deficient in an inward sense of honor, not only kept up a direct correspondence with Seckendorf, in which he informed him of all that was passing in England in relation to the marriage, and assured the Austrian agent that he might reckon on him as on himself. But, what is far worse, he allowed Grumku to dictate to him what he was to write to the king, and composed his dispatches according to his directions. It is hardly conceivable that these letters should not have been destroyed. They were, however, found among Grumku's papers at his death. Reichenbach, who played a subordinate part, but who regarded himself as the third party to this conspiracy, furnished on his side facts and arguments which were to be urged orally to the king in support of his statements. Their system was to represent to the king that the only purpose of England was to reduce Prussia to the condition of a province, and to turn a party around him that might fetter and control all his actions. Representations to which Frederick William was already disposed to lend an ear. He wished to avoid having an English daughter-in-law, because he feared he should no longer be master in his own house. Perhaps she would think of herself of more importance than he. He should die, inch by inch, of vexation. On comparing these intrigues, carried on either side of the king, we must admit that the former, those in his own family, were the more excusable, since their sole object was the accomplishment of those marriages, upon the mere suspicion of which the king broke out into acts of violence which terrified his family and his kingdom, and astonished Europe. The designs of the other party were far more serious. Their purpose was to bind Prussia in every point to the existing system, and to keep her aloof from England. Of this the king had no idea. He received without suspicion whatever Reichenbach wrote or Grumku reported to him. The mutual friends, whose interest it was to keep Prussia and England wide apart, labored with a zeal worthy of a better cause, and not only broke the proposed marriages, but made enemies of the two kings. A dispute was built up between them touching Mecklenburg, and Prussian press gangs and recruiting parties crossed into the Hanoverian territory and carried off or inveigled the King of England's electoral subjects into the military service of Prussia. This was the most outrageous insult that could have been devised against the English monarch, and it was the most cruel that could be inflicted upon the inhabitants of the electorate. The King of Prussia was not nice of his means for entrapping men, nor careful on whose territory he seized them, provided only they were obtained. The districts touching on the Prussian frontier were kept in a constant state of alarm, and border frays were as frequent and as fatal as they were in England and Scotland's neutral ground, which derived its name from an oblique application of etymology, and was so called because neither country's faction hesitated to commit murder or robbery upon it. I have seen, in the inns near these frontiers, some strange memorials of these old times. Those I allude to are in the shape of mandats, or directions, issued by the authorities, and they are kept framed and glazed, old curiosities like the ancient waybill at the Swan at York, which announces a new fast coach traveling to London, God willing, in a week. These mandats, which were very common in Hanover when Frederick, after refusing the English alliance, took to sending his Werbers, or recruiters, to lay hold of such of the people as were likely to make good tall soldiers, were to this effect. They enjoined all the dwellers near the frontiers to be provided with arms and ammunition, the militia to hold themselves ready against any surprise, the arms to be examined every Sunday by the proper authorities, watch and ward to be maintained day and night, patrols to be active, and it was ordered that, the instant any strange soldiers were seen approaching, the alarm bells should be sounded, and preparations be made for repelling force by force. The Prussian Werbers, as they were called, were wont sometimes to do their spiriting in shapes so questionable that the most anti-belligerent travelers and the most unwarlike and well-intentioned bodies were liable to be fired upon, if their characters were not at once explained and understood. These were the times when Hanoverians, who stood in fear of Prussia, never lay down in bed but with their arms at their side. Times when young peasants, who, influenced by soft attractions, stole by night from one village to another to pay their devoirs to bright eyes, waking to receive them, walked through perils, love in their hearts, and a musket on their shoulders. The enrollers of Frederick, and indeed those of his great son after him, cast a chill shadow of fear over every age, sex, and station of life. In the meantime, the two kings reviled each other as coarsely as any two dragoons in their respective services. The quarrel was nursed until it was proposed to be settled, not by diplomacy, but by a duel. When this was first suggested, the place, but not the time, of meeting was immediately agreed upon. The territory of Hildesheim was to be the spot whereon were to meet in deadly combat two monarchs, two fathers who could not quietly arrange a marriage between their sons and daughters. It really seemed as if the blood of Sophia Dorothea of Zell was ever to be fatal to peace and averse from connubial felicity. The son of Sophia Dorothea selected Brigadier General Sutton for his second. Her son-in-law, it will be remembered that he had married that unhappy lady's daughter, conferred a similar honor on Colonel Dersheim. His English Majesty was to proceed to the designated area from Hanover. Frederick was to make his way thither from Salzdahl, near Brunswick. The two kings of Brentford could not have looked more ridiculous than these two. They would undoubtedly have crossed weapons had it not been for the strong common sense of a Prussian diplomatist named Bork. "It is quite right and exceedingly dignified," said Bork one day to his master, when the latter was foaming with rage against George II, and expressing an eager desire for fixing a near day whereon to settle their quarrel. "It is most fitting and seemly, since your majesty will not marry with England, to cut the throat, if possible, of the English monarch. But your faithful servant would still advise your majesty not to be over hasty in fixing the day. Ill luck might come of it." On being urged to show how this might be, he remarked, "Your gracious majesty has lately been ill, is now far from well, and might, by naming an early day for voidance of this quarrel, be unable to keep the appointment." "We would name another," said the king. "And in the meantime," observed Bork, "all Europe generally, and George of England in particular, would be smiling, laughing, commenting on and ridiculing the king who failed to appear where he had promised to be present with his sword. Your majesty must not expose your sacred person and character to such a catastrophe as this. Settle nothing till there is certainty that the pledge will be kept, and in the meantime defer naming the day of battle for a fortnight." The advice of Bork was followed, and of course the fight never came off. The ministers of both governments exerted themselves to save their respective masters from rendering themselves supremely, and perhaps sanguinarily, ridiculous, for the blood of both would not have washed out the absurdity of the thing. Choler abated, common sense came up to the surface, assumed the supremacy, and saved a couple of foolish kings from slaying or mangling each other. George, however, was resolved, and that for more reasons than it is necessary to specify, that a wife must be found for his heir apparent, and it was Caroline who directed him to look at the princesses in the small and despotic court of Saxe-Gotha. Walpole was the more anxious that the Prince of Wales should be fittingly matched, as a report had reached him that Frederick had accepted an offer from the Duchess of Marlborough of £100,000 and the hand of her favourite granddaughter, Lady Diana Spencer. The marriage, it was said, was to come off privately at the Duchess's lodge in Richmond Park. Lord Delawar, who was sent to demand the hand of the Princess Augusta from her brother, the Duke of Saxe-Gotha, was long, lank, awkward, and unpolished. There was no fear here of the catastrophe which followed on the introduction to Francesca da Rimini of the handsome envoy whom she mistook for her bridegroom, and with whom she fell in love as soon as she beheld him. Walpole, writing from King's College on the 2nd of May, 1736, says, "I believe the princess will have more beauties bestowed upon her by the occasional poets than even a painter would afford her. They will cook up a new Pandora, and in the bottom of the box enclose hope, that all they have said is true. A great many, out of excess of good breeding, who have heard that it was rude to talk Latin before women, proposed complimenting her in English, which she will be much the better for. I doubt most of them, instead of fearing their composition should not be understood, should fear they should. They wish they don't know what to be read by they don't know who." When the king dispatched some half-dozen lords of his council to propose to the prince that he should espouse the youthful Princess Augusta, he replied, with a tone of mingled duty and indifference, something like Captain Absolute in the play, that whoever his majesty thought a proper match for his son would be agreeable to him. The match was straightway resolved upon, and as the young lady knew little of French and less of English, it was suggested to her mother that a few lessons in both languages would not be thrown away. The Duchess of Saxe-Gotha, however, was wiser in her own conceit than her officious counselors, and remembering that the Hanoverian family had been a score of years, and more, upon the throne of England, she very naturally concluded that the people all spoke or understood German, and that it would really be needlessly troubling the child to make her learn two languages, to acquire a knowledge of which would not be worth the pains spent upon the labor. When princesses then espoused heirs to the throne, they were treated but with very scanty ceremony. Their own feelings were allowed to exercise very little influence in the matter. There was no pleasant wooing time. The bridegroom did not even give himself the trouble to seek the bride. He does not always do so even now. And when the bride married, the deputy who was dispatched to espouse her by proxy, she knew as little of the principal as she did of his representative. But the blooming young princess of Saxe-Gotha submitted joyfully to custom and the chance of becoming Queen of England. She was willing to come and win what the Prince of Wales, had not dignity made him ungallant, should have gone and laid at her feet and besought her to accept. Accordingly, the royal yacht, William and Mary, destined to carry many a less noble freight before its career was completed, bore the bride to our shores. When Lord Delawar handed the bride ashore at Greenwich on the 25th of April, 1736, she excited general admiration by her fresh air, good humor, and tasteful dress. It was St. George's Day, no inauspicious day whereon landing should be made in England by the young girl of 17, who was to be the mother of the first king born and bred in England since the birthday of James II. The royal bride was conducted to the Queen's house in the park, where, as my fair readers, and indeed all readers with equal good sense and a proper idea of the fitness of things, will naturally conclude that all the royal family had assembled to welcome, with more than ordinary warmth, one who came among them under circumstances of more than ordinary interest. But the truth is that there was no one to give her welcome but solemn officers of state and criticizing ladies-in-waiting. The people were there, of course, and the princess had no cause to complain of any lack of warmth on their part. For want of better company, she spent half an hour with the English commonalty, and as she sat in the balcony overlooking the park, the gallant mob shouted themselves hoarse in her praise, and did her all homage until the tardy lover arrived, whose own peculiar homage he should have been a little more lover-like in haste to pay. However, Frederick came at last, and he came alone. The king, queen, duke, and princesses sent their compliments and hoped she was well. They could not have sent or said less had she been Griselda, fresh from her native cottage, and about to become the bride of the prince without their consent, and altogether without their will. But the day was Sunday, and perhaps those distinguished personages were reluctant to indulge in too much expansion of feeling on the sacred day. On the following day, Monday, Greenwich was as much alive as it used to be on a fine fair day, for the princess dined in public, and all the world was there to see her. That is to say, she and the prince dined together in an apartment, the windows of which were thrown open to oblige the curiosity of the people, and it is only to be hoped that the springs of the period were not such inclement seasons as those generally known by the name of spring to us. The people, having stared their fill, and the princess having banqueted as comfortably as she could under such circumstances, the Prince of Wales took her down to the water, led her into a gaily decorated barge, and slowly up the river went the lovers, with horns playing, streamers flying, and under a fusillade from old stocks of old guns, the modest artillery of colliers and other craft anxious to render to the pair the usual noisy honors of the way. They returned to Greenwich in like manner, similarly honored, and there, having supped in public, the prince kissed her hand, took his leave, and promised to return upon the morrow. On the Tuesday, the already enamored Frederick thought better of this engagement, and tarried at home till the princess arrived there. She had left Greenwich in one of the royal carriages, from which she alighted at Lambeth, where, taking a boat, she crossed to Whitehall. Here one of Queen Caroline's state chairs was awaiting her, and in it she was borne by two stout carriers, plump as cupids, but more vigorous, to St. James's Palace. The reception here was magnificent and tasteful. On the arrival of the bride, the bridegroom, already there to receive her, took her by the hand as she stepped out of the chair, softly checked the motion she made to kneel to him and kiss his hand, and drawing her to him, gallantly impressed a kiss, nay, two, for the record is very precise on this matter, upon her lips. All confusion and happiness, the illustrious couple ascended the staircase hand in hand. The prince led her into the presence of a splendid and numerous court, first introducing her to the king, who would not suffer her to kneel, but putting his arm around her, sainted her on each cheek. Queen Caroline greeted as warmly the bride of her eldest son, and the Duke of Cumberland and the princesses congratulated her on her arrival in terms of warm affection. The king, who had been irritably impatient for the arrival of the bride, and had declared that the ceremony should take place without him, if it were not speedily concluded, was softened by the behavior of the youthful princess on her first appearing in his presence. She threw herself all along on the floor, first at the king's and then at the queen's feet. This prostration was known to be so acceptable an homage to his majesty's pride, that, joined to the propriety of her whole behavior on this occasion, it gave the spectators great prejudice in favor of her understanding. The poor young princess, who came into England unaccompanied by a single female friend, behaved with a propriety and ease which won the admiration of Walpole and the sneers of old ladies who criticized her. Her self-possession, joined as it was with modesty, showed that she was well-bred. She was not irreproachable of shape or carriage, but she was fair, youthful, and sensible, much more sensible than the bridegroom, who quarrelled with his brothers and sisters in her very presence, upon the right of sitting down and being waited on in such presence. The squabbles between the brothers and sisters touching etiquette show the extreme littleness of the minds of those who engaged in them. The prince would have had them, on the occasion of their dining with himself and the bride the day before the wedding, be satisfied with stools instead of chairs, and consent to being served with something less than the measure of respect shown to him and the bride. To meet this, they refused to enter the dining room till the stools were taken away and the chairs substituted. They then were waited upon by their own servants, who had orders to imitate the servants of the Prince of Wales in every ceremony used at table. Later in the evening, when coffee was brought round by the prince's servants, his visitors declined to take any, out of fear that their brother's domestics might have had instructions to inflict some disgrace, had they accepted of any, in the manner of giving it. On the day of the arrival of the bride at St. James's, after a dinner of some state, and after some rearrangement of costume, the ceremony of marriage was performed, under a running salute from artillery, which told to the metropolis the progress made in the nuptial solemnity. The bride was in her hair, and wore a crown with one bar, as Princess of Wales, a profusion of diamonds adding luster to a youthful bearing that could have done without it. Over her white robe she wore a mantle of crimson velvet, bordered with row upon row of ermine. Her train was supported by 4 maids, 3 of whom were daughters of dukes. They were Lady Caroline Lennox, daughter of the Duke of Richmond, Lady Caroline Fitzroy, daughter of the Duke of Grafton, Lady Caroline Cavendish, daughter of the Duke of Devonshire, and with 3 bridesmaids who bore the name of the Queen, was one who bore that of her whom the king had looked upon as really Queen of England, of Sophia, his mother. This 4th lady was Lady Sophia Fermor, daughter of the Earl of Pomfret. Excepting the mantle, the maids were dressed precisely similar to the bride whom they surrounded and served. They were all in virgin habits of silver. Each bridesmaid wore diamonds of the value of from 20 to 30,000 pounds. The Duke of Cumberland performed the office of father to the bride, and they were ushered to the altar by the Duke of Grafton and Lord Hervey, the Lord and Vice-Chamberlains of the household. The Countess of Effingham and the other ladies of the household left the Queen's side to swell the following of the bride. The Lord Bishop of London, Dean of the Chapel Royal, officiated on this occasion, and when he pronounced the 2 before him to have come as one, voices in harmony arose within, the trumpets blazoned forth their edition of the event, the drums rolled a deafening peal, a clash of instruments followed, and above all boomed the thunder of the cannon in the park, telling in a million echoes of the conclusion of the irrevocable compact. A little ceremony followed in the king's drawing-room, which was in itself appropriate, and which seemed to have heart in it. On the assembling there of the entire bridal party, the newly married couple went, once more, hand in hand, and kneeling before the king and his consort, who were seated at the upper end of the room, the latter solemnly gave their blessing to their children and bade them be happy. A royally joyous supper succeeded at 10:30, where healths were drunk and a frolicsome sort of spirit maintained, as was common in those somewhat common times. And then followed a sacred portion of the ceremony, which is now considered as being more honored in the breach than the observance. The bride was conducted processionally to her sleeping apartment, while the prince was helped to disrobe by his royal sire and his brother the duke. The latter aided in divesting him of some of his heavy finery, and the king very gravely did his royal highness, the prince, the honor to put on his shirt. All this must have been considered more than nuisance enough by the parties on whom it was inflicted by way of honor, but the newly married victims of that day had much more to endure. When intimation had been duly made that the princess had been undressed and redressed by her maids, and was seated in the bed ready to receive all customary and suitable honor, the king and queen entered the chamber. The former was attired in a dress of gold brocade, turned up with silk, embroidered with large flowers in silver and colors, with a waistcoat of the same, and buttons and star dazzling with diamonds. Caroline was in a plain yellow silk, robed and faced with pearls, diamonds, and other jewels of immense value. The Dukes of Newcastle, Grafton, and St. Albans, the Earl of Albemarle, Colonel Pelham, and many other noblemen were in gold brocades of from 3 to 500 pounds a suit. The Duke of Marlborough was in a white velvet and gold brocaded tissue. The waistcoats were universally brocades with large flowers. It was observed, continues the court historiographer, most of the rich clothes were of the manufactures of England, and in honor of our own artists. The few which were French did not come up to those in goodness, richness, or fancy, as was seen by the clothes worn by the royal family, which were all of British manufacture. The cuffs of the sleeves were universally deep and open, and the waist long, and the plaits more sticking out than ever. The ladies were principally in brocades of gold and silver, and wore their sleeves much lower than had been done for some time. When all these finely dressed people were assembled, and the bride was sitting upright in bed, in a dress of superb lace, the princely bridegroom entered, in a nightgown of silver stuff and cap of the finest lace. He must have looked like a facetious prince in a Christmas extravaganza. However, he took his place by the side of the bride, and while both sat bolt upright in bed, the quality generally were admitted to see the sight, and to smile at the edifying remarks made by the king and other members of the royal family who surrounded the couch. The record of this happy event would hardly be complete were we to admit to notice that it was made the occasion of a remarkable debut in the House of Commons. An address congratulatory of the marriage was moved by Mr. Littleton, and the motion was seconded by Mr. Pitt, subsequently the first Earl of Chatham, who then made his first speech in Parliament. The speech made by Littleton was squeaking and smart. That of Cornet Pitt, as he was called, was so favorable to the virtues of the son, and by implication so insulting to the person of the father, that it laid the foundation of the lasting enmity of George against Pitt, an enmity the malevolence of which was first manifested by depriving Pitt of his cornetcy. The poets were, of course, as polite as the senators, and epithalmia rained upon the happy pair in showers of highly complimentary and very indifferent verse. The lines of Whitehead, the laureate, were tolerably good for a laureate, and the following among them have been cited as containing a wish which succeeding events fully gratified. Such was the age, so calm the earth's repose, when Maro sung, and a new Pollio rose. Oh, from such omens may again succeed some glorious youth to grace the nuptial bed, some future Scipio, good as well as great, some young Marcellus with a better fate, some infant Frederick, or some George to grace the rising records of the Brunswick race. If these set ringing the most harmonious of the echoes which Parnassus could raise on the occasion, the other metrical essays must have been wretched things indeed. But the muse at that time was not a refined muse. If a laureate would only find rhyme, decency and logic were gladly dispensed with. The prince was very zealous and painstaking in introducing his bride to the people. For this purpose they were often together at the theater. On one of these occasions, the princess must have had but an indifferent idea of the civilization of the people over whom she fairly expected one day to reign as queen consort. The occasion alluded to was on the 3rd of May, 1736, when great numbers of footmen assembled, with weapons, in a tumultuous manner, broke open the doors of Drury Lane Theatre, and fighting their way to the stage doors, which they forced open, they prevented the riot act being read by Colonel de Ville, who nevertheless arrested some of the ringleaders and committed them to Newgate. In this tumult, founded on an imaginary grievance that the footmen had been illegally excluded from the gallery, to which they claimed to go gratis, many persons were severely wounded, and the terrified audience hastily separated, the prince and princess, with a large number of persons of distinction, retiring when the tumult was at its highest. The Princess of Wales had never witnessed a popular tumult before, and, though this was ridiculous in character, it was serious enough of aspect to disgust her with that part of the majesty of the people which was covered with plush. The king, in spite of Sir Robert Walpole's threat, proceeded to Hanover in the month of May. Before he quitted England, he sent word to his son that, wherever the Queen Regent resided, there would be apartments for the Prince and Princess of Wales. Frederick looked upon this measure in its true light, namely as making him a sort of prisoner, and preventing the possibility of two separate courts in the king's absence. The prince determined to disobey his father and thwart his mother. When the queen removed from one residence to another, he feigned preparations to follow her, and then feigned obstructions to them. He pleaded an illness of the princess which did not exist, and was surprised that his medical men declined to back up his lie by another of their own. The queen, on her side, feigning anxious interest in her daughter-in-law, visited her in that imaginary illness, but the patient, who was first said to be suffering from measles, then from a rash, was finally declared to be really indisposed with a cold, and was kept in a darkened room and was otherwise so trained to deceive that Caroline left the bedside as wise as when she went into it. In this conduct towards his mother, Frederick was chiefly influenced by his ill humor at the Queen being appointed regent. When she opened the commission at Kensington, which she always did as soon as she received intelligence of the landing of the king in Holland, Frederick would not attend the council, but contrived to reach the palace just after the members had concluded their business. End of section 18.
Section 19 of Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1, by Dr. John Doran. Chapter 6, At Home and Over the Water. The Queen and Walpole govern the kingdom. The bishops reproved by the Queen. Good wishes for the bishops entertained by the king. Anecdote of Bishop Hare. Riots. An infernal machine. Wilson the smuggler and the Porteous mob. General Moyle. Coldness of the Queen for the king. Walpole advises Her Majesty. Unworthy conduct of Caroline and vice of her worthless husband. Questionable fidelity of Madame Walmodern. Conduct of the Princess at the Chapel Royal. The Princess and her doll. Pasquinades, etc. on the King. Farewell Royal Supper at Hanover. Dangerous voyage of the King. Anxiety of the court about him. Unjust blame thrown on Admiral Wagner. The Queen congratulates the King on his escape. The King's warm reply. Discussions about the Prince's revenue. Investigation into the affairs of the Porteous mob. The Queen and the bill for reduction of the national debt. Vice in high life universal. Represented on the stage occasions the censorship. Animosity of the Queen and princesses towards Prince Frederick. Though the king delegated all royal power to the Queen as regent during his absence, he exercised his kingly office when in Hanover by signing commissions for officers. The Queen would not consent that objection should be taken to this course followed by her husband, or that any representation should be made to him on the subject. Such acts, indeed, did not interfere with her great power as regent, a power which she wielded in union with Walpole. These two persons governed the kingdom according to their own counsels, but the minister nevertheless placed every conclusion at which he and the Queen had arrived before the Cabinet Council by the obsequious members, of which the conclusions, whatever they were sanctioned and the necessary documents signed. Thus Walpole, by the side of the Queen, acted as independently as if he had been king, but of his acts he managed to make the Cabinet share with him the responsibility. The office exercised by the Queen was far from being a sinecure or exempt from great anxieties, but it was hardly more onerous than that which she exercised during the King's residence in England. Her chief troubles, she was wont to say, were derived from the bishops. If Caroline could not speak so harshly of the prelates, generally or individually, as her husband, she could reprove them, when occasion offered, with singular asperity. We may see an instance of this in the case of the episcopal opposition to the Mortman and to the Quakers' relief bills, but especially to the latter. This particular bill had for its object to render more easy the recovery of tithes from Quakers. The latter did not ask for exemption, but for less oppression in the method of levying. The court wished that the bill should pass into law. Sherlock, now Bishop of Salisbury, wrote a pamphlet against it, and the prelates, generally led by Gibson, Bishop of London, stirred up all the dioceses in the kingdom to oppose it, with a cry of "the Church in danger." Sir Robert Walpole represented to the Queen that all the bishops were blamable, but that the chief blame rested upon Sherlock, whose opposition was described as being as little to be justified in point of understanding and policy as in integrity and gratitude. Sir Robert declared that he was at once the dupe and the willing follower of the Bishop of London, and that both were guilty of endeavoring to disturb the quiet of the kingdom. The first time Dr. Sherlock appeared at court after this, the Queen chid him extremely, and asked him if he was not ashamed to be overreached in this manner by the Bishop of London. She accused him of being a second time the dupe of the latter prelate, who was charged with having misled him in a matter concerning the advancement of Dr. Rundle to an episcopal see. How, she asked him, could he be blind and weak enough to be running his nose into another's dirt again? As for the king, he spoke of the prelates on this occasion with his usual softness. They were, according to the hereditary defender of the faith, a parcel of black, canting, hypocritical rascals. They were silly, impertinent fellows, presuming to dictate to the crown, as if it were not the duty of a bishop to exercise this boldness when emergency warranted and occasion suited. Both bills were passed in the Commons. The Mortman Bill, to prevent the further alienation of lands by Will and Mortman, passed the Lords, but the Quakers' Relief Bill was lost there by a majority of 2. The Queen was far from desiring that the bishops should be so treated as to make them in settled antagonism with the crown. She one day ventured to say something in this spirit to the king. It was at a time when he was peevishly impatient to get away to Hanover, to the society of Madame Walmoden, and to the young son born there since his departure. He is reported to have exclaimed to Caroline, when she was gently urging a more courteous treatment of the bishops, "I am sick to death of all this foolish stuff, and wish with all my heart that the devil may take all your bishops, and the devil take your minister, and the devil take the Parliament, and the devil take the whole island, provided I can get out of it and go to Hanover." What Caroline meant by moderation of behavior towards the bishops it is hard to understand, for when Doctors Sherlock and Hare complained to her that, in spite of their loyalty to the crown, they were nightly treated with great coarseness and indignity by lords closely connected with the court, Caroline spoke immediately in the harsh tone and strong terms ordinarily employed by her consort, and said that she could more easily excuse Lord Hervey, who was chiefly complained of as speaking sharply against them in Parliament. "I can easier excuse him," exclaimed Her Majesty, "for throwing some of the Bishop of London's dirt upon you than I can excuse all you other fools, who love the Bishop of London no better than he does, for taking the Bishop of London's dirt upon yourselves." She claimed a right to chide the prelates soundly, upon the ground that she loved them deeply, and she made very liberal use of the privilege she claimed. Bishop Hare, in replying, called Lord Hinton, one of Lord Hervey's imitators, his ape. The Queen told this to Lord Hervey, who answered that his ape, if he came to know that such a term had been applied to him, would certainly knock down the Queen's baboon. Caroline, with a childish spirit of mischief, communicated to Hare what she had done, and what her vice-chancellor had said upon it. The terrified prelate immediately broke the third commandment, exclaiming, "Good God, madam, what have you done? As for Lord Hervey, he will satisfy himself, perhaps with playing his wit off upon me, and calling me old baboon, but for my Lord Hinton, who has no wit, he will knock me down." The vice-chamberlain, who reports the scene, says, "This tallied so ridiculously with what Lord Hervey had said to the Queen that she burst into a fit of laughter, which lasted some minutes before she could speak, and then she told the bishop, 'That is just, my good lord, what Lord Hervey did do, and what he said the ape would do.' The Queen, however, promised that no harm should come to the prelate." No inconsiderable amount of harm, however, was inflicted on many of the prelates, including Hare himself. Walpole was disposed to translate him when an advantageous opportunity offered, but Hervey showed him good reason for preferring Pliant Potter than of Oxford. Gibson, the Bishop of London, had been looking to be removed to Canterbury, whenever Dr. Wake's death there should cause a vacancy. He expected, however, that in accordance with his wish, Sherlock would succeed him in London. The Queen was disposed to sanction the arrangement, but she was frightened out of it by Walpole and Hervey. She accordingly advised Sherlock to go down to his diocese and live quietly, to let the spirit he had raised so foolishly against him here subside, and to reproach himself only if he had failed, or should fail, of what he wished should be done and she had wished to do for him. During the absence of the king in 1736 in Hanover, the Queen Regent had but an uneasy time of it at home. First, there were corn riots in the West, which were caused by the attempts of the people to prevent the exportation of corn, and which could only be suppressed by aid of the military. Next, there were labor riots in the metropolis in consequence of the market being overstocked by Irish laborers who offered to work at lower rates than the English, and which also the bayonet alone was able to suppress. Thirdly, the coasts were infested by smugglers whom the prospect of the hangman could not deter from their exciting vocation, and who not only killed revenue officers in very pretty battles, but were heartily assisted by the country people who looked upon the contrabandists as most gallant and useful gentlemen. Much sedition was mixed up with the confusion which arose from these tumultuary proceedings, for wherever the people were opposed in their inclinations, they immediately took to cursing the Queen, especially, not however sparing the King, nor forgetting in their street ovations to invoke blessings upon James III. It was indeed the fashion for every aggrieved person to speak of George II, in his character of Elector of Hanover, as a foreign prince. When this was done by a non-juring clergyman named Dixon, who exploded an innocent infernal machine in Westminster Hall, to the great terror of judges and lawyers, which scattered papers over the hall denouncing various acts of Parliament, first that against the sale of gin in unlicensed places, then the act for building Westminster Bridge, the one to suppress smuggling, and that which enabled a foreign prince to borrow £600,000 of money sacredly appropriated to the payment of our debts. The Lord Chancellor and the Chief Justice were so affrighted that they called the escapade a treason. Caroline summoned a council thereon, and, having at last secured the half-mad and destitute offender, they co-signed him to rot in a gaol, although, as Lord Hervey says, the lawyers should have sent him to Bedlam, and would have sent him to Tyburn. The popular fury was sometimes so excited that it was found necessary, as in the Michaelmas of this year, to double the guards who had the care of her sacred majesty at Kensington. The populace had determined upon being drunk when, where, and how they liked. The government had resolved that they should not get drunk upon gin at any but licensed places, and thereupon the majesty of the people became so furious that even the person of Caroline was hardly considered safe in her own palace. Nor were riots confined only to England. A formidable one broke out in Edinburgh based upon admiration for a smuggler named Wilson, who had cleverly robbed a revenue officer as well as defrauded the revenue. The mob thought it hard that the poor fellow should be hanged for such little foibles as these, and though they could not rescue him from the gallows, they raised a desperate tumult as he was swung from it. The town guard fired upon the rioters by order of their captain. Porteous and several individuals were slain. The captain was tried for this alleged unlawful slaying and was condemned to die. But Caroline, who admired promptness of character, stayed the execution by sending down a reprieve. The result is well known. The mob broke open the prison and inflicted lynch law upon the captain, hanging him in the marketplace amid a shower of curses and jeers against Caroline and her reprieve. The indignation of the Queen Regent was almost uncontrollable. She was especially indignant against General Moyle, commander of the troops, who had refused to interfere to suppress the riot. He was tolerably well justified in his refusal, for the magistrates of Edinburgh, ever ready to invoke assistance, were addicted to betray them who rendered it to the gallows if the riot was suppressed by shedding the blood of the rioters. His conduct on this occasion was further regulated by orders from his commander-in-chief. Caroline had no regard for any of the considerations which governed the discreet general, and, in the vexation of her chafed spirit, she declared that Moyle deserved to be shot by order of a court-martial. It was with great difficulty that her ministers and friends succeeded in softening the asperity of her temper. Even Sir Robert Walpole, who joined in representing that it were better to hold Moyle harmless, maintained in private that the general was fool, knave, or coward. Lord Hervey says that the Queen resented the conduct of the Scotch on this occasion, as showing a tendency to shake off all government, and I believe was a little more irritated from considering it in some degree as a personal affront to her, who had sent down Captain Porteous's reprieve, and had she been told half what was reported to have been said of her by the Scotch mob on this occasion, no one could think that she had not ample cause to be provoked. To return to the domestic affairs of Caroline, it is to be observed that the Queen had not seen the King leave England with indifference. She was aware that he was chiefly attracted to Hanover by the unblushing rival who, on his departure thence, had drunk amid smiles and tears to his speedy return. His departure, therefore, something affected her proud spirit, and she was for a season depressed. But business acted upon her as a tonic, and she was occupied and happy, yet not without her hours of trial and vexation until the time approached for the king's return. Bitter, however, were her feelings when she found that return protracted beyond the usual period, for the king to be absent on his birthday was a most unusual occurrence, and Caroline felt that the rival must have some power indeed who could thus restrain him from indulgence in old habits. She was, however, as proud as she was pained. She began to grow cool in her ceremony and attentions to the king. She abridged the ordinary length of her letters to him, and the usual 4 pages were shortened into some 7 or 8. Her immediate friends, who were aware of this circumstance, saw at once that her well-known judgment and prudence were now in default. They knew that to attempt to insinuate reproach to the king would arouse his anger and not awaken his sleeping tenderness. They feared lest her power over him should become altogether extinct, and that his majesty would soon as little regard his wife by force of habit as he had long ceased to do by readiness of inclination. It was Walpole's conviction that the king's respect for her was too firmly based to be ever shaken. Faithless himself, he reverenced the fidelity and sincerity which he knew were in her, and if she could not rule by the heart, it was certain that she might still continue supreme by the head, by her superior intellect. Still, the minister recognized the delicacy and danger of the movement, and, in an interview with Caroline, he made it the subject of as extraordinary a discussion as was ever held between minister and royal mistress, between man and woman. Walpole reminded her of faded charms and growing years, and he expatiated on the impossibility of her ever being able to establish supremacy in the king's regard by power of her personal attractions. It is a trait of her character worth noticing that she listened to these unwelcome but almost unwarrantably expressed truths with immovable patience. But Walpole did not stop here. He urged her to resume her long letters to the king, and to address him in terms of humility, submissiveness, duty, and tender affection, and he set the climax on what one might also be authorized to consider his impudence, by recommending her to invite the king to bring Madame Walmoden with him to England. At this counsel the tears did spring into the eyes of Caroline. The softened feeling, however, only maintained itself for a moment. It was soon forgotten in her desire to recover or retain her power. She promised to obey the minister in all he had enjoined upon her, but Walpole, well as he knew her, very excusably conjectured that there must still be enough of the mere woman in her to induce her to refuse to perform what she had promised to accomplish. He was, however, mistaken. It is true indeed that her heart recoiled at what the head had resolved, but she maintained her resolution. She conversed calmly with Walpole on the best means of carrying it out. But the minister put no trust in her assertions until such a letter as he had recommended had actually been dispatched by her to the king. She rallied Walpole on his doubts of her, but praised him for his abominable counsel. It was this commendation which alarmed him. He could believe in her reproof, but he affirmed that he was always afraid when Caroline daubed. However, he was now obliged to believe, for the queen spoke calmly of the coming of her rival, allotted rooms for her reception, devised plans and projects for rendering her comfortable, and even expressed her willingness to take her into her own service. Walpole opposed this, but she cited the case of Lady Suffolk, upon which the minister observed with infinite moral discrimination that there was a difference between the king's making a mistress of the queen's servant and making a queen's servant of his mistress. The people might reasonably look upon the first as a very natural condition of things, while the popular virtue might feel itself outraged at the second. Caroline said nothing, but wrote certainly the most singular letter that ever wife wrote to a husband. It was replied to by a letter also the most singular that ever husband addressed to a wife. The king's epistle was full of admiration at his consort's amiable conduct, and of descriptions of her rival's bodily and mental features. He extolled the virtues of his wife, and then expressed a wish that he could be as virtuous as she. "But," wrote he in very elegant French, "you know my passions, my dear Caroline, you know my weaknesses, there is nothing in my heart hidden from you, and would to God," exclaimed the mendacious, blaspheming libertine, "would to God that you could correct me with the same faculty with which you apprehend me. Would to God that I could imitate you as well as I admire you, and that I could learn of you all the virtues which you make me see, feel, and love." The queen, then, had not only to look after the affairs of the kingdom in the monarch's absence, but to assist him with her advice for the better management of his love affairs in Hanover. With all Madame Walmoden's affected fidelity towards him, he had good grounds for suspecting that his interest in her was shared by less noble rivals. The senile dupe was perplexed in the extreme. One rival named as being on too familiar terms with the lady was a Captain von der Schulenburg, a relation of the Duchess of Kendal. There was a little drama enacted by all three parties as complicated as a Spanish comedy, and full of love passages, rope ladders, and lying. The closing scene exhibits the lady indignant in asserting her innocence, and the wretched monarch too happy to put faith in her assertions. When left alone, however, he addressed a letter to his wife, asking her what she thought of the matter, and requesting her to consult Walpole, as a man who has more experience in these sort of matters, my dear Caroline, than yourself, and who, in the present affair, must necessarily be less prejudiced than I am. There never was an epithet of obloquy which this miserable fellow flung at his fellow men which might not have been more appropriately applied to himself. Caroline, doubtless, gave the counsel that was expected from her, and then, having settled to the best of her ability this very delicate affair, she was called upon to interfere in a matter more serious. The young Princess of Wales had scandalized the whole royal family by taking the sacrament at the German Lutheran chapel. Serious remonstrance was made to her on the subject, but the young lady shed tears and pleaded her conscience. Religious liberty, however, was not a thing to be thought of, and she must take the sacrament according to the forms prescribed by the Church of England. She resisted the compulsion until it was intimated to her that if she persisted in the course on which she had entered, there was a possibility that she might be sent back to Saxe-Gotha. Upon that hint she at once joined the Church of England. She had no more hesitation than a Lutheran or Catholic German princess who marries into the Tsar's family has of at once accepting all which the Greek Church enjoins, and which the lady neither cares for nor comprehends. Nor was this the only church matter connected with the princess which gave trouble to the queen. The case of conscience was followed by a case of courtesy, or rather perhaps of the want of it. The queen attended divine service regularly in the chapel in Kensington Palace, and set a good example of being early in her attendance, which was not followed by the Prince and Princess of Wales, when they also were in residence at the palace. It was the bad habit of the latter, doubtless at the instigation of her husband, not to enter the chapel till after the service had commenced and the queen was engaged in her devotions. The princess had then, in order to get to the seat allotted to her to pass by the queen, a large woman in a small pew. The scene was unbecoming in the extreme, for the princess passed in front of her majesty, between her and the prayer book, and there was much confusion and unseemliness in consequence. When this had been repeated a few times, the queen ordered Sir William Toby, the princess's chamberlain, to introduce his royal mistress by another door than that by which the queen entered, whereby her royal highness might pass to her place without indecorously incommoding her majesty. The prince would not allow this to be done, and he only so far compromised the matter by ordering the princess, whenever she found the queen at the chapel before herself, not to enter at all, but to return to the palace. Caroline, offended as she was with her son, would not allow him to pretend that she was as difficult to live with as his father, and so concealed her anger. Lord Hervey so well knew that the prince wished to render the queen unpopular, that he counselled his royal mistress not to let her son enjoy a grievance that he could trade upon. Lord Hervey said he could wish that if the prince was to sit down in her lap, that she would only say she hoped he found it easy. For the princess, the queen had nothing but a feeling which partook mostly of a compassionate regard. She knew her to be really harmless, and thought her very dull company, which, for a woman of Caroline's intellect and power of conversation, she undoubtedly was. The woman of cultivated mind yawned wearily at the truisms of the commonplace young lady, and made an assertion with respect to her which bespoke a mind more coarse than cultivated. "Poor creature," said Caroline of her young daughter-in-law, "were she to spit in my face, I should only pity her for being under such a fool's direction, and wipe it off." The fool, of course, was the speaker's son. The young wife, it must be confessed, was something childish in her ways. Nothing pleased her better than to play half through the day with a large jointed doll. This she would dress and undress and nurse and fondle at the windows of Kensington Palace, to the amusement and wonder rather than to the edification of the servants in the palace and the sentinels beneath the windows. The Princess Caroline almost forgot her gentle character in chiding her sister-in-law, and desiring her not to stand at the window during these operations on her baby. The Princess Caroline did not found her reproach upon the impropriety of the action, but upon that of allowing it to be witnessed by others. The lower people, she said, thought everything ridiculous that was not customary, and the thing would draw a mob about her and make her la Colnay talk disagreeably. The act showed the childishness of her character at that time, a childishness on which her husband improved by getting her to apply, through the Queen, for the King's consent to allow her to place Lady Archibald Hamilton upon her household. Frederick informed his young wife of the position in which the world said the lady stood with regard to him, but he assured her that it was all false. Augusta believed, or affected to believe, or was perhaps indifferent, and Lady Archibald was made lady of a bedchamber, privy purse, and mistress of the robes to the princess, with a salary of £900 a year. While the ladies of the court discussed the subject of the king, his wife, his favourite, and the favourite of the prince, and seriously canvassed the expediency of bringing Madame Wilmot into England, there were some who entertained an idea that it would be well if the sovereign himself could be kept out of it. The people took to commiserating Caroline, and many censured her husband for his infidelity, while others only reproved him because that faithlessness was made profitable to foreigners, and not to fairer frailty at home. In the meantime, his double taste for his electorate and the ladies there was caricatured in various ways. Pasquinades imitated that his Hanoverian Majesty would condescend to visit his British dominions at a future stated period. A lame, blind, and aged horse with a saddle and a pillion behind it was sent to wander through the streets with an inscription on the forehead, which begged that nobody would stop him, as he was, the King's Hanoverian equipage, going to fetch his Majesty and his to England. The most stinging satire of all was boldly affixed to the walls of St. James's Palace, and was to this effect: "Lost or strayed out of this house, a man who has left a wife and 6 children on parish. Whoever will give any tidings of him to the churchwardens of St. James's Parish, so as he may be got again, shall receive 4 shillings and 6pence reward. Nota bene, this reward will not be increased, nobody judging him to deserve a crown." The king himself was rather gratified than otherwise with satires which imputed to him a gallantry, as it is erroneously called, of disposition. He was only vexed when censure was gravely directed against him, which had reference to the incompatibility of his pursuits with his position, his age, and his infirmities. He preferred being reproved as profligate rather than being considered past the period when profligacy would be venial. Previous to his return to England, he expressed a wish to the Queen that she would remove from Kensington to St. James, on the ground that it would be better for her health, and she would be easier of access to the ministers. The road between London and the suburban locality, which may now be said to be a part of it, was at the period alluded to in so wretched a condition that Kensington Palace was more remote from the metropolis than Windsor Castle is now. Caroline understood her husband too well to obey. She continued as regent to live in retirement, and this affectation of disregard for the outward splendor of her office was not unfavorably looked upon by the king. The Queen's rule of conduct was not, however, that which best pleased her son. Frederick declared his intention of leaving the suburban palace for London. Caroline was vexed at the announcement of an intention which amounted, in other words, to the setting up of a rival court, particularly after the orders which had been communicated from the king to the Prince of Wales, through the Duke of Grafton. Frederick wrote a note in reply like that of his mother's in French, in which he intimated his willingness to remain at Kensington as long as the Queen Regent made it her residence. The note was probably written for the Prince by Lord Chesterfield. Caroline inflicted considerable annoyance on her son by refusing to consider him as the author of the note, which, by the way, Lord Hervey thought might have been written by young Pitt, but certainly not by Lord Chesterfield. The note itself is only quoted from memory by Lord Hervey, who says that Lord Chesterfield would have written better French, as well as with more turns and points. It closely resembles the character of Lord Chesterfield's letters in French, which were never so purely French, but there could be detected in them phrases which were mere translations of English idioms, and it was precisely because of such a fault that Caroline had suspected that the note was written by an Englishman born. The fact remains to be noticed that, in spite of the promise made by the Prince to remain at Kensington, he really removed to London, but as his suite was left in the suburbs, he considered that his pledge was honourably maintained. Frederick's conduct seemed to have arisen from a fear of its being supposed that he was governed by others. Had it been the queen's interest to rule him by letting him suppose that he was free from the influence of others, she would have done it as readily and as easily as in the case of the king. The queen considered him so far unambitious that he did not long for his father's death. But Lord Hervey showed her that if he did not, the creditors who had lent him money, payable with interest at the king's decease, were less delicate in this matter, and that the demise of the king might be so profitable to many as to make the monarch's speedy death a consummation devoutly to be wished. The life of the sovereign was thus put in present peril, and Lord Hervey suggested to the queen that it would be well were a bill brought into Parliament, making it a capital offence for any man to lend money for a premium at the king's death. To be sure, replied the queen, it ought to be so, and pray talk a little with Sir Robert Walpole about it. Meanwhile, Frederick, Prince of Wales, exhibited a liberality which charmed the public generally, rather than his creditors in particular, by forwarding £500 to the Lord Mayor for the purpose of releasing poor freemen of the city from prison. The act placed the prince in a strong contrast with his father, who had been squandering large sums in Germany. The king's departure from Hanover for England took place in the night of the 7th to the 8th of December, after one of those brilliant and festive farewell suppers which were now given on such occasions by the Circe or Cynthia of the house. Wine and tears, no doubt, flowed abundantly, but as soon as the scene could be decently brought to an end, the royal lover departed and arrived on the 11th at Helvoetsluys. His daughter Anne was lying sick almost to death at the Hague, where her life had with difficulty been purchased by the sacrifice of that of the little daughter she had borne. The king, however, had not leisure for the demonstration of any parental affection, and he hurried on without even inquiring after the condition of his child. Matter-of-fact people are usually tender, and if not tender, courteously decent people. The king was a matter-of-fact person enough, but even in this he acted like those highly refined and sentimental persons in whom affection is ever on their lips and venom in their hearts. The wind was fair, and all London was in expectation, but without eagerness, of seeing once more their galliard of a king, with his grave look among them. But the wind veered, and a hurricane blew from the west with such violence that every one concluded, if the king had embarked, he must necessarily have gone down, and royal convoy of ships perished with him. Bets were laid upon the event, and speculation was busy in every corner. The excitement was naturally great, for the country had never been in such uncertainty about their monarch. Wagers increased. Walpole began to discuss the prospects of the royal family and probable conduct of the possible new sovereign, the little regard he would have for his mother, the faithless guardian he would be over his brother and sisters, and the bully and dupe he would prove by turns of all with whom he came in contact. Lord Hervey and Queen Caroline discussed the same delicate question, and the latter, fancying that her son already assumed in public and in her presence the swagger of a new greatness, and that he was bidding for popularity, would not listen to Lord Hervey's assurances that she would be able to rule him as easily as she had done his father. She ridiculed his conduct, called him a fool and ass, and averred that while the thought of some things he did made her feel sick, the idea of the popularity of Fritz made her vomit. As hour was added to hour amid all the speculation and trouble, and still Caesar came not, reports of loss of life at sea became rife. At Harwich, guns had been heard at night booming over the waters. People had come to the conclusion that they were guns of distress fired from the royal fleet, the funeral dirge of itself and the monarch. Communication of this gratifying conclusion was made to Caroline. Prince Frederick kindly prepared her for the worst. Lord Hervey added the expression of his fears that the worst was not very far off, and the Princess Caroline began meditating upon the hatred of her brother for mamma and the little chance there would be of her obtaining a liberal provision from the new king. The queen was more concerned than she chose to acknowledge, but when gloomy uncertainty was at its highest, a courier whose life had been risked with those of the ship's crew with whom he came over, in order to inform Caroline that her consort had not risked his own, was flung ashore miraculously at Yarmouth, whence, hastening to St. James's, he relieved all apprehensions and crushed all expiring hopes, by the announcement that his Majesty had never embarked at all, and was still at Helvoetsluys, awaiting fine weather and favouring gales. The fine weather came, and the wind was fair for bringing the royal wanderer home. It remained so just long enough to induce all the king's anxious subjects to conclude that he had embarked, and then wind and weather became more tempestuous and adverse than they were before, and now people set aside speculation and confessed to a conviction that his Majesty lived only in history. During the former season of doubt, Caroline had solaced herself or whiled away her time by reading Rollin and affecting to make light of all the gloomy reports which were made in her hearing. There was now, however, more cause for alarm. By ones and twos and fours, the ships which had left Helvoetsluys with the king were flung upon the English coast, or succeeded in making separate harbors in a miserably wrecked condition. All the intelligence they had brought was, that his Majesty had embarked, that they had set sail in company, that an awful hurricane had arisen, that Sir Charles Wagner had made signal for every vessel to provide for its own safety, and that the last seen of the royal yacht was that she was tacking, and they only hoped that his Majesty might have succeeded in getting back to Helvoetsluys. Some in England echoed that loyally expressed hope, others only desired that the danger intimated by it might have been wrought out to its full end. End of section 19. Section 20 of Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1, by Dr. John Doran. Chapter 6, At Home and Over the Water, continued. Christmas Day at St. James's was the very gloomiest of festive times, and the evening was solemnly spent in round games of cards. The Queen, indeed, did not know of the disasters which had happened to the royal fleet, but there was uncertainty enough touching the fate of her royal husband to make even the reading of Rollin appear more decent than playing at basset and cribbage. Meanwhile, the ministers and court officials stood round the royal table and discoursed on trivial subjects, while their thoughts were directed toward their storm-tossed master. On the following morning, Sir Robert Walpole informed Her Majesty of the real and graver aspect of affairs. The heart of the tender woman at once melted, and Caroline burst into tears unrestrainedly. The household of the heir apparent, on the other hand, began to wear an aspect as though the wished-for inheritance had at last fallen upon it. The day was Sunday, and the Queen resolved upon attending chapel as usual. Lord Hervey thought her weak in determining to sit up to be stared at. He had no idea that a higher motive might influence a wife in dread uncertainty as to the fate of her husband. Caroline, it is true, was not influenced by any such high motive. She simply did not wish that people should conclude from her absence that the sovereign had perished, and she would neglect no duty belonging to her position till she was relieved from it by law. She accordingly appeared at chapel as usual, and in the very midst of the service a letter was delivered to her from the king, in which the much-vexed monarch told her how he had set sail, how the fleet had been scattered, how he had been driven back to Helvoetsluys after beating about for some 20 hours, and how it was all the fault of Sir Charles Wagner, who had hurried him on board on assurance of wind and tide being favorable and of there being no time to be lost. The joy of Caroline was honest and unfeigned. She declared that her heart had been heavier that day than ever it had been before, and that she was still indeed anxious touching the fate of one whose life was so precious, not merely to his family, but to all Europe, and that, but for the impatience and indiscretion of Sir Charles Wagner, the past great peril would never have been incurred. The Admiral was entirely blameless. The king had deliberately misrepresented the circumstances. It was the royal impatience which had caused all the subsequent peril. The sovereign, weary of waiting for a wind, declared that if the admiral would not sail, he would go over in a packet-boat. Sir Charles maintained he could not. "Be the weather what it may," said the king, "I am not afraid." "I am," was the laconic remark of the seaman. George remarked that he wanted to see a storm, and would sooner be 12 hours in one than be shut up for 24 hours more at Helvoetsluys. 12 hours in a storm, cried Sir Charles. 4 hours would do your business for you. The admiral would not sail till the wind was fair, and he remarked to the king that although his Majesty could compel him to go, "I," said Sir Charles, "can make you come back again." The storm, which arose after they did set sail, was most terrific in character, and the escape of the voyagers was of the narrowest. The run back to the Dutch coast was not effected without difficulty. On landing, Sir Charles observed, "Sir, you wish to see a storm. How does your Majesty like it?" "So well," said the king, "that I never wish to see another." The admiral remarked in one of his private letters, giving a description of the event, that his Majesty was at present as tame as any about him, An epithet, said Lord Hervey, that his Majesty, had he known it, would, I fancy, have liked, next to the storm, the least of anything that happened to him. How is the wind for the king? Was the popular query at the time of this voyage, and the popular answer was, like the nation, against him. And when men who disliked him because of his vices or of their political hopes remarked that the sovereign had been saved from drowning, they generally added the comment that it was God's mercy and 1,000 pities. The anxiety of Caroline for the king's safety had, no doubt, been very great, so great that in it she had forgotten sympathy for her daughter in her hour of trial. Lord Hervey will not allow that the Queen had any worthier motive for her anxiety than her apprehension of her son's ascending to the throne, as there were no lengths she did not think him capable of going to pursue and ruin her. She comforted herself by declaring that, had the worst happened, she would still have retained Lord Hervey in her service, and have given him an apartment in her jointure house, old Somerset House. She added, too, that she would have gone down on her knees to beg Sir Robert Walpole to continue to serve the son as he had done the father. All this is not so self-denying as it seems. In retaining Lord Hervey, whom her son hated, she was securing one of her highest pleasures, and by keeping Sir Robert in the service of the prince, she would have governed the latter as she had done his father. Gross as the king was in his acts, he was choice and refined when he chose in his letters. The epistle where he wrote in reply to the congratulations of the Queen on his safety is elegant, touching, warm, and apparently sincere. In spite of all the danger I have incurred in this tempest, my dear Caroline, and notwithstanding all I have suffered, having been ill to an excess which I thought the human body could not bear, I assure you that I would expose myself to it again, and again to have the pleasure of hearing the testimonies of your affection with which my position inspired you. This affection which you testify for me, this friendship, this fidelity, the inexhaustible goodness when you show for me, and the indulgence which you have for all my weaknesses, are so many obligations which I can never sufficiently recompense, can never sufficiently merit, but which I also can never forget. The original French runs more prettily than this, and adapts itself well to the phrases which praise the Queen's charms and attractions with all the ardor of youthful swain for blushing nymph. The Queen showed the letter to Walpole and Hervey with a remark that she was reasonably pleased with, but not unreasonably proud of, it. The gentlemen came to the conclusion that the master whom they served was the most incomprehensible master to whom service was ever rendered. He was a mere old cajoler, deceiving the woman whom he affected to praise, and only praising her because she let him have an unconstrained course in vice, while she enjoyed one in power. At length, after a detention of 5 weeks at Helvoetsluys, the king arrived at Lowestoft. The Queen received information of his coming at 4 o'clock in the morning after a sleepless night, caused by illness both of mind and body. When Walpole repaired to her at 9, she was still in bed, and the good Princess Caroline was at her side, trying to read her to sleep. Walpole waited until Her Majesty had taken some repose, and meanwhile the Prince of Wales and the Princess Amelia, who was distrusted by her brother and by her mother because she affected to serve each while she betrayed both, entered into a gossiping sort of conference with him in the antechamber. The prince was all praise, the minister all counsel. Walpole perhaps felt that the heir apparent who boasted that, when he appeared in public, the people shouted, crown him, was engaging him to lead the first administration under a new reign. The recent prospect of such a reign being near at hand had been a source of deep alarm to Caroline, and also of distaste. She would have infinitely preferred that Frederick should have been disinherited, and his brother William advanced to his position as heir apparent. The king arrived in town on the 15th of January, 1737. He came in sovereign good humor, greeted all kindly, was warmly received, and was never tired of expatiating on the admirable qualities of his consort. An observer, indifferently instructed, would not have thought that this contemptible personage had a mistress, who was the object of more ardent homage than he ever paid to that wife whom he declared to be superior to all the women in the world. He was fervent in his eulogy of her, not only to herself but to Sir Robert Walpole, and indeed was only peevish with those who presumed to inquire after his health. The storm had something shaken him, and he was not able to open Parliament in person, but nothing more sorely chafed him than an air of solicitude and inquiry after his condition by loyal servitors, who got nothing for their plans but the appellations of puppies. He soon, however, had more serious provocation to contend with. The friends of the Prince of Wales compelled him, little reluctant, to bring the question of his income before Parliament. The threat to take this step alarmed Walpole, by whose advice a message was sent from the king and delivered by the lords of the council to the prince, whereby the proposal was made to settle upon him the £50,000 a year which he now received in monthly payments at the king's pleasure, and also to settle a jointure, the amount of which was not named, upon the princess. Both their majesties were unwilling to make this proposition, but Walpole assured them that the submitting it to the prince would place his royal highness in considerable difficulty. If he accepted it, the king would get credit for generosity, and if he rejected it, the prince would incur the blame of undutifulness and ingratitude. The offer was made, but it was neither accepted nor refused. The prince expressed great gratitude, but declared his inability to decide, as the conduct of the measure was in the hands of others, and he could not prevent them from bringing the consideration of it before Parliament. The prince's friends, and indeed others beside his friends, saw clearly enough that the king offered no boon. His Majesty simply proposed to settle upon his son an annual income amounting to only half of what Parliament had granted, on the understanding of it being allotted to the prince. The king and queen maintained with equal energy, and not always in the most delicate manner, that the Parliament had no more right to interfere with the appropriation of this money than the body has with the allowances made by any father to his son. The rage of the queen was more unrestrained than that of her husband, and she was secretly indignant against Walpole for having counselled that an offer should be made which had failed in its object, and had not prevented the matter being brought before Parliament. The making of it, however, had doubtless some influence upon the members, and helped in a small way to increase the majority in favour of the government. The excitement in the court circle was very great when an address to the king was moved for by the Pulteney, suggesting the desirableness of the prince's income being increased. The consequent debate was one of considerable interest, and was skilfully maintained by the respective adversaries. The prince's advocates were broadly accused of lying, and Caroline, at all times and seasons, in her dressing-room with Lord Hervey, and in the drawing-room with a crowded circle around her, openly and coarsely stigmatized her son as a liar and his friends as nasty Whigs. Great was her joy when, by a majority of 234 to 204, the motion for the address was defeated. There was even congratulation that the victory had cost the king so little in bribes, only £900, in divisions of £500, to one member and £400 to another, and even this sum was not positive purchase money of votes for this especial occasion, but money promised to be paid at the end of the session for general service, and only advanced now because of the present particular and well-appointed assistance rendered. Let us do the prince the justice to say that, in asking that his income might be doubled, he did not ask that the money should be drawn from the public purse. When Bub Doddington first advised him to apply to Parliament for a grant, his answer was spirited enough. The people have done quite enough for my family already, and I wouldn't rather beg my bread from door to door than be a charge to them. What he asked for was that out of his father's civil list of nearly £1,000,000 per annum, he might be provided with a more decent revenue than a beggarly of 50,000 a year, paid at his father's pleasure. Pulteney's motion was denounced by ministers as an infraction of the king's prerogative. Well, Frederick could not get to the cash he coveted from the king, and he would not take it from the public. Bub Doddington had advised him to apply to Parliament, and he rewarded Bub for the hint by easing him occasionally of a few thousands at play. He exulted in winning. "I have just nicked Doddington," said he on one occasion, "out of £5,000, and Bub has no chance of ever getting it again." The battle, however, was not yet concluded. The prince's party resolved to make the same motion in the Lords which had been made in the Commons. The king and queen, meanwhile, considered that they were released from their engagement, whereby the prince's revenue was not to be placed entirely in his own power. They were also anxious to eject their son from St. James's. Good counsel, nevertheless, prevailed over them to some extent, and they did not proceed to any of the extremities threatened by them. In the meantime, the scene within the palace was one to make a very stoic sigh. The son had daily intercourse with one or both of his parents. He led the queen by the hand to dinner, and she could have stabbed him on the way, for her wrath was more bitter than ever against him for the reason that he had introduced her name, through his friends, in the parliamentary debate, in a way which she considered must compromise her reputation with the people of England. He had himself declared to the councillors who had brought him the terms of the king's offer that he had frequently applied through the queen for an interview with the king, at which an amicable arrangement of their differences might be made, but that she had prevented such an interview by neglecting to make the prince's wishes known to his father. This story was repeated by the prince's friends in Parliament, and Caroline called heaven and earth to witness that her son had grossly and deliberately lied. In this temper, the two often sat down to dinner at the same table. As for the king, although Frederick attended the royal levees and stood near his royal sire, the latter never affected to behold or to consider him as present, and he invariably spoke of him as a brainless, impertinent puppy and scoundrel. The motion for the address to the king, praying him to confer a jointure on the princess and to settle £100,000 a year out of the civil list on the prince, was brought before the House of Peers by Lord Cartier. That nobleman so well served his royal client that, before bringing forward the motion, he made an apology to the Queen, declaring that office had been forced on him. The exercise thereof was a decided failure. The Lords rejected the motion on a division of 103 to 40, the minority making strong protest against the division of the House, and in very remarkable language. The latter did not trouble their Majesties, and this settling of the question helped to restore Walpole to the royal favour from which he had temporarily fallen. There was another public affair which gave the Queen as much perplexity as any of her domestic troubles. This was the investigation into the matter of the Portress riot at Edinburgh, with the object of punishing those who were most to blame. It is not necessary to detail this matter at any length, or indeed further than the Queen was personally connected with it. She was exceedingly desirous that it should be decided on its merits, and that it should not be made a national matter of. On this account she was especially angry with the Duke of Newcastle, on whom she laid the blame of having very unnecessarily dragged up to London such respectable men as the Scotch judges. And she asked him what the devil he meant by it. While the affair was still pending, but after the judges had been permitted to go back again, the Queen remarked to Lord Hervey she should be glad to know the truth, but believed she should never come at it. Whether the Scotch judges had been really to blame or not in the trial of Captain Porteous, for between you and the Bishop of Salisbury, Sherlock, said she, who each of you convinced me by turns, I am as much in the dark as if I knew nothing at all of the matter. He comes and tells me that they are all as black as devils, you that they are as white as snow, and whoever speaks last I believe. I am like that judge you talk of so often in the play, Grippus I think you call him, who after one side has spoken, begged the others might hold their tongue for fear of puzzling what was clear to him. I am Queen Grippus, and since the more I hear the more I am puzzled, I am resolved I will hear no more about it. But let them be in the right or the wrong, I own to you I am glad they are gone. The city of Edinburgh was ultimately punished by the deposition of its provost, Mr. Wilson, who was declared incapable of ever serving his Majesty, and by the imposition of a fine of £2,000 sterling. The mulct was to go to the cook-maid widow of Captain Porteous, and make her, with most unconjugal joy, bless the hour in which her husband was hanged. The conduct of Caroline when Sir John Bernard proposed to reduce the interest on the national debt from 4 to 3%, again presents her to us in a very unfavourable light. Not only the Queen, but the King also was most energetically opposed to the passing of the bill. People conjectured that their Majesties were large fundholders, and were reluctant to lose a quarter of the income thence arising for the good of the nation. The bill was ultimately thrown out, chiefly through the opposition of Walpole. By this decision the House stultified its own previous accorded permission by 220 to 157 for the introduction of the bill. Horace Walpole, the brother of Sir Robert, was one of those who voted first for and then against the bill, or first against and then for his brother. We must once more draw from Lord Hervey's graphic pages to show what followed at court upon such a course. Horace Walpole, though his brother made him vote against the 3%, did it with so ill a grace, and talked against his own conduct so strongly and so frequently to the Queen, that her Majesty held him at present in little more esteem or favour than the Duke of Newcastle. She told him that because he had some practice in treaties, and was employed in foreign affairs, he began to think he understood everything better than anybody else, and that it was really quite new his setting himself up to understand the revenue, money matters, and the House of Commons better than his brother. Oh, what are you all but a rope of sand that would crumble away in little grains, one after another, if it was not for him? And whenever Horace had been with her speaking on these subjects, besides telling Lord Hervey when he came to see her How like an opinionative fool Horace had talked before them, she used to complain of his silly laugh hurting her ears and his dirty body offending her nose, as if she had never had the two senses of hearing and smelling, in all her acquaintance with poor Horace, till he had talked for 3%. Sometimes she used to cough and pretend a wretch with talking of his dirt, and would often bid Lord Hervey open the window to purify the room of the stink Horace had left behind him, and call the pages to burn sweets to get it out of the hangings. She told Lord Hervey she believed Horace had a hand in the craftsman, for that once, warmed in disputing on this 3% affair, he had more than hinted to her that he guessed her reason for being so zealous against this scheme was her having money in the stocks. When such coarseness was common at court, we need not be surprised that dramatic authors, whose office it is to hold the mirror up to nature, should have attempted to make some reflection thereon, or to take license therefrom, and give additional coarseness to the stage. Walpole's virtuous indignation was excited at this liberty, a liberty taken only because people in his station and far above his station, by their vices and coarseness, justified the license. It was this vice, and not the vices of dramatic authors, which first fettered the drama and established a censorship. The latter was set up not because the stage was wicked, but in order that it should not satirize the wickedness of those in high station. The Queen was exceedingly delighted to see a gag put upon both Talia and Melpomene. The vice was hideous. They who care to stir the offensive mass will find proof enough of this hideousness in the account given by Lady Deloraine, the wife of Mr. Windham, of the King's courtship of her and his consequent temporary oblivion of Madame Walmoden. This new rival of the Queen, a charming doll of 35 years of age, was wooed by the King in a strain which the stage would hardly have reproduced, and his suit was commented upon by the lady, in common conversation with lords and ladies, with an unctuousness of phrase, a licentiousness of manner, and a coolness of calculation, such as would have disgraced the most immodest of women. This coarseness of sentiment and expression was equally common. When it was said that Lord Cartier was writing a history of his times, and that noble author himself alleged that he was engaged in giving fame to the Queen, the latter one morning noticed the alleged fact to Lord Hervey. The King was present, and His Majesty remarked, "I dare say he will paint you in fine colours, the dirty liar." "Why not?" asked Caroline. "Good things come out of dirt sometimes. I have ate very good asparagus raised out of dung." When it was said that not only Lord Cartier but that Lords Bolingbroke and Chesterfield were also engaged in writing the history of their times, the Queen critically anticipated that all the three histories would be 3 heaps of lies, but lies of very different kinds, she said. Bolingbroke's would be great lies, Chesterfield's little lies, and Cartier's lies of both sorts. It may be added that where there were vice and coarseness, there was little respect for justice or for independence of conduct. The placeman who voted according to his conscience, when he found his conscience in antagonism against the court, was invariably removed from his place. In concluding this chapter, it may be stated that when Frederick was about to bring forward the question of his revenue, the Queen would fain have had an interview with the son she alternately despised and feared, to persuade him against pursuing this measure, the carrying out of which she dreaded as prejudicial to the King's health in his present enfeebled state. Caroline, however, would not see her son, for the reason, as the mother alleged, that he was such an incorrigible liar that he was capable of making any mendacious report of the interview, even of her designing to murder him. She had, in an interview with him at the time of the agitation connected with the Excise Bill, been compelled to place the Princess Caroline concealed within hearing, that she might be a witness in case of the Prince, her brother, misrepresenting what had really taken place. When the King learned the Prince's intentions, he took the matter much more coolly than the Queen. Several messengers, however, passed between the principal parties, but nothing was done in the way of turning the Prince from his purpose. It was an innocent purpose enough indeed, as he represented it. The Parliament had entrusted to the King a certain annual sum for the Prince's use. The King and Queen did not so understand it, and he simply applied to Parliament to solicit that august body to put an interpretation on its own act. The supposed debilitated condition of the King's health gave increased hopes to the Prince's party. The Queen, therefore, induced him to hold levées and appear more frequently in public. His improvement in health and good humour was a matter of disappointment to those who wished him dying and feared to see him grow popular. The animosity of the Queen and her daughter Caroline against the Prince of Wales was ferocious. The mother cursed the day on which she had borne the son who was for ever destroying her peace, and would end, she said, by destroying her life. There was no opprobrious epithet which she did not cast at him, and they who surrounded the queen and princess had the honor of daily hearing them hope that God would strike the son and brother dead with apoplexy. Such enmity seems incredible. The gentle Princess Caroline's gentlest name for her brother was that nauseous beast, and in running over the catalogue of crimes of which she declared him capable, if not actually guilty, she did not hesitate to say that he was capable of murdering even those whom he caressed. Never was family circle so cursed by dissension as this royal circle, in which the parents hated the son the parents deceived one another, the husband betrayed the wife deluded the husband, the children were at mutual antagonism, and truth was a stranger to all. End of section 20.
Section 21 of the Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1, by Dr. John Doran. Chapter 7. The Birth of an Heiress. Russian invasion of the Crimea. Announcement of an heir disbelieved by the Queen. Princess of Wales conveyed to St. James by the Prince in a state of labor. Birth of a princess. Hampton Court Palace on this night. The palace in an uproar. Indignation of Caroline. Reception of the Queen by the Prince. Minute particulars afforded her by him. Explanatory notes between the royal family. Message of the King. His severity to the Prince. The Princess Amelia double-sided. Message of Princess Caroline to the Prince. Unseemly conduct of the Prince. The Prince an agreeable rattle. The Queen's anger never subsided. The Prince ejected from the palace. The Queen and Lord Carteret. Reconciliation of the royal family attempted. Popularity of the Prince. The Queen's outspoken opinion of the Prince. An interview between the King, Queen, and Lord Hervey. Bishop Sherlock and the Queen. The King a purchaser of lottery tickets. The Parliament, having passed a land tax bill of 2 shillings in the pound, exempted the Prince of Wales from contributing even the usual 6pence in the pound on his civil list revenue, and settled a dowry on his wife of £50,000 per annum, peremptorily rejecting Sir John Bernard's motion for decreasing the taxation which weighed most heavily on the poor. The public found matter for much speculation in these circumstances, and they alternately discussed them with the subject of the aggressive ambition of Russia. The latter power was then invading the Crimea with 2 armies, under Munich and Lachey. The occupier of the Muscovite throne stooped to the mendacity to veil the real object of the war, and there were Russian officers not ashamed to be assassins, murdering the wounded foe who they found lying helpless in their path. The interest in all home and foreign matters, however, was speedily lost in that which the public took in the matter, which soon presented itself, of the accession of an heir to the direct hereditary line of Brunswick. The prospect of the birth of a lineal heir to the throne ought to have been one of general joy in a family whose own possession of the line was contested by the disinherited heir of the Stuart line. The prospect, however, brought no joy with it on the present occasion. It was not till within a month of the time for the event that the Prince of Wales officially announced to his father, on the best possible authority, the probability of the event itself. Caroline appears at once to have disbelieved the announcement. She was so desirous of the succession falling to her second son, William, that she made no scruple of expressing her disbelief of what to most other observers was apparent enough. She questioned the princess herself with more closeness than even the position of a mother-in-law could justify. But for every query the well-trained Augusta had one stereotyped reply: "I don't know." Caroline, on her side, resolved to be better instructed. "I will positively be present," she exclaimed, "when the promised event takes place," adding, with her usual broadness of illustration, "It can't be got through as soon as one can blow one's nose, and I am resolved to be satisfied that the child is hers." These suspicions, of which the Queen made no secret, were, of course, well known to her son. He was offended by them, offended, too, at a peremptory order that the birth of the expected heir should take place in Hampton Court Palace, and he was, moreover, stirred up by his political friends to exhibit his own independence and to oppose the royal wish, in order to show that he had a proper spirit of freedom. Accordingly, twice he brought the princess to London, and twice returned with her to Hampton Court. Each time the journey had been undertaken on symptoms of indisposition coming on, which, however, passed away. At length, one evening, the prince and princess, after dining in public with the king and queen, took leave of them for the night, and withdrew to their apartments. Up to this hour the princess had appeared to be in her ordinary health. Tokens of supervening change came on, and the prince at once prepared for action. The night, the 31st of July, was now considerably advanced, and the Princess of Wales, who had hitherto been eager to obey her husband's wishes in all things, was now too ill to do anything but pray against them. He would not listen to such petitions. He ordered his coach to be got ready and brought round to a side entrance of the palace. The lights in the apartment were in the meantime extinguished. He consigned his wife to the strong arms of Desnoyers, the dancing master, and Bloodworth, an attendant, who dragged rather than carried her downstairs. In the meantime, the poor lady, whose life was in very present peril and sufferings extreme, prayed earnestly to be permitted to remain where she was. Subsequently, she protested to the Queen that all that had been done had taken place at her own express desire. However this may be, the prince answered her prayers and moans by calling on her to have courage, upbraiding her for her folly, and assuring her with a very manly complacency that it was nothing and would soon be over. At length the coach was reached. It was the usual capacious vehicle of the time, and into it got not only the prince and princess, but Lady Archibald Hamilton and 2 female attendants. Viriat, who was not only a valet de chambre, but a surgeon and an accoucheur, mounted the box. Bloodworth, the dancing master, and 2 or 3 more got up behind. The prince enjoined the strictest silence on such of his household as remained at Hampton Court, and therewith the coach set off at a gallop, not for the prince's own residence at Kew, but for St. James's Palace, which was at twice the distance. At the palace nothing was prepared for them. There was not a coach ready for the exhausted lady, who had more than once on the road been, as it seemed, upon the point of expiring. Not even a bed was ready for her to lie down and repose upon. No sheets were to be found in the whole palace, or at least in that part over which the prince had any authority. For lack of them, Frederick and Lady Hamilton aired a couple of tablecloths, and these did the service required of them. In the meantime, notice had been given to several officers of state and to the more necessary assistants required to be present at the imminent event. Most of the great officers were out of the way. In lieu of them arrived the Lord President, Wilmington, and the Lord Privy Seal, Godolphin. In their presence was born a daughter, whom Lord Hervey designated as a little rat, and described as being no bigger than a toothpick case. Perhaps it was the confusion which reigned before and at her birth which had some influence on her intellects in afterlife. She was an extremely pretty child, not without some mental qualifications. But she became remarkable for making observations which inflicted pain and embarrassment on those to whom they were addressed. In after years, she also became the mother of that Caroline of Brunswick, who herself made confusion worse, confounded in the family into which she was received as a member. That Caroline whom we recollect as the consort of George IV and the protectress of Baron Bergami. At Hampton Court, the king and queen concluded that their dear son and heir had, with his consort, relieved his illustrious parents of his undesired presence for the night, thought nothing so little as of that son having taken it into his head to perform a trick which might have been fittingly accompanied by the beggars' opera chorus of Hurrah for the Road. No comedy has such a scene as that enacted at Hampton Court on this night. While the prince was carrying off the princess, despite all her agonizing entreaties, the rest of the royal family were quietly amusing themselves in another part of the palace, unconscious of what was passing. The king and Princess Amelia were at commerce below stairs. The queen, in another apartment, was at quadrille, and the Princess Caroline and Lord Hervey were soberly playing at cribbage. They separated at 10, were all in bed by 11, perfectly ignorant of what had been going on so near them. At a little before 2 o'clock in the morning, Mrs. Tichborne entered the royal bedchamber when the queen, waking in alarm, asked her if the palace was on fire. The faithful servant intimated that the prince had just sent word that Her Royal Highness was on the point of becoming a mother. A courier had just arrived, in fact, with the intelligence. The queen leaped out of the bed and called for her morning gown, wherein to hurry to the room of her daughter-in-law. When Tichborne intimated that she would need a coach as well as a gown, for that Her Royal Highness had been carried off to St. James, the queen's astonishment and indignation were equally great. On the news being communicated to the king, his surprise and wrath were not less than the queen's, but he did not fail to blame his consort as well as his son. She had allowed herself to be outwitted, he said. A false child would despoil her own offspring of their rights, and this was the end of all her boasted care and management for the interests of her son, William. He hoped that Anne would come from Holland and scold her. "You deserve," he exclaimed, "anything she can say to you." The queen answered little, lest it should impede her in her haste to reach London. In half an hour she had left the palace, accompanied by her 2 daughters, and attended by 2 ladies and 3 noblemen. The party reached St. James by 4 o'clock. As they ascended the staircase, Lord Hervey invited Her Majesty to take chocolate in his apartments after she had visited the princess. The queen replied to the invitation with a wink and a significant intimation that she certainly would refuse to accept of any refreshment at the hands of her son. One would almost suppose that she expected to be poisoned by him. The prince, attired according to the hour in nightgown and cap, met his august mother as she approached his apartments, and kissed her hand and cheek, according to the mode of his country and times. He then entered garrulously into details that would have shocked the delicacy of a monthly nurse, but, as Caroline remarked, she knew of a good many of them to be lies. She was cold and reserved to the prince, but when she approached the bedside of the princess, she spoke to her gently and kindly, womanly in short, and concluded by expressing a fear that Her Royal Highness had suffered extremely, and a hope that she was doing well. The lady, so sympathizingly addressed, answered somewhat flippantly that she had scarcely suffered anything, and that the matter in question was almost nothing at all. Caroline transferred her sympathy from the young mother to her newborn child. The latter was put into the queen's arms. She looked upon it silently for a moment, and then exclaimed in French, her ordinary language, "May the good God bless you, poor little creature. Here you are arrived in a most disagreeable world." The wish failed, but the assertion was true. The poor little creature was cursed with a long tenure of life, during which she saw her husband deprived of his inheritance, heard of his violent death, and participated in family sorrow, heavy and undeserved. After pitying the daughter thus born and commiserating the mother who bore her, Caroline was condemned to listen to the too minute details of the journey and its incidents made by her son. She turned from these to shower her indignation upon those who had aided in the flight, and without whose succor the flight itself could hardly have been accomplished. She directed her indignation by turns upon all, but she let it descend with particular heaviness on Lady Archibald Hamilton, and made it all the more pungent by the comment that, considering Lady Archibald's mature age and having been the mother of 10 children, she had years enough and experience enough and offspring enough to have taught her better things and greater wisdom. To all these winged words the lady attacked answered no further than by turning to the prince and repeating, "You see, sir," as though she would intimate that she had done all she could to turn him from the evil of his ways, and had gained only unmerited reproach for the exercise of a virtue which in this case was likely to be its own and its only reward. The prince was again inclined to become gossiping and offensive in his details, but his royal mother cut him short by bidding him get to bed. And with this message by way of farewell, she left the room, descended the staircase, crossed the court on foot, and proceeded to Lord Hervey's apartments, where there awaited her gossip more welcome and very superior chocolate. Over their cups, right merry were the Queen and her gallant vice-chamberlain at the extreme folly of the royal son. They were too merry for Caroline to be indignant, further than her indignation could be shown by designating her son by the very rudest possible of names, and showing her contempt for all who had helped him in the night's escapade. She acknowledged her belief that no foul play had taken place, chiefly because the child was a daughter. This circumstance was in itself no proof of the genuineness of the little lady, for if Frederick had been desirous of setting aside his brother William, his mother's favorite, from all hope of succeeding to the throne, the birth of a daughter was quite as sufficient for the purpose as that of a son. The Queen comforted herself by remarking that, at all events, the trouble she had taken that night was not gratuitous. It would at least, as she delicately remarked, be a good grimace for the public, who would contrast her parental anxiety with the marital cruelty and the filial undutifulness of the Prince of Wales. While this genial pair were thus enjoying their chocolate and gossip, the 2 princesses and 2 or 3 of the noblemen in attendance were doing the same in an adjoining apartment. Meanwhile, Walpole had arrived, and he had been closeted with the prince, who again had the supreme felicity of narrating to the unwilling listener all the incidents of the journey, in telling which he, in fact, gave to the minister the opportunity which Gyges was afforded by Candellus, or something like it, and for which Frederick merited, if not the fate of the heathen husband, at least the next severe penalty short of it. The sun was up long before the royal and illustrious party dispersed. The busy children of industry, who saw the Queen and her equipage sweep by them along the western road, must have been perplexed with attempts at guessing at the causes of Her Majesty being so early abroad in so wayworn a guise. The last thing they could then have conjectured was the adventure of the night, the scene at Hampton Court, the flight of the son with his wife, the pursuit of the royal mother with her 2 daughters, the occurrence at St. James, or indeed any of the incidents of the stirring drama that had been played out. From the hour when royalty had been suddenly aroused to that at which the Queen arrived at Hampton Court Palace, 8 in the morning, George II had troubled himself as little with conjecturing as his subjects. When the Queen detailed to him all that had passed, he poured out the usual amount of paternal wrath, and of the usual quality. He never was nice of epithet, and least of all when he had any to bestow upon his son. It was not spared now, and what was most liberally given was most bitter of quality. Meanwhile, both prince and princess addressed to their majesties explanatory notes in French, which explained nothing, and which, as far as regards the prince's notes, were in poor French and worse spelling. Everything, of course, had been done for the best, and the sole regret of the younger couple was that they had somehow, they could not guess how or wherefore, incurred the displeasure of the king and queen. To be restored to the good opinion of the latter was, of course, the one object of the involuntary offenders' lives. In short, they had had their way, and having enjoyed that exquisite felicity, they were not reluctant to pretend that they were extremely penitent for what had passed. The displeasure of Caroline and her consort at the unfeeling conduct of Frederick was made known to the latter neither in a sudden nor an undignified way. It was not till the 10th of September that it may be said to have been officially conveyed to the prince. On that day the king and queen sent a message to him from Hampton Court by the Dukes of Grafton and Richmond and the Earl of Pembroke, who faithfully acquitted themselves of their unwelcome commission at St. James. The message was to the effect that the whole tenor of the prince's conduct for a considerable time had been so entirely void of all real duty that their majesties had long had reason to be highly offended with him, and until he withdrew his regard and confidence from those by whose instigation and advice he was directed and encouraged in his unwarrantable behavior to his majesty and the queen, and until he should return to his duty, he should not reside in a palace belonging to the king, which his majesty would not suffer to be made the resort of those who, under the appearances of an attachment to the prince, fomented the divisions which he had made in his family, thereby weakening the common interest of the whole. Their majesties further made known their pleasure that the prince should leave St. James with all his family when it could be done without prejudice or inconvenience to the princess. His Majesty added that he should, for the present, leave the care of his granddaughter until a proper time called upon him to consider her education. In consequence of this message, the prince moved to Kew on the 14th of September. The king and queen now not only treated their son with extraordinary severity and spoke of him in the coarsest possible language, but they treated in like manner all who were suspected of aiding and counseling him. Their wrath was especially directed against Lord Carteret, who had at first deceived them. That noble lord censured in their hearing a course of conduct in the prince which he had himself suggested, and in hearing of the heir apparent never failed to praise. When their majesties discovered this double dealing, and that an attempt was being made to convince the people that in the matter of the birth of the Princess Royal, the Queen alone was to blame for all the disagreeable incidents attending it, their anger was extreme. The feeling for Lord Carteret was shown when Lord Hervey one day spoke of him with some commiseration, his son having run away from school, and there being no intelligence of him, except that he had formed a very improper marriage. "Why do you pity him?" said the king to Lord Hervey. "I think it is a very just punishment that while he is acting the villainous part he does in debauching the minds of other people's children, he should feel a little what it is to have an undutiful puppy of a son himself." Fierce indeed was the family feud, and undignified as fierce. The Princess Amelia is said to have taken as double-sided a line of conduct as Lord Carteret himself, for which she incurred the ill will of both parties. The prince declared not only that he never would trust her again, but that should he ever be reconciled with the king and queen, his first care should be to inform them that she had never said so much harm of him to them as she had of them to him. The Princess Caroline was the more fierce partisan of the mother whom she loved, from the fact that she saw how her brother was endeavoring to direct the public feeling against the Queen. She was, however, as little dignified in her fierceness as the rest of her family. On one occasion, as Desnoyers, the dancing master, had concluded his lesson to the young princesses and was about to return to the prince, who made of him a constant companion, the Princess Caroline bade him inform his patron, if the latter should ever ask him what was thought of his conduct by her, that it was her opinion that he and all who were with him, except the Princess of Wales, deserved hanging. Desnoyers delivered the message with the assurances of respect given by one who acquits himself of a disagreeable commission to one whom he regards. How did the prince take it? Asked Caroline, when next Desnoyers appeared at Hampton Court. Well, madam, said the dancing master, he first spat in the fire, and then observed, Ah, Desnoyers, you know the way of that Caroline. That is just like her. She is always like that. Well, Mr. Desnoyers, remarked the princess, when next you see him again, tell him I think his observation is as foolish as his conduct. The exception made by the Princess Caroline of the Princess of Wales in the censure distributed by the former was not undeserved. She was the mere tool of her husband, who made no confidant of her, had not yet appreciated her, but kept her in the most complete ignorance of all that was happening around her, and much of which immediately concerned her. He used to speak of the office of wife in the very coarsest of terms, and did not scruple to declare that he would not be such a fool as his father was, who allowed himself to be ruled and deceived by his consort. In the meantime, he treated his mother with mingled contempt and hypocrisy. When 9 days after the birth of the little Princess Augusta, the Queen and her 2 daughters again visited the Princess of Wales, the prince, who met her at the door of the bedchamber, never uttered a single word during the period his mother remained in the room. He was as silent to his sisters, but he was the agreeable rattle with the members of the royal suite. The Queen remained an hour, and when she remarked that she was afraid she was troublesome, no word fell from the prince or princess to persuade her to the contrary. When the royal carriage had arrived to conduct her away, her son led her downstairs, and at the coach door, to make the mob believe that he was never wanting in any respect, he kneeled down in the dirty street and kissed her hand. As soon as this operation was over, he put Her Majesty into the coach and then returned to the steps of his own door, leaving his sisters to get through the dirt and the mob by themselves as they could. Nor did there come to the Queen any message, either from the prince or princess, to thank her afterwards for the trouble she had taken, or for the honor she had done them in this visit. This was the last time the mother and son met in this world. Horace Walpole well observes of the scene that it must have caused the Queen's indignation to shrink into mere contempt. The Queen's wrath never subsided beyond a cold expression of forgiveness to the prince when she was on her deathbed, but she resolutely refused to see him when that solemn hour arrived, a few months subsequently. She was blamed for this, but her contempt was too deeply rooted to allow her to act otherwise to one who had done all he could to embitter the peace of his father. She sent to him, it is said, her blessing and pardon, but conceiving the extreme distress it would lay on the king should he thus be forced to forgive so impenitent a son, or to banish him if once recalled, she heroically preferred a meritorious husband to a worthless child. Had the prince been sincere in his expressions when addressing either of his parents by letter after the delivery of his wife, it is not impossible but that a reconciliation might have followed. His studied disrespect toward the Queen was, however, too strongly marked to allow of this conclusion to the quarrel. he invariably omitted to speak of her as Your Majesty, Madam, and you were the simple and familiar terms employed by him. Indeed, he more than once told her that he considered that the Prince of Wales took precedence of the High Queen Consort, at which Caroline would contemptuously laugh and assure her dear Fritz that he need not press the point, for even if she were to die, the king could not marry him. It was for mere annoyance's sake that he declared, at the end of August, after christening of his daughter, that she should not be called the Princess Augusta, but the Lady Augusta, according to the old English fashion. At the same time he declared that she should be styled Your Royal Highness, although such style had never been used toward his own sisters before their father's ascension to the crown. It will hardly be thought necessary to go through the documentary history of what passed between the sovereigns and their son before he was finally ejected from St. James's Palace. Wrong as he was in his quarrel, Fritz kept a better temper, although with as bitter a spirit as his parents. On the 13th of September, the day before that fixed on for the prince's departure, the Queen at breakfast every now and then repeated, I hope in God I shall never see him again. And the king, among many other paternal douceurs, in his valediction to his son, said, Thank God, tomorrow the puppy will be out of my house. The Queen thought her son would rather like than otherwise to be made a martyr of, but it was represented to her that however much it might have suited him to be made one politically, there was more disgrace to him personally in the present expulsion than he would like to digest. The king maintained that his son had not sense of his own to find this out, and that as he listened to only boobies, fools, and madmen, he was not likely to have his case truly represented to him. And then the king ran through the list of his son's household, and the Lord Carnarvon was set down as being a coxcombical and irate a fool as his master, Lord Townsend for a proud, surly booby, Lord North as a poor creature, Lord Baltimore as a trimmer, and Johnny Lumley, the brother of Lord Scarborough, as if nothing else, at least a stuttering puppy. Such, it is said, were the followers of a prince, of whom his royal mother remarked that he was a mean fool and a poor-spirited beast. While this dissension was at its hottest, the Queen fell ill of the gout. She was so unwell, so weary of being in bed, and so desirous of chatting with Lord Hervey that she now, for the first time, broke through the court etiquette, which would not admit a man, save the sovereign, into the royal bedchamber. The noble lord was with her there during the whole day of each day that her confinement lasted. She was too old, she said, to have the honor of being talked of for it, and so, to suit her humor, the old ceremony was dispensed with. Lord Hervey sat by her bedside, gossiped the livelong day, and on one occasion, when the Prince of Wales sent Lord North with a message of enquiry after her health, he amused the Queen by turning the message into very slipshod verse, the point of which is at once obscure and ill-natured, but which seems to imply that the prince would have been well content had the gout, instead of being in her foot, attacked her stomach. The prince had been guilty of no such indecency as this, but there was no lack of provocation to make him commit himself. When he was turned out of St. James, he was not permitted to take with him a single article of furniture. The royal excuse was that the furniture had been purchased on the prince's marriage at the king's cost and was his majesty's property. It was suggested that sheets ought not to be considered as furniture, and that the prince and princess could not be expected to carry away their dirty linen in baskets. "Why not?" asked the king. "It is good enough for them." Such were the petty circumstances with which Caroline and her consort troubled themselves at the period in question, They at once hurt their own dignity and made their son look ridiculous. The great partisan of the latter, Lord Baltimore, did not rescue his master from ridicule by comparing his conduct to that of the heroic Charles XII of Sweden. But the comparison was one to be expected from a man whom the king had declared to be, to a great degree, a booby, and in a trifling degree, mad. As soon as the prince had established himself at Kew, he was waited on by Lord Carteret, Sir William Wyndham, and Mr. Pulteney. The king could not conceal his anger under an affected contempt of these persons or their master. He endeavored to satisfy himself by abusing the latter and by remarking that they would soon be tired of the puppy, who was moreover a scoundrel and a fool, and who would talk more fiddle-faddle to them in a day than any old woman talks in a week. The prince continued to address letters both to the king and queen, full of affected concern expressed in rather impertinent phrases. The princess addressed others in which she sought to justify her husband's conduct, but as in all these notes there was a studied disrespect of Caroline, the king would neither consent to grant an audience to the offenders, nor would the queen interfere to induce him to relent. The queen, indeed, did not scruple to visit with her displeasure all those courtiers who showed themselves inclined to bring about a reconciliation. And yet she manifested some leaning toward Lord Carteret, the chief agent of her son. This disposition alarmed Walpole, who took upon himself to remind her that her minister could serve her purpose better than her son's, and that it was of the utmost importance that she should conquer in this strife. "Is your son to be bought?" said Walpole. "If you will buy him, I will get him cheaper than Carteret." Caroline answered only with a flood of grace, good words, favor, and professions of having full confidence in her own minister, that is, Walpole himself, who had served her so long and so faithfully. A trait of Caroline's character may here be mentioned as indicative of how she could help build up her own reputation for shrewdness by using the materials of others. Sir Robert Walpole, in conversation with Lord Hervey, gave him some account of an interview he had had with the Queen. The last named gentleman believed all the great minister had told him, because the Queen herself had, in speaking of the subject to Lord Hervey, used the precise terms now employed by Walpole. The subject was the lukewarmness of some of the noblemen about court to serve the king. The expression was, "People who keep hounds must not hang every one that runs a little slower than the rest, provided, in the main, they will go with the pack. One must not expect them all to run just alike and to be equally good." Hervey told Walpole of the use made by the Queen of this phrase, and Sir Robert, naturally enough, remarked, he was always glad when he heard she repeated as her own any notion he had endeavored to infuse, because it was a sign what he had labored had taken place. Meanwhile, the prince was of himself doing little that could tend to anything else than widen the breach already existing between him and his family. He spoke aloud of what he would do when he came to be king. His intentions, as reported by Caroline, that she, when she was queen dowager, should be fleeced, flayed, and minced. The Princess Amelia was to be kept in strict confinement, the Princess Caroline left to starve. Of the little princesses, Mary and Louisa, then about 14 and 13 years of age, he made no mention, and of his brother, the Duke of Cumberland, he always spoke with great affection of kindness. Despite this imprudent conduct, endeavors continued to be made by the prince and his friends in order to bring about the reconciliation which nobody seemed very sincere in desiring. The Duke of Newcastle had implored the Princess Amelia, for God's sake, to do her utmost to persuade the Queen to make things up with the prince before this affair was pushed to an extremity which might make the wound incurable. The Queen is said to have been exceedingly displeased with the Duke of Newcastle for thus interfering in the matter. The Princess of Wales, however, continued to write hurried and apparently earnest notes to the Queen, thanking her for her kindness in standing godmother to her daughter and treating her with Your Majesty, and especially defending her own husband, while affecting to deplore that his conduct, misrepresented, had incurred the displeasure of their Majesties. I am deeply afflicted, so runs a note of the 17th of September, at the manner in which the Prince's conduct has been represented to Your Majesties, especially with regard to the 2 journeys we made from Hampton Court to London the week previous to my confinement. I dare assure Your Majesties that the medical man and midwife were then of opinion that I should not be confined before the month of September, and that the indisposition of which I complained was nothing more than the colic. And besides, madam, is it credible that if I had gone twice to London with the design and in the expectation of being confined there, I should have returned to Hampton Court? I flatter myself that time and the good offices of Your Majesty will bring about a happy change in a situation of affairs, the more deplorable for me, inasmuch as I am the innocent cause of it. This letter, delivered as the King and Queen were going to chapel, was sent by the latter to Walpole, who repaired to the royal closet in the chapel, where Caroline asked him what he thought of this last performance. The answer was very much to the purpose. Sir Robert said, he detected "you lie, you lie, you lie," from one end of it to the other. Caroline agreed that the lie was flung at her by the writer. There was as much discussion touching the reply which should be sent to this grievously offending note as if it had been a protocol of the very first importance. One was for having it smart, another formal, another so shaped that it should kindly treat the princess as blameless and put an end to further correspondence, with some general wishes as to the future conduct of Fritz. This was done, and the letter was dispatched. What an effect it had upon the conduct of the person alluded to may be discerned in the fact that when on Thursday, the 22nd of September, the Prince and Princess received at Carlton House the Lord Mayor and Corporation of London, with an address of congratulation on the birth of the Princess Augusta, the Lords of the Prince's present council distributed to everyone in the room copies of the King's message to the Prince, ordering him to quit St. James, and containing the reflections against all persons who might even visit the Prince. The Lords, particularly the Duke of Marlborough and Lords Chesterfield and Carteret, deplored the oppression under which the Prince of Wales struggled. His Highness also spoke to the citizens in terms calculated, certainly intended to win their favor. He did not acquire all the popular favor he expected. Thus, when during the repairs of Carlton House he occupied the residence of the Duke of Norfolk in St. James Square, a residence which the Duke and Duchess refused to let him until they had obtained the sanction of the King and Queen, he reduced the number of his inferior servants, which made him many enemies among the lower sort of people. He also diminished his stud, and farmed all his tables, even that of the princess and himself. In other words, his tables were supplied by a cook at so much per head. His position was one, however, which was sure to procure for him a degree of popularity, irrespective of his real merits. The latter, however, were not great nor numerous, and even his own officers considered their interests far before those of him they served or deserted. At the theater, however, he was the popular hero of the hour, and when, once on being present at the representation of Cato, the words, "When vice prevails and impious men bear sway, the post of honor is a private station," were received with loud huzzas, the prince joined in the applause to show how he appreciated and perhaps applied the lines. Although the king's alleged oppression toward his son was publicly canvassed by the latter, the prince and his followers invariably named the queen as the true author of it. The latter, in commenting on this filial course, constantly sacrificed her dignity. "My dear lord," said Caroline once to Lord Hervey, "I will give it to you under my hand if you have any fear of my relapsing, that my dear firstborn is the greatest ass, and the greatest liar, and the greatest canal, and the greatest beast in the whole world, and I most heartily wish he was out of it." The king continued to treat him in much the same strain, adding courteously that he had often asked the queen if the beast were his son. "The queen was a great while," said he, "before her maternal affection would give him up for a fool, and yet I told her so before he had been acting as if he had no common sense." While so hard upon the conduct of their son, an entry from Lord Hervey's diary will show us what was their own, the king's with regard to decency and the queen's with respect to truth. Whilst the Queen was talking one morning touching George I's will and other family matters with Lord Hervey, the King opened the door to the further end of the gallery, upon which the Queen chid Lord Hervey for coming so late, saying that she had several things to say to him, and that he was always so long in coming after he was sent for, that she never had any time to talk with him. To which Lord Hervey replied that it was not his fault, for he always came the moment he was called, that he wished with all his heart the king had more love, or the Lady de Lorraine more wit, that he might have more time with her majesty, but that he thought it very hard that he should be snubbed and reproved because the king was old and Lady de Lorraine a fool. This made the queen laugh, and the king asking when he came up to her what it was at, she said it was at a conversation Lord Hervey was reporting between the prince and a Mr. Lyttleton on his being made secretary. The king desired him to repeat it. Lord Hervey got out of the difficulty as best he could. When the queen and my lord next met, she said, "I think I was one with you for your impertinence." To which Lord Hervey replied, "The next time you serve me so, madam, perhaps I may be even with you, and desire your majesty to repeat as well as report." It may be noticed here that both Frederick and the Queen's party published copies of the French correspondence which had passed between the two branches of the family at feud, and that in the translations appended to the letters, each party was equally unscrupulous in giving such turns to the phrases as should serve only one side, and injure the adverse faction. Bishop Sherlock, who set the good fashion of residing much within his own diocese, once ventured to give an opinion upon the prince's conduct, which at least served to show that the prelate was not a very finished courtier. Bishops who reside within their diocese and trouble themselves little with what takes place beyond it seldom are. The bishop said that the prince had lacked able counselors, had weakly played his game into the king's hands, and made a blunder which he would never retrieve. This remark provoked Caroline to say, "I hope, my lord, this is not the way you intend to speak your disapprobation of my son's measures anywhere else. For your saying that, by his conduct lately, he has played his game into the king's hands, one would imagine you thought the game had been before in his own, and though he has made his game still worse than it was, I am far from thinking that it ever was a good one, or that he had ever much chance to win." Caroline, and indeed her consort also, conjectured that the public voice and opinion were expressed in favor of the occupants of the throne from the fact that the birthday drawing-room of the 30th of October was the most splendid and crowded which had ever been known since the king's accession. That king himself probably little cared whether he were popular or not. He was at this time buying hundreds of lottery tickets out of the Secret Service money and making presents of them to Madame Walmoden. A few fell perhaps to the share of Lady de Lorraine. He'll give her a couple of tickets, said Walpole, and think her generously used. His Majesty would have rejoiced if he could have divided so easily his double possession of England and Hanover. He had long entertained a wish to give the electorate to his second son, William of Cumberland, and entertained a very erroneous idea that the English Parliament would assist him in altering the law of succession in the electorate. Caroline had perhaps not a much more correctly formed idea. She had a conviction, however, touching her son, which was probably better founded. I knew, she said, he would sell not only his reversion in the electorate, but even in this kingdom, if the Pretender would give him 500,000 or 600,000 pounds in present. But thank God he has neither the right nor power to sell his family, though his folly and his knavery may sometimes distress them. End of section 21, chapter 12. Birth of an Heiress. Read by Robert H. Cherny, Kissimmee, Florida, May 2025.
Section 22 of Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1, by Dr. John Doran. Chapter 8. Death of Caroline. Indisposition of the Queen. Her anxiety to conceal the cause. Walpole closeted with her. Her illness assumes a grave character. Obliged to retire from the drawing-room. Affectionate attentions of Princess Caroline. Continued bitter feeling toward the prince. Discussions of the physicians. Queen takes leave of the Duke of Cumberland. Parting scene with the king. Interview with Walpole. The prince denied the palace. Great patience of the queen. The archbishop summoned to the palace. Eulogy on the queen pronounced by the king. His oddities. The queen's exemplary conduct. Her death. Terror of Dr. Hulse. Singular conduct of the king. Opposition to Sir R. Walpole. Lord Chesterfield pays court to the prince's favourite. After the birth of the Princess Louisa on the 12th of December 1724, Caroline, then Princess of Wales, was more than ordinarily indisposed. Her indisposition was of such a nature that, though she made no allusion to it herself, her husband spoke to her on the subject. The princess avoided entering upon a discussion, and sought to satisfy the prince by remarking that her indisposition was nothing more than what was common to her health, position, and circumstances. For some years, although the symptoms were neglected, the disease wasn't aggravated. At length, more serious indications were so perceptible to George, who was now king, that he didn't conceal his opinion that she was suffering from rupture. This opinion she combated with great energy, for she had a rooted aversion to its being supposed that she was afflicted with any complaint. She feared lest the fact being known might lose her some of her husband's regard, or lead people to think that with personal infirmity her power over him had been weakened. The king again and again urged her to acknowledge that she suffered from the complaint he had named, and to have medical advice on the subject. Again and again she refused, and each time with renewed expressions of displeasure, until at last the king, contenting himself with expressing a hope that she wouldn't have to repent of her obstinacy, made her a promise never to allude to the subject again without her consent. The secret, however, was necessarily known to others also, and we can only wonder that, being so known, more active and effective measures were not taken to remedy an evil which, in our days at least, formidable as it may appear in name, is so successfully treated as almost to deserve no more serious appellation than a mere inconvenience. Under an appearance of at least fair health, Queen Caroline may be said to have been gradually decaying for years. Her pride and her courage wouldn't, however, allow of this being seen, and when she rose, as was her custom, to curtsy to the king, not even George himself was aware of the pain the effort cost her. Sir Robert Walpole was long aware that she suffered greatly from some secret malady, and it wasn't until after a long period of observation that he succeeded in discovering Her Majesty's secret. He was often closeted with her, arranging business that they were afterwards to nominally transact in presence of the king, and to settle, as he imagined, according to his will and pleasure. It was on some such occasion that Sir Robert made the discovery in question. The minister's wife had just died. She was about the same age as Caroline, and the Queen put to the minister such close physical questions and adverted so frequently to the subject of rupture, of which Sir Robert's wife didn't die, that the minister at once came to the conclusion that Her Majesty was herself suffering from that complaint. This was the case, but the fact was only known to the king himself, her German nurse, Mrs. Milburn, and one other person. A curious scene often occurred in her dressing-room and the adjoining apartment. During the process of the morning's toilette, prayers were read in the outer room by Her Majesty's chaplain, the latter kneeling the while beneath the painting of a nude Venus, which, as Dr. Maddox, a royal chaplain on service, once observed, was a very proper altarpiece. On these occasions, Walpole tells us that, to prevent all suspicion, Her Majesty would frequently stand some minutes in her shift talking to her ladies, and though labouring with so dangerous a complaint, she made it so invariable a rule never to refuse a desire of the king, that every morning at Richmond she walked several miles with him, and more than once, when she had the gout in her foot, she dipped her whole leg in cold water to be ready to attend him. The pain, her bulk, and the exercise threw her into such fits of perspiration as routed the gout, but those exertions hastened the crisis of her distemper. In the summer of 1737, she suffered so seriously that at length, on the 26th of August, a report spread over the town that the Queen was dead. The whole city at once assumed the guise of mourning. Gay summer or cheerful autumn dresses were withdrawn from the shop windows, and nothing was to be seen in their place but sables. The report, however, was unfounded. Her Majesty had been ill, but one of her violent remedies had restored her for the moment. She was thereby enabled to walk about Hampton Court with the king, but she wasn't equal to the task of coming to London on the 29th of the same month, when her granddaughter Augusta was christened, and King, Queen, and Duchess of Saxe-Gotha should sponsor by their proxies to the future mother of a future Queen of England. At length, in November 1737, the crisis above alluded to occurred, and Caroline's illness soon assumed a very grave character. Her danger, of which she was well aware, didn't cause her to lose her presence of mind, nor her dignity, nor to sacrifice any characteristic of her disposition or reigning passion. It was on Wednesday morning, the 9th of November, that the Queen was seized with the illness which ultimately proved fatal to her. She was distressed with violent internal pains, which Daffy's elixir, administered to her by Dr. Tassier, could not allay. The violence of the attack compelled her to return to bed early in the morning, but her courage was great, and the king's pity small, and consequently she rose, after resting for some hours, in order to preside at the usual Wednesday's drawing-room. The king had great dislike to see her absent from this ceremony. Without her, he used to say, there was neither grace, gaiety, nor dignity. And accordingly she went to this last duty with the spirit of a wounded knight who returns to the field and dies in harness. She wasn't able long to endure the fatigue. Lord Hervey was so struck by her appearance of weakness and suffering that he urged her with friendly peremptoriness to retire from a scene for which she was evidently unfitted. The Queen acknowledged her inability to continue any longer in the room, but she couldn't well break up the assembly without the king, who was in another part of the room, discussing the mirth and merits of the last uproarious burlesque extravaganza, The Dragon of Wantley. All London was then flocking to Covent Garden to hear Lamb's music and Carey's light nonsense. And Ryan's Hamlet wasn't half so much cared for as Reinald's Dragon, nor Mrs. Vincent's Ophelia so much esteemed as the Marjorie and Moxalinda of the two Mrs. Young. At length, His Majesty, having been informed of the Queen's serious indisposition and her desire to withdraw, took her by the hand to lead her away, roughly noticing at the same time that she had passed over the Duchess of Norfolk. Caroline immediately repaired her fault by addressing a few condescending words to that old well-wisher of her family. They were the last words she ever uttered on the public scene of her grandeur. All that followed was the undressing, after the great drama was over. In the evening Lord Hervey again saw her. He had been dining with the French ambassador, and he returned from the dinner at an hour at which people now dress before they go to such a ceremony. He was again at the palace by 7 o'clock. His duty authorized him, and his inclination prompted him to see the Queen. He found her suffering from increase of internal pains, violent sickness, and progressive weakness. Cordials and various calming remedies were prescribed, and while they were being prepared, a little usbach was administered to her, but neither whisky nor cordials nor calming draughts could be retained. Her pains increased, and therewith her strength diminished. She was throughout this day and night affectionately attended by the Princess Caroline, who was herself in extremely weak health, but who wouldn't leave her mother's bedside till 2 o'clock in the morning. The king then relieved her, after his fashion, which brought relief to no one. He didn't sit up to watch the sufferer, but in his morning gown lay outside the bed by the Queen's side. Her restlessness was very great, but the king didn't leave her space enough even to turn in bed, and he was so uncomfortable that he was kept awake and ill-tempered throughout the night. On the following day the Queen was bled, but without producing any good effect. Her illness visibly increased, and George was as visibly affected by it. Not so much so, however, as not to be concerned about matters of dress. With the sight of the Queen suffering before his eyes, he remembered that he had to meet the foreign ministers that day, and he was exceedingly particular in directing the pages to see that new ruffles were sewn to his old shirt-sleeves, whereby he might wear a decent air in the eyes of the representatives of foreign majesty. The Princess Caroline continued to exhibit unabated sympathy for the mother who had perhaps loved her better than any other of her daughters. The princess was in tears and suffering throughout the day, and almost needed as much care as the royal patient herself, especially after losing much blood by the sudden breaking of one of the small vessels in the nose. It was on this day that, to aid Broxham, who had hitherto prescribed for the Queen, Sir Hans Sloane and Dr. Hulse were called in. They prescribed for an obstinate internal obstruction which couldn't be overcome, and applied blisters to the legs, a remedy for which both King and Queen had a sovereign and silly disgust. On the 11th, the quiet of the palace was disturbed by a message from the Prince of Wales, making inquiry after the condition of his mother. His declared filial affection roused the king to a pitch of almost ungovernable fury. The royal father flung at the son every missile in his well-stored vocabulary of abuse. There really seemed something devilish in this spirit at such a time. In truth, however, the king had good ground for knowing that the assurances of the prince were based upon the most patent hypocrisy. The spirit of the dying queen was nothing less fierce and bitter against the prince and his adherents, that cartouche gang, as she was wont to designate them. There was no touch of mercy in her as regarded her feelings or expressions towards him, and her epithets were not less degrading to the utterer and to the object against whom they were directed than the king's. She begged her husband to keep her son from her presence. She had no faith, she said, in his assertions of concern, respect, or sympathy. She knew he would approach her with an assumption of grief, would listen dutifully, as it might seem, to her laments, would blubber like a calf at her condition, and laugh at her outright as soon as he had left her presence. It seems infinitely strange that it wasn't until the 12th of the month that the king hinted to the queen the propriety of a physician's knowing that she was suffering from rupture. Caroline listened to the suggestion with aversion and displeasure. She earnestly entreated that which had hitherto been kept secret should remain so. The king apparently acquiesced, but there's little doubt of his having communicated a knowledge of the fact to Ranby the surgeon, who was now in attendance. When the queen next complained of violent internal pain, Ranby approached her, and she directed his hand to the spot where she said she suffered most. Like the skilful man that he was, Ranby contrived at the same moment to satisfy himself as to the existence of the more serious complaint, and having done so, went up to the king and spoke to him in a subdued tone of voice. The queen immediately suspected what had taken place, and ill as she was, she railed at Ranby for a blockhead. The surgeon, however, made no mystery of the matter, but declared on the contrary that there was no time to be lost, and that active treatment must at once be resorted to. The discovery of the real malady which was threatening the queen's life, and which wouldn't have been so perilous had it not been so strangely neglected, cost Caroline the only tears she shed throughout her trying illness. Shipton and the able and octogenarian Bossier were now called in to confirm with the other medical men. It was at first proposed to operate with a knife, but ultimately it was agreed that an attempt should be made to reduce the tumour by less extreme means. The queen bore the necessary treatment patiently. Her chief watcher and nurse was still the gentle Princess Caroline. The latter, however, became so ill that the medical men insisted on bleeding her. She wouldn't keep her room, but lay dressed on a couch in an apartment next to that in which lay her dying mother. Lord Hervey, when tired with watching, and his post was one of extreme fatigue and anxiety, slept on a mattress at the foot of the couch of the Princess Caroline. The king retired to his own bed, and on this night the Princess Amelia waited on her mother. The following day, Sunday the 13th, was a day of much solemnity. The medical men announced that the wound from which the queen suffered had begun to mortify, and that death must speedily supervene. The danger was made known to all, and of all Caroline exhibited the least concern. She took a solemn and dignified leave of her children, always excepting the Prince of Wales. Her parting with her favourite son, the young Duke of Cumberland, was touching, and showed the depth of her love for him. Considering her avowed partiality, there was some show of justice in her concluding counsel to him that, should his brother Frederick ever be king, he should never seek to mortify him, but simply try to manifest a superiority over him only by good actions and merit. She spoke kindly to her daughter Amelia, but much more than kindly to the gentle Caroline, to whose care she consigned her two youngest daughters, Louisa and Mary. She appears to have felt as little inclination to see her daughter Anne as she had to see her son Frederick. Indeed, intimation had been given to the Prince of Orange to the effect that not only was the company of the princess not required, but that should she feel disposed to leave Holland for St. James's, he was to restrain her by power of his marital authority. The parting scene with the king was one of mingled dignity and farce, touching incident and crapulousness. Caroline took from her finger a ruby ring and put it on the finger of the king. She tenderly declared that whatever greatness or happiness had fallen to her share, she had owed it all to him, adding, with something very like profanity and general unseemliness, that naked she had come to him, and naked she would depart from him, for that all she had was his, and she had so disposed of her own that he should be her heir. The singular man to whom she thus addressed herself acted singularly, and for that matter, so also did his dying consort. Among her last recommendations made on this day was one enjoining him to marry. The king, overcome, or seemingly overcome, at the idea of being a widower, burst into a flood of tears. The queen renewed her injunctions that after her decease he should take a second wife. He sobbed aloud, but amid his sobbing he suggested an opinion that he thought that rather than take another wife he would maintain a mistress or two. "Eh, mon Dieu!" exclaimed Caroline. "The one doesn't prevent the other. Cela n'empêche pas." A dying wife might have shown some decency, but she could hardly have been more complacent. Accordingly, when after the above dignified scene had been brought to a close, the queen fell into a profound sleep. George kissed her unconscious cheeks 100 times over, expressed an opinion that she would never wake to recognition again, and gave evidence by his words and actions how deeply he really regarded the dying woman before him. It happened, however, that she did wake to consciousness again, and then, with his usual inconsistency of temper, he snubbed as much as he soothed her, yet without any deliberate intention of being unkind. She expressed a conviction that she should survive till the Wednesday. It was her peculiar day, she said. She'd been born on a Wednesday, she was married on a Wednesday, first became a mother on a Wednesday, was crowned on a Wednesday, and she was convinced she should die on a Wednesday. Her expressed indifference as to seeing Walpole is in strong contrast with the serious way in which she did hold converse with him on his being admitted to a parting interview. Her feeling of mental superiority over the king was exhibited in her dying recommendation to the minister to be careful of the sovereign. This recommendation being made in the sovereign's presence was but little relished by the minister, who feared that such a bequest, with the queen no longer alive to afford him protection, might ultimately work his own downfall. George, however, was rather grateful than angry at the Queen's commission to Walpole, and subsequently reminded him with grave good humour that he, the minister, required no protection, inasmuch as the Queen had rather consigned the King to the protection of the minister, and his kindness to the minister seemed to increase for the Queen's sake. The day, which opened with a sort of despair, closed with a faint prospect of hope. The surgeons declared that the mortification hadn't progressed, and Lord Hervey doesn't scruple to infer that it had never begun, and that the medical men employed were, like most of their colleagues, profoundly ignorant of that with which they professed to be most deeply acquainted. The fairer prospect was made known to the Queen in order to encourage her, but Caroline wasn't to be deceived. At 25, she remarked, she might have dragged through it, but at 55, it wasn't to be thought of. She still superstitiously looked to the Wednesday as the term of her career. All access to the palace had been denied alike to the Prince of Wales and to those who frequented his court, but in the confusion which reigned at St. James's, some members of the prince's family, or following, did penetrate to the rooms adjacent to that in which lay the royal sufferer, under pretence of an anxiety to learn the condition of her health. Caroline knew of this vicinity, called them ravens waiting to see the breath depart from her body, and insisted that they shouldn't be allowed to approach her nearer. Ample evidence exists that the conduct of the Prince of Wales was most unseemly at this solemn juncture. "We shall have good news soon," he was heard to say at Carlton House. "We shall have good news soon. She can't hold out much longer." There were people who were slow to believe that a son could exult at the idea of the death of his mother. These persons questioned his favourite, Lady Archibald Hamilton, as to the actual conduct and language adopted by him, and at such questions the mature mistress would significantly smile as she discreetly answered, "Oh, he's very decent." The prospect of the Queen's recovery was quite illusory and short-lived. She grew so rapidly worse that even the voices of those around her appeared to disturb her, and a notice was pinned to the curtain of her bed enjoining all present to speak only in the lowest possible tones. Her patience, however, was very great. She took all that was offered to her, however strong her own distaste, and when operations were proposed to her, she submitted at once, on assurance from the King that he sanctioned what the medical men proposed. She didn't lose her sprightly humour even when under the knife, and she once remarked to Renby, when she was thus at his mercy, that she dared say he was half sorry it wasn't his own old wife he was thus cutting about. But the flesh will quiver where the pincers tear, and even from Caroline terrible anguish would now and then extort a groan. She bade the surgeons nevertheless not to heed her silly complaints, but to do their duty, irrespective of her grumbling. All this time, there doesn't appear to have been the slightest idea in the mind either of the sufferer or of those about her that it would be well were Caroline unable to make her peace with God. The matter, however, did occupy the public thought, and public opinion pressed so strongly that rather than offend it, Walpole himself recommended that a priest should be sent for. The recommendation was made to the Princess Amelia, and in the obese minister's usual coarse fashion. "It will be quite as well," he said, "that the farce should be played. The Archbishop of Canterbury, Potter, would perform it decently, and the princess might bid him to be as short as she liked. It would do the Queen neither harm nor good, and it would satisfy all the fools who called them atheists, if they affected to be as great fools as they who called them so." Dr. Potter accordingly was summoned. He attended morning and evening. The king, to show his estimation of the person and his sacred office, invariably kept out of his wife's apartment while the archbishop was present. What passed isn't known, but it's clear that the primate, if he prayed with the queen, never administered the sacrament to her. Was this caused by her irreconcilable hatred against her son? It's said that Her Majesty's Mistress of the Robes, Lady Sunderland, had influenced the queen to countenance none but the heterodox clergy. Her conduct in her last moments was consequently watched with mingled anxiety and curiosity by more than those who surrounded her. The public generally were desirous of being enlightened on the subject. The public soon learned, indirectly at least, that the Archbishop hadn't administered to the Queen the solemn rite. On the last chime of his issuing from the royal bedchamber, he was assailed by the courtiers with questions like this: "My lord, has the Queen received?" All the answer given by the primate was, "Gentlemen, Her Majesty is in a most heavenly frame of mind." This was an oracular sort of response, and it may be said that if the Queen was in a heavenly frame of mind, she must have been at peace with her son, as well as with all men, and therefore in a condition to receive the administration of the rite with profit and thankfulness. It was known, moreover, that the Queen wasn't at peace with her son, and that she hadn't received. She therefore couldn't have been, as the Archbishop described her, in a most heavenly frame of mind. All that the public knew of her practical piety was that the Queen had been accustomed, or said she'd been accustomed, to read a portion of Butler's Analogy every morning at breakfast. It was of this book that Bishop Hoadley remarked that he could never even look at it without getting a headache. Meanwhile the king, who kept close in the palace, not stirring abroad and assembling around him a circle of hearers, expatiated at immense length upon the virtues and excellences of the companion who was on the eve of departure from him. There was no known or discoverable good quality which he didn't acknowledge in her, not only the qualities which dignify woman, but those which elevate men. With the courage and intellectual strength of the latter, she had the beauty and virtue of the former. He never tired of this theme, told it over again and again, and ever at an interminable length. The most singular item in his monster dissertation was his cool assurance to his children and friends that she was the only woman in the world who suited him for a wife, and that if she hadn't been his wife, he would rather have had her for his mistress than any other woman he had ever seen or heard of. This was the highest possible praise such a husband could bestow, and he doubtless loved his wife as well as a husband so trained could love a consort. His own sharp words to her, even in her illness, were no proof to the contrary, and amid tokens of his uncouth tenderness, observing her restless from pain and yet desirous of sleep, he would exclaim, "How the devil can you expect to sleep when you never lie still a moment?" This was meant for affection. So, too, was the remark made to her one morning when, on entering her room, he saw her gazing, as invalids are wont to gaze idly on vacancy with lacklustre eye. He roughly desired her to cease staring in that disagreeable way, which made her look, he said with refined gallantry, just like a calf with its throat cut. His praise of her, as Lord Hervey acutely suggested, had much of self-eulogy in view, and when he lauded her excellent sense, it had especial reference to that exemplification of it when she was wise enough to accept him for a husband. He wearied all hearers with the long stories which he recounted both of Caroline and himself, as he sat at night with his feet on a stool pouring out prosily his never-ending narrative. The Princess Amelia used to endeavour to escape from the tediousness of listening by pretending to be asleep, and to avenge herself for being compelled to listen by gross abuse of her royal father when he left the room, calling him old fool, liar, coward, and a driveller, of whose story she was most heartily sick. And so matters went on, progressively worse, until Sunday the 20th, the last day which Caroline was permitted to see upon earth. The circumstances attending the Queen's death were not without a certain dignity. "How long can this last?" said she to her physician Tessier. "It will not be long," was the reply, "before your Majesty will be relieved from this suffering." "The sooner the better," said Caroline. And then she began to pray aloud, and her prayer wasn't a formal one, fixed in a memory by repeating it from the Book of Common Prayer, but a spontaneous and extempore effusion, so eloquent, so appropriate, and so touching, that all the listeners were struck with admiration at this last effort of a mind ever remarkable for its vigor and ability. She herself manifested great anxiety to depart in a manner becoming a great queen, and, as her last moment approached, her anxiety in this respect appeared to increase. She requested to be raised in bed, and asked all present to kneel and offer up a prayer in her behalf. While this was going on, she grew gradually fainter, but at her desire water was sprinkled upon her so that she might revive and listen to or join in the petitions which her family, all but her eldest son who wasn't present, put up to heaven in her behalf. "Louder," she murmured more than once as someone read or prayed, "louder, that I may hear." Her request was complied with, and then one of her children repeated audibly the Lord's Prayer. In this Caroline joined, repeating the words as distinctly as failing nature would allow her. The prayer was just concluded when she looked fixedly for a moment at those who stood weeping around her, and then uttered a long-drawn, "So." It was her last word. As it fell from her lips, the dial on the chimney-piece struck 11. She calmly waved her hand, a farewell to all present and to the world, and then, tranquilly composing herself upon her bed, she breathed a sigh, and so expired. Thus died Caroline, and few queens of England have passed away to their account with more of mingled dignity and indecorum. On Thursday, the 15th of November, 1757, Sir Robert Walpole wrote as follows to his brother Horace. "The Queen was taken ill last Wednesday. It was explicitly declared and universally believed to be gout in the stomach. The case was thought to be so desperate that Sir Hans Sloane and Dr. Hulse were on Friday sent for, who totally despaired. Necessity at last discovered and revealed a secret which had been totally concealed and unknown. The Queen had a rupture, which is now known not to have been a new accident. But will it ever be believed that a life of this importance should be lost, or run thus near, by concealing human infirmities? To these accounts of the Queen's illness, it may be added that Nichols, in his Reminiscences, says that Dr. Sanders suggested that a cure might be effected by injecting warm water, and that Dr. Hulse approved of the remedy and method. It was applied, with no one present but the medical men just named, and though it signally failed, they pronounced it as having succeeded. Their terror was great, and when they passed through the outer apartments where the Duke of Newcastle congratulatingly hugged Hulse on his having saved the Queen's life, the doctor struggled with all his might to get away, lest he should be questioned upon a matter which involved perhaps more serious consequences than he could, in his bewilderment, then accurately calculate. The Princess Caroline, as soon as the Queen had apparently passed away, put a looking-glass to her lips, and finding it unsullied by any breath, calmly remarked, "'Tis over," and thenceforward ceased to weep as she had done while her mother was dying. The King kissed the face and hands of his departed consort with unaffected fervour. His conduct continued to be as singular as ever. He was superstitious and afraid of ghosts, and it was remarked on this occasion that he would have people with him in his bedroom as if their presence could have saved him from the visitation of spirit. In private, the sole subject of his conversation was Caroline. He loved to narrate the whole history of her early life and his own, their wooing and their wedding, their joys and vexations. In these conversations he introduced something about every person with whom he had ever been in anything like close connection. It was observed, however, that he never once mentioned the name of his mother, Sophia Dorothea, or in any way alluded to her. He purposely avoided this subject, but he frequently named the father of Sophia the Duke of Zell, who, he said, was so desirous of seeing his grandson grow up into an upright man, that the Duke declared he would shoot him if George Augustus should prove a dishonest one. Amid all these anecdotes and tales and reminiscences and praises, there was a constant flow of tears shed for her who was gone. They seemed, however, to come and go at pleasure, for in the very height of his mourning and depth of his sorrow, he happened to see Horace, the brother of Sir Robert Walpole, who was weeping for fashion's sake, but in so grotesque a manner that when the king beheld it, he ceased to cry and burst into a roar of laughter. Lord Hervey foretold that his grief wouldn't be of lasting quality, and in some degree he was correct. It must be confessed, however, that the king never ceased to respect the memory of his wife. Walpole only thought of how George might be ruled now that the queen was gone, and he speedily fixed upon a plan. He had been accustomed, he said, to side with the mother against the mistress. He would now, he added, side with the mistress against the children. He it was who proposed that Madame Walmoden should now be brought to England, and in a revoltingly coarse observation to the Princess Caroline, he recommended her, if she would have any influence with her father, to surround him with women and govern him through them. But other parties had been on the watch to lay hold of the power which had now fallen from the hand of the dead Caroline. The dissension in the royal family, which was caused by the conduct of the Prince of Wales at the period of the birth of his eldest daughter Augusta, was of course turned to political account. It was made even of more account in that way when the condition of Caroline became known. Lord Chesterfield, writing to Mr. Littleton from Bath on the 12th of November 1737, says, "As I suppose the Queen will be dead or out of danger before you receive this, my advice to His Royal Highness of Wales will come full late. But in all events it's my opinion he cannot take too many and too respectful measures towards the Queen, if alive, and towards the King, if she's dead. But then that respect should be absolutely personal, and care should be taken that the ministers shall not have the least share of it." At the time when Caroline's indignation had been aroused by the course adopted by the prince, when his wife was brought from Hampton Court to St. James's for her confinement, His Royal Highness had made a statement to Sir Robert Walpole and Lord Harrington, which they were subsequently required to put down in writing as corroborative evidence of what the prince had said to the Queen. In reference to the indicters of these minutes of conversation, Lord Chesterfield advises that the disrespect which he recommends the prince to exhibit towards the ministry shall be more marked if in the course of these transactions the two evidences should be sent to or of themselves presume to approach the prince, in which case, says the writer, he ought to show them personal resentment, and if they bring any message from the king or queen which he cannot refuse receiving, he should ask for it in writing and give his answer in writing, alleging publicly for his reason that he cannot venture anything with people who have grossly both betrayed and misrepresented private conversation. Through the anticipated natural death of the Queen, the opposition hoped to effect the political death of Walpole. In case the Queen dies, writes Chesterfield, I think Walpole should be looked upon as gone too, whether he be really so or no, which will be the most likely way to weaken him. For if he be supposed to inherit the Queen's power over the King, it will in some degree give it him. And if the opposition are wise, instead of treating with him, they should attack him most vigorously and personally, as a person who has lost his chief support. Which is indeed true, for though he may have more power with the King than any other body, yet he will never have that kind of power which he had by her means, and he will not even dare to mention many things to the King which he could without difficulty have brought about by her means. Pray present my most humble duty to His Royal Highness, concludes the writer, and tell him that upon principles of personal duty in respect to the King and Queen, if alive, he cannot go too far. As, on the other hand, with relation to the ministers, after what has passed, he cannot carry his dignity too high. The same strain is continued in the second letter, wherein it's stated with respect to the anticipated death of the Queen, It's most certain that Sir Robert must be in the utmost distress and can never hope to govern the king as the queen governed him. And he adds in a postscript, we have a prospect of the Claude Lorraine kind before us, while Sir Robert has all the horrors of Salvator Rosa. If the prince would play the rising sun, he would gild it finely. If not, he will be under a cloud which he will never be able hereafter to shine through. Finally, exclaims the eager writer, instill this into the woman, meaning by the latter the Princess of Wales' favourite Lady Archibald Hamilton, who had filled, says Lord Mahon, the whole of his little court with her kindred. According to Horace Walpole, whenever Sir William Stanhope met anybody at Carlton House whom he didn't know, he always said, your humble servant, Mr. or Mrs. Hamilton. A fortnight after Chesterfield contemptuously calls Lady Archibald the woman, he begins to see the possibility of her rising to the possession of political influence, and he says to Mr. Littleton, pray, when you see Lady Archibald, assure her of my respects, and tell her that I would trouble her with a letter myself to have acknowledged her goodness to me, if I could have expressed those acknowledgments to my own satisfaction. But not being able to do that, I only desire she will be persuaded that my sentiments with regard to her are what they ought to be. In such wise did great men counsel and intrigue for the sake of a little preeminence, which never yet purchased or brought with it the boon of happiness. End of section 22.
Section 23 of Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1, by Dr. John Doran. Chapter 9. Caroline, Her Times and Contemporaries. Much has been said, and many opposite conclusions drawn, as to the religious character of Caroline. In our days, such a woman would not be allowed to wear the reputation of being religious. In her days, she may with more justice have been considered so, and yet she was far below a standard of much elevation. When we hear her boasting, or rather asserting, as convinced of the fact, that she had made it the business of her life to discharge her duty to God and man in the best manner she was able, we have no very favourable picture of her humility, though at the same time we may acquit her of hypocrisy. Her patronage of the well-meaning but mischievous, the learned but unwise Whiston is quite sufficient to condemn her in the opinion of many people. Here was a man who had not yet indeed left the Church of England for the Baptist community, because the Athanasian Creed was an offence to him, but he had pronounced Prince Eugene to be the man foretold in the Apocalypse as the destroyer of the Turkish Empire, had declared that the children of Joseph and Mary were the natural brothers and sisters of Christ, set up a heresy in his Primitive Christianity Revived, made open profession of Arianism, boldly made religious prophecies which were falsified as soon as made, and, more innocently, translated Josephus and tried to discover the longitude. Caroline showed her admiration of heterodox Whiston by conferring on him a pension of £50 a year, and as she had regard for the mad scholar, she paid him with her own hand and had him as a frequent visitor at the palace. The king was more guarded in his patronage of Whiston, and one day said to him, as king, queen, and preacher were walking together in Hampton Court Gardens, that his opinions against Athanasianism might certainly be true, but perhaps it would have been better if he had kept them to himself. Now Whiston was remarkable for his wit and his fearlessness, and looking straight in the face of the man who was king by right of the Reformation, and who was the temporal head of the Church and, ex officio, defender of the faith, he said, "If Luther had followed such advice, I should like to know where your Majesty would have been at the present moment." "Well, Mr. Whiston," said Caroline. "You are, as I've heard it said you were, a very free speaker. Are you bold enough to tell me my faults?" "Certainly," was Whiston's reply. "There are many people who come every year from the country to London upon business. Their chief, loyal, and natural desire is to see their king and queen. This desire they can nowhere so conveniently gratify as at the Chapel Royal. But what they see there does not edify them. They behold your Majesty talking, during nearly the whole time of service, with the king, and talking loudly. This scandalizes them. They go into the country with false impressions, spread false reports, and effect no little mischief. The Queen pleaded that the king would talk to her, acknowledged that it was wrong, promised amendment, and asked what was the next fault he descried in her. 'Nay, madam,' said he, 'it will be time enough to go to the second, when your Majesty has corrected the first.' What Caroline said of her consort was true enough. At chapel, the king, when not sleeping, would be talking. Dr. Young thought, by power of his preaching, to keep him awake, but the king, on finding that the new chaplain was not giving him what he loved, a short, good sermon, soon began to exhibit signs of somnolency. Young exerted himself in vain, and when his Majesty at length broke forth with a snore, the poet-preacher felt his vanity so wounded that he burst into tears. Where kings and queens so behaved, no wonder that young ensigns flirted openly with maids of honour, and that Lady Wortley Montague should have reason to write to the Countess of Bute, "I confess I remember to have dressed for St. James's Chapel with the same thoughts your daughters will have at the opera." It is not likely that Archbishop Potter was sent for by Caroline herself in her last illness, for she liked the prelate as little as Whiston himself did. But Potter, the first of scholars, in spite of the sneers of academical power, was, although a staunch Whig and esteemed by Caroline and her consort for his sermon preached before them at their coronation, yet a very high churchman, one who put the throne infinitely below the altar, and thought kings very far indeed below priests. This last opinion, however, was very much modified when the haughty prelate, son of a Wakefield linen-draper, had to petition for a favour. His practice certainly was not perfect, for he disinherited one son, who married a dowerless maiden out of pure love, and he left his fortune to the other, who was a profligate and squandered it. But even Caroline could not but respect Potter for his jealousy with regard to the worthily supplying of church benefices. Just after the Queen had congratulated him on being elected to the highest position in the Church of England, Potter called on a clerical relative to announce to him the intention of his kinsman to confer on him a valuable living. The Archbishop unfortunately found his reverend cousin busily engaged at skittles, and the prelate came upon him just as the apostolic player was aiming at the centre pin, with the remark, "Now for a shy at the head of the church." He missed his pin and also lost his preferment. Neither of their Majesties, however, thought Potter justified in withholding a benefice on such slight grounds of offence. Neither George nor Caroline approved of clergymen of any rank inveighing against amusements. I may cite, as a case in point, the anger with which the king, in his heart, visited Gibson, Bishop of London, for denouncing masquerades and for getting up an episcopal address to the throne, praying for the entire abolition of such pernicious diversions. The son of Sophia Dorothea was especially fond of masquerades, and his indignation was great at hearing them denounced by Gibson. This boldness shut the latter out from all chance of succeeding to Canterbury. Caroline looked with some favour, however, on this zealous and upright prelate, and her minister, Walpole, did nothing to obstruct the exercise of his great ecclesiastical power. "Gibson is a pope," once exclaimed one of the Low Church courtiers of Caroline's coterie. "True," was Walpole's reply, "and a very good pope too." It must be confessed, nevertheless, that the church and religion were equally in a deplorable state just previous to the demise of Caroline. That ingenious and learned Northumbrian, Edward Grey, published anonymously the year before the Queen's death, a work upon the miserable and distracted state of religion in England upon the downfall of the Church established. A work, however, published the same year, and which much more interested the Queen, was Warburton's famous Alliance between Church and State. This book brought again into public notice its author, that William Warburton, the son of a Newark attorney, who himself had been lawyer and usher, had denounced Pope as an incapable poet, and had sunk into temporary oblivion in his Lincolnshire rectory at Brant Broughton. But his Alliance between Church and State brought him to the notice of Queen Caroline, to whom his book and his name were introduced by Dr. Hare, the Bishop of Chichester. Caroline liked the book and desired to see the author, but her last fatal illness was upon her before he could be introduced, and Warburton had to write many books and wait many years before he found a patron in Murray, Lord Mansfield, who could help him to preferment. Queen Caroline made of Butler's Analogy of Religion, Natural and Revealed to the Constitution and Course of Nature a sort of light reading book, which was the ordinary companion of her breakfast table. Caroline may have liked to dip into such profound fountains, but I doubt whether she often looked into the Analogy, as it was not published till 1736, when her malady was increasing, and her power to study a work so abstruse must have been much diminished. Still, she admired the learned divine, who was the son of a Wantage shopkeeper, and who was originally a Presbyterian dissenter, a community for which German Protestant princes and princesses have always entertained a considerable regard. Caroline did not merely admire Butler because high churchmen looked upon him, even after his ordination, as half a dissenter. She had admired his Rolls sermons, and when Secker, another ex-Presbyterian, whom Butler had induced to enter the church, introduced and recommended him to Queen Caroline, she immediately appointed him Clerk of the Closet. It could have been very little before this that Secker himself, who had been a Presbyterian, a doctor, a sort of sentimental vagabond on the continent, and a free thinker to boot, had been, after due probation and regular progress, appointed rector of St. James's. Walpole declared that Secker owed this preferment to the favour of the Queen, and Secker's biographers cannot prove much to the contrary. At the period of Caroline's death he was Bishop of Bristol, and that high dignity he is also said to have owed to the friendship of Caroline. I wish it were only as true that when the Prince of Wales was at enmity with the King and Queen, and used to attend St. James's Church, his place of residence being at Norfolk House in the adjacent square, I wish, I say, it were true that Secker once preached to the prince on the text, "Honour thy father and mother." The tale, however, is apocryphal, but it is true that the prince himself, at the period of the family quarrel, was startled on entering the church at hearing Mr. Bonney, the clerk in orders, rather pointedly begin the service with, "I will arise and go to my father, and will say unto him, Father, I have sinned." But, perhaps, of all the members of the church, Caroline felt regard for none more than for Berkeley. He had been an active divine long, indeed before the Queen visited him with her favour. His progress had been checked by his sermons in favour of passive obedience and non-resistance, sermons which were considered not so much inculcating loyalty to Brunswick as denouncing the revolution which opened to that house the way to the throne. Berkeley had also incurred no little public wrath by destroying the letters which Swift's Vanessa had bequeathed to his care, with a sum of money for the express purpose of their being published. But, on the other hand, he had manifested in various ways the true spirit of a Christian and a philosopher, and had earned immortal honour by his noble attempt to convert the American savages to Christianity. But it was his minute philosopher, his celebrated work, the object of which was to refute scepticism, that gained for him the distinction of the approval of Caroline. The expression of such approval is warrant for the Queen's sincerity in the cause of true religion. So delighted was the Queen with this work that she procured for its author his nomination to the bishopric of Cloyne. Never was reward more nobly earned, more worthily bestowed, or more gracefully conferred. It did honour alike to the Queen and to Berkeley, and it raised the hopes of those who were ready to almost despair of Christianity itself, when they saw that religion yet had its great champions to uphold her cause, and that, however indifferent the king might be to the merits of such champions, the Queen herself was ever eager to acknowledge their services and to recompense them largely as they merited. In controversial works, however, Caroline always delighted. She had no greater joy in this way than setting Clarke and Leibnitz at intellectual struggle, watching the turns of the contest with interest, suggesting, amending, adding or diminishing, and advising every well-laid blow by whichever antagonist it was delivered. It may be asked, was there not in all this rather more love of intellectual than of religious pursuits? The reader must judge. Caroline loved the broad English comedy of her time, and saw no harm in the very broadest. She was especially fond of the Queen of Comedy, Mrs. Oldfield, but affected to be a little shocked at the way in which she was living with General Churchill. One day, when Mrs. Oldfield had been reading at Windsor, and was walking on the terrace with the court, the Queen said to her, "I hear, Mrs. Oldfield, that you and the General are married." "Madam," answered the actress, playing her very best, "the General keeps his own secrets." After Mrs. Oldfield's death, the Queen bought her collection of plays for 120 guineas. Lord Chesterfield says of Caroline in his lively way that she was a woman of lively, pretty parts. She merits, however, a better epitaph and a more sagacious chronicler. Her death, adds the noble Rouet, was regretted by none but the king. She died meditating projects which must have ended either in her own ruin or that of the country. Dismissing for the present the last part of this paragraph, we will say that Caroline was mourned by more than by the king, but by none so deeply, so deservedly, so naturally as by him. He had not, out of affection for her, been less selfish or less vicious than his inclinations induced him to be. He was faithless to her, but he never ceased to respect her, and in those days, a husband of whom nothing worse could be said was rather exemplary of conduct than otherwise. It was a sort of decorum by no means common. One could almost have thought him uxorious, for he not only allowed himself to be directed in all important matters requiring judgment and discretion by the guidance of her more enlightened mind, but he never drew a picture of beauty and propriety in woman, but all the hearers felt that the original of the picture was the Queen herself. It is strange, setting aside more grave considerations for the rule of conduct, that, with such a wife, he should have hampered himself with favourites. These he neither loved nor respected. A transitory liking and the evil fashion of the day had something to do with it. And besides, he had a certain feeling of attachment for women who were obsequious and serviceable. These he could rule, but his wife ruled him. Nor could the women be compared. Sir Robert Walpole, an unexceptional witness in this case, asserts that the king loved his wife's little finger better than he did Lady Suffolk's whole body. For that reason it was that Walpole himself so respectfully kissed the small, plump, and gracious hand of the Queen, rather than propitiate the good will of the favourite. Caroline shared the vices in which her husband indulged by favouring the indulgence. She was not the more excusable for this because Archdeacon Blackburn and other churchmen praised her for encouraging the king in his wickedness. Her ground of action was not founded on virtuous principle. She sanctioned, nay, promoted, the vicious way of life followed by her consort merely that she might exercise more power politically and personally. She depreciated her own worth and attractions in order to heighten those of the favourites whom the king most affected, and by way of apologising for his being attracted from her to them. Actually, she had as little regard for married faith as the king himself. The Queen regarded his doings with such complacency as to give rise to a belief that she had never cared for the king, and was therefore jealously indifferent as to the disgraceful tenor of his life. An allusion was once made in her presence, when the Duke of Grafton was by, to her having in former times not been unaffected by the suit of a German prince. "Good madam," said the Duke, in the fashionable blasphemous style of the period, "I should like to see the man you could love." "See him?" said the Queen laughingly. "Do you not then think that I love the king?" Madam," exclaimed the ostentatious blasphemer, "I only wish I were King of France, and I would soon be sure whether you did or did not." Caroline has been laughed at for her patronage of such a poet as Duck. She had wit enough to see the merit of Gay. On her accession, she offered him the honourable post of gentleman usher to the Princess Louisa, a sinecure worth £200 a year, and a stepping stone to other preferment. Gay peremptorily and scornfully declined the offer. Accordingly, Cibber was preferred to Gay for the post of laureate. Caroline had always been kind to this tetchy poet. In 1724, when Gay's play The Captives had failed on the stage, she invited him to read it at Leicester House. On being ushered into the august company, Gay, nervous from long waiting, tragedy in hand, bashful and blundering, fell over a stool, thereby threw down a screen, and set his illustrious audience in a comical sort of confusion, amid which the kind-hearted princess did her best to put Gay at ease in his perplexities. The king, to return to that royal widower, indubitably mourned over his loss, and regarded with some rag, as it were, of the dignity of affection her memory, and that with a tearful respect. He was for ever talking of her, even to his mistress, and Lady Yarmouth, as Madame Walmoden was called, as well as others, had to listen to the well-conned roll of her queenly virtues, and to the royal conjectures as to what the advice of Caroline would have been in certain supervening contingencies. There was something noble in his remark, on ordering the payment to be continued of all salaries to her officers and servants, and all her benefactions to benevolent institutions, that, if possible, nobody should suffer by her death but himself. We almost pity the wretched but imbecile old man, too, when we see him bursting into tears at the sight of Walpole, and confessing to him, with a helpless shaking of the hands, that he had lost the rock of his support, his warmest friend, his wisest counsellor, and that henceforth he must be dreary, disconsolate, and succourless, utterly ignorant whither to turn for succour or for sympathy. This feeling never entirely deserted him, albeit he continued to find much consolation where he had done better not to have sought it. Still, the old memory would not entirely fade. The old fire would not entirely be quenched. "I hear," said he once to Baron Brinkman, as he lay sleepless at early morn on his couch, "I hear you have a portrait of my wife, which was a present from her to you, and that it is a better likeness than any I have got. Let me look at it." The portrait was brought, and so placed before the king that he could contemplate it leisurely at his ease. "It is like her," he murmured. "Place it nearer me and leave me till I ring." For 2 whole hours the Baron remained in attendance in an adjoining room before he was again summoned to his master's presence. At the end of that time he entered the king's bedroom on being called. George looked up at him with eyes full of tears and muttered, pointing to the portrait, take it away, take it away. I never yet saw the woman worthy to buckle her shoe." And then he arose and went and breakfasted with Lady Yarmouth. A score of years after Caroline's death, he continued to speak of her only with emotion. His vanity, however, disposed him to be considered gallant to the last. In 1755, being at Hanover, he was waited upon by the Duchess of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel and all her unmarried daughters. The provident and maternal duchess had an object, and she was not very far from accomplishing it. The king considered all these young ladies with the speculative look both of a connoisseur and an amateur. He was especially struck by the beauty of the eldest, and he lost no time in proposing her as a match to his grandson and heir apparent, George, Prince of Wales, then in his minority. The prince, at the prompting of his mother, very peremptorily declined the honour which had been submitted for his acceptance, and the young princess, her mother, and King George were all alike profoundly indignant. "Oh!" exclaimed the latter with ardent eagerness to Lord Waldegrave. "Oh, that I were but a score of years younger! This young lady should not then have been exposed to the indignity of being refused by the Prince of Wales, for I would then myself have made her Queen of England." That is to say, that if the young Princess of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel could only have been introduced to him while he was sitting under the shadow of the great sorrow which had fallen upon him by the death of Caroline, he would have found solace for his grief by offering her his hand. However, it was now too late, and the gay old monarch, taking his amber-headed cane, feebly picked his way to Lady Yarmouth and a game at ombre. Lord Chesterfield allowed Caroline some degree of female knowledge. If by this he would infer that she had only a portion of the knowledge which was commonly possessed by the ladies her contemporaries, his lordship does her a great injustice. Few women of her time were so well instructed, and she was not the less well taught for being in a great degree self-taught. She may have been but superficially endowed in matters of theology and in ancient history, but, what compensated at least for the latter, she was well acquainted with what more immediately concerned her, the history of her own times. Lord Chesterfield further remarks that Caroline would have been an agreeable woman in social life if she had not aimed at being a great one in public life. This would imply that she had doubly failed where in truth she had doubly succeeded. She was agreeable in the circle of social, and she not only merely aimed at, but achieved greatness in public life. She was as great a queen as queen could become in England under the circumstances in which she was placed. Without any constitutional right, she ruled the country with such wisdom that her right always seemed to rest on a constitutional basis. There was that in her that, had her destiny taken her to Russia instead of England, she would have been as Catherine was in all but her uncleanness, not that, in purity of mind, she was very superior to Catherine the unclean. The following paragraph in Lord Chesterfield's character of Caroline is less to be contested than others in which the noble author has essayed to portray the Queen. She professed wit instead of concealing it, and valued herself on her skill in simulation and dissimulation, by which she made herself many enemies and not one friend, even among the women the nearest to her person. It may very well be doubted, however, whether any sovereign ever had a friend in the true acceptation of that term. It is much if they acquire an associate whose interest or inclination it is to be faithful, but such a person is not a friend. Lord Chesterfield seems to warm against her as he proceeds in his picture. Cunning and perfidy, he says, were the means she made use of in business, as all women do for want of a better. This blow is dealt at one poor woman merely for the purpose of smiting all. Caroline, no doubt, was full of art, and on the stage of public life was a mere, but most accomplished, actress. It must be remembered, too, that she was surrounded by cunning and perfidious people. Society was never so unprincipled as it was during her time, and yet, amid its unutterable corruption, all women were not crafty and treacherous. There were some noble exceptions, but these did not lie much in the way of the deaf and dissolute Earl's acquaintance. She had a dangerous ambition, continues the same author, for it was attended with courage and, if she had lived much longer, might have proved fatal either to herself or the Constitution. It is courage like Caroline's which plucks peril from ambition, but does not indeed make the latter less dangerous to the people, which is perhaps what Chesterfield means. With respect to the Queen's religion, he says, after puzzling herself in all the whimsies and fantastical speculations of different sects, she fixed herself ultimately in deism, believing in a future state. In this he merely repeats a story which, probably, originated with those whose views on church questions were of a higher tendency than those of Her Majesty, and after repeating others he contradicts himself, for he has no sooner stated that the Queen was not an agreeable woman, because she aimed at being a great one, than he adds, "Upon the whole, the agreeable woman was liked by most people, but the Queen was neither esteemed, beloved, nor trusted by anybody but the King." At least she was not despised by everybody, and that, considering the times in which she lived, and the discordant parties over whom she really reigned, is no slight commendation. It is a praise which cannot be awarded to the King. Let us add that not only has Chesterfield said of Caroline that she settled down to deism, believing in a future state, but he has said the same, and in precisely the same terms, of Pope, and, upon a Pope's authority, of Atterbury, Bishop of Rochester. Here is at least a double and, perhaps, as we should hope, a triple error. The popular standard of morality was deplorably low throughout the reigns of the first two Georges. Marlborough was ridiculed for the unwavering fidelity and affection which he manifested towards his wife. There were few husbands like him at the time in either respect. He was satirized for being superior to almost irresistible temptations. He was laughed at for having prayers in his camp, for turning reverently to God before he turned fiercely against his foes. The epigrammists were particularly severe against him because he was honest enough to pay his debts and live within his income. But his meanness? Well, his meanness might rather be called prudence, and if his censurers had nourished in themselves something of the same quality, it would have been the better for themselves and their contemporaries, and indeed none the worse for their descendants. One of the alleged instances of Marlborough's meanness is cited in his having once played at whist with Dean Jones, at which he left off the winner of sixpence. The Dean delayed to pay the stake, and the Duke asked for it, stating that he wanted the sixpence for a chair to go home in. It seems to me that the meanness rested with the rich Dean in not paying, and not with the millionaire Duke in requiring to be paid. No man ever spoke more disparagingly of Marlborough than his enemy, Lord Peterborough, though even he did justice to Marlborough's abilities. But Lord Peterborough was especially severe on the Duke's love of money. The latter spent wisely, the former squandered profusely and cheated his heirs. The Duke in the bathrooms, dunning a Dean for sixpence, is not so degrading a picture as Peterborough in the Bath market, cheapening commodities and walking about in his blue ribbon and star, with a fowl in his hand and a cabbage or a cauliflower under either arm. Peterborough was lewd and sensual, vain, passionate, and inconstant, a mocker of Christianity, and a remorseless transgressor of the laws of God and man. He was superior to Marlborough only in one thing, in spelling, a poor boast. Compare the Duke, leading a well-regulated life and walking daily with his God, to Peterborough, whose only approaches to religion consisted in his once going to hear Penn preach, because he liked to be civil to all religions, and in his saying of Fenelon that he was a delicious creature, but dangerous, because acquaintance with him was apt to make men pious. Marlborough's favourite general, Cadogan, was one of the ornaments of the court of George and Caroline down to 1726. They had reason to regard him, for he was a staunch Whig, although, as a diplomatist, he perilled what he was commissioned to preserve. His morality is evidenced in his remark made when someone inquired, on the committal of Atterbury to the Tower for Jacobite dealings, what should be done with the bishop? Done with him, roared Cadogan. Throw him to the lions. Atterbury, on hearing of this meek suggestion, burst out with an explosion of alliterative fierceness and denounced the Earl to Pope as a bold, bad, blundering, blustering, bloody bully. The episcopal sense of forgiveness was on a par with the sentiment of mercy which influenced the bosom of the soldier. But Marlborough's social, severe, and domestic virtues were not asked for in the commanders of following years. Thus Macartney, despite the blood upon his hand, stained in the duel between the Duke of Hamilton and Lord Mohun, was made Colonel of the 21st Regiment 6 years previous to the Queen's death. General Webb, who died 2 years previously, was thought nothing the worse for his Thrasonic propensity, and was for ever boasting of his courage and alluding to the 4 wounds he had received in the Battle of Wynendael. "My dear General," said the Duke of Argyll on one of these occasions, "I wish you had received a 5th in your tongue, for then everybody else would have talked of your deeds." Still more unfavourably shines another of the generals of this reign. Lord Cobham did not lack bravery, but he owed most of his celebrity to Pope. He did not care how wicked a man was, provided only he were a gentleman in his vices, and he was guilty of an act which Marlborough would have contemplated with horror, namely, tried hard to make infidels of 2 promising young gentlemen, Gilbert West and George, subsequently Lord Littleton. Marlborough, too, was superior in morality to Blakeney, that brave soldier and admirable dancer of Irish jigs, but who was so addicted to amiable excesses, of which court and courtiers thought little at this liberal period, that he drank punch till he was paralysed. And surely it was better, like Marlborough, to play for sixpences than, like Wade, to build up and throw down fortunes night after night at the gaming table. But there was a more celebrated general at the court of the second George than the road-constructing Wade. John Dalrymple, Earl of Stair, was one of those men in high station whose acts tend to the weal or woe of inferior men who imitate them. Stair was for ever gaily allowing his expenditure to exceed his income. His sense of honour was not so keen but that he would go in disguise among the Jacobites, profess to be of them, and betray their confidence. And yet even Lord Stair could act with honest independence. He voted against Walpole's excise scheme in 1733, although he knew that such a vote would cost him all his honours. He was accordingly turned out from his post of Lord High Admiral for Scotland. Caroline was angry at his vote, yet sorry for its consequences. "Why," said she to him, "why were you so silly as to thwart Walpole's views?" "Because, madam," was the reply, "I wished you and your family better than to support such a project." Stair merits, too, a word of commendation for his protesting against the merciless conduct of the government with respect to the captive Jacobites, and, like Marlborough, he was of praiseworthy conduct in private life, zealous for Presbyterianism, yet tolerant of all other denominations, and, by his intense attachment to a Protestant succession, one of the most valuable supporters of the throne of George and Caroline. Both the men were consistent, but equal praise cannot be awarded to another good soldier of the period. The Duke of Argyll, when out of office, declared that a standing army in time of peace was ever fatal either to prince or nation. Subsequently, when in office, he has deliberately maintained that a standing army never had in any country the chief hand in destroying the liberties of the state. This sort of disgraceful versatility marked his entire political career, and it is further said of him that he was meanly ambitious of emolument as a politician and contemptibly mercenary as a patron. He had, however, one rare and by no means unimportant virtue. The strictest economy was enforced in his household, and his tradesmen were punctually paid once a month. This virtue was quite enough to purchase sneers for him in the cabinet of King George and the court of Queen Caroline. In the last year of the reign of that king died General Hawley, whose severity to his soldiers acquired for him in the ranks the title of Lord Chief Justice. An extract from his will may serve to show that the Lord Chief Justice had little in him of the Christian soldier. "I direct and order that, as there's now a peace, and I may die the common way, my carcass may be put anywhere. 'Tis equal to me, but I will have no more expense or ridiculous show than if a poor soldier, who is as good a man, were to be buried from the hospital. The priest, I conclude, will have his fee. Let the puppy take it. Pay the carpenter for the carcass box. I give to my sister £5,000. As to my other relations, I have none who want, and as I never was married, I have no heirs. I have therefore long since taken it into my head to adopt one son and heir, after the manner of the Romans, whom I hereafter name, etc. I have written all this, he adds, with my own hand, and this I do because I hate all priests of all professions, and have the worst opinion of all members of the bar. Having glanced at these social traits of men who were among the foremost of those who were above the rank of mere courtiers around the throne of the husband of Caroline, let us quit the palace and seek for other samples of the people and the times in the prisons, the private houses, and the public streets. With regard to the prisons, it is easier to tell than to conceive the horrors even of the debtors' prisons of those days. Out of them, curiously enough, arose the colonization of the state of Georgia. General Oglethorpe, having heard that a friend named Castle, an architect by profession, had died in consequence of the hardships inflicted on him in the Fleet prison, instituted an inquiry, by which discovery was made of some most iniquitous proceedings. The unfortunate debtors, unable to pay their fees to the jailers, who had no salary and lived upon what they could extort from the prisoners and their friends, was subjected to torture, chains, and starvation. The authorities of the prison were prosecuted, and penalties of fine and imprisonment laid upon them. A better result was a parliamentary grant, with a public subscription and private donations, whereby Oglethorpe was enabled to found a colony of liberated insolvents in Georgia. Half of the settlers were either insolvent simply because their richer and extravagant debtors neglected to pay their bills. The other half were the victims of their own extravagance. Bad roads and ill-lighted ways are said to be proofs of indifferent civilization when they are to be found in the neighborhood of great cities. If this be so, then civilization was not greatly advanced among us, in this respect, a century and a quarter ago. Thus we read that on the 21st of November, 1730, the King and Queen, coming from Kew Green to St. James's, were overturned in their coach near Lord Peterborough's at Parson's Green, about 6 in the evening, the wind having blown out the flambeaux so that the coachman could not see his way. But their Majesties received no hurt, nor the two ladies who were in the coach with them. If here was want of civilization, there was positive barbarity in other matters. For instance, here is a paragraph from the news of the day, under date of the 10th of June, 1731. Joseph Crook, alias Sir Peter Stranger, stood in the pillory at Charing Cross for forging a deed, and after he had stood an hour, a chair was brought to the pillory scaffold, in which he was placed, and the hangman with a pruning knife cut off both his ears, and with a pair of scissors slit both his nostrils, all which he bore with much patience. But when his right nostril was seared with a hot iron, the pain was so violent he could not bear it, whereupon his left nostril was not seared, but he was carried bleeding to a neighbouring tavern, where he was as merry at dinner with his friends, after a surgeon had dressed his wounds, as if nothing of the kind had happened. He was afterwards imprisoned for life in the King's Bench, and the issues and profits of his lands were confiscated for his life, according to his sentence. It was the period when savage punishment was very arbitrarily administered, and shortly after Sir Peter was mangled, without detriment to his gaiety, at Charing Cross, the gallant Captain Petro had very nearly got hanged at Constantinople. That gallant sailor and notable courtier had entertained our ambassador, Lord Kinneil, on board his ship, and honoured him, on leaving the vessel at 9 o'clock at night, with a salute of 15 guns. The Sultan happened to have gone to bed and was aroused from his early slumbers by the report. He was so enraged that he ordered the captain to be seized, bastinadoed, and hanged. And so little were King George and Queen Caroline, and England to boot, thought of in Turkey at that day, that it was with the greatest difficulty that the British ambassador could prevail on the Sultan to pardon the offender. The court laughed at the incident. Cromwell would have avenged the affront. But we must not fancy that we were much less savage in idea or action at home. There was one John Waller in 1732, who stood in the pillory in 7 Dials for falsely swearing against persons whom he accused as highway robbers. The culprit was dreadfully pelted during the hour he stood exposed, but at the end of that time the mob tore him down and trampled him to death. Whether this too was considered a laughable matter at court is not so certain. Even if so, the courtiers were soon made serious by the universal sickness which prevailed in London in the beginning of the year 1732. Headache and fever were the common symptoms. Very few escaped, and a vast number died. In the last week of January, not less than 1,500 perished of the epidemic within the bills of mortality. There had not been so severe a visitation since the period of the plague. But our wonder may cease that headache and fever prevailed, when we recollect that gin was being sold, contrary to law, in not less than 8,000 different places in the metropolis, and that drunkenness was not the vice of the lower orders only. It has been truly said of Queen Caroline that, with all her opportunities, she never abused the power which she held over the king's mind by employing it for the promotion of her own friends and favourites. This, however, is but negative or questionable praise. There is, too, an anecdote extant, the tendency of which is to show that she was somewhat given to the enjoyment of uncontrolledly exercising the power she had attained for her personal purposes. She had prepared plans for enclosing St. James's Park, shutting out the public, and keeping it for the exclusive pleasure of herself and the royal family. It was by mere chance, when she had matured her plans, that she asked a nobleman connected with the board which then attended to what our Board of Woods and Forests neglects, what the carrying out of such a plan might cost. "Madam," said the witty and right-seeing functionary, "such a plan might cost 3 crowns. Caroline was as ready of wit as he, and not only understood the hint, but showed she could apply it by abandoning her intention. And yet she doubtless did so with regret, for gardens and their arrangement were her especial delight, and she did succeed in taking a portion of Hyde Park from the public and throwing the same into Kensington Gardens. The Queen thought she compensated for depriving the public of land by giving them more water. There was a rivulet which ran through the park, and this she converted, by help from Hampstead streams and land drainage near at hand, into what is so magniloquently styled the Serpentine River. It is not a river, nor is it serpentine, except by a slight twist of the imagination. This queen was equally busy with her gardens at Richmond and at Kew. The king used to praise her for effecting great wonders at little cost, but she contrived to squeeze contributions from the ministry, of which the monarch knew nothing. She had a fondness, too, rather than a taste, for garden architecture, and was given to build grottos and crowd them with statues. The droll juxtaposition into which she brought the counterfeit presentments of defunct sages, warriors, and heroes caused much amusement to the beholders generally. There was one child of George and Caroline more especially anxious than any other to afford her widowed father consolation on the death of the Queen. That child was the haughty Anne, Princess of Orange. She had strong, but most unreasonable, hopes of succeeding to the influence which had so long been enjoyed by her royal mother, and she came over in hot haste from Holland on the plea of benefiting her health, which was then in a precarious state. The king, however, was quite a match for his ambitious and presuming child, and peremptorily rejected her proffered condolence. This was done with such prompt decision that the princess was compelled to return to Holland immediately. The king would not allow her, it is said, to pass a second night in the metropolis. He probably remembered her squabbles with his father's favourite, Miss Brett, and the disconsolate man was not desirous of having his peace disturbed by the renewal of similar scenes with his own favourite, Lady Yarmouth. Of all the eulogies passed upon Caroline, few were so profuse in their laudation as that contained in a sermon preached before the council at Boston in America by the Reverend Samuel Mather. There was not a virtue known which the transatlantic chaplain did not attribute to her. As woman, the minister pronounced her perfect. As queen, she was that, and sublime to boot. As regent, she possessed for the time the king's wisdom added to her own. Good Mr. Mather, too, is warrant for the soundness of her faith, and he applied to her the words in Judith. There was none that gave her an ill word, for she feared God greatly. William III is recorded as having said of his consort Mary that if he could believe any mortal was born without the contagion of sin, he would believe it of the Queen, upon citing which passage the Bostonian exclaims, "And, O gracious Caroline, thy respected consort was ready to make the same observation of thee. So pure, so chaste, so religious wast thou, and so in all good things exemplary, amidst the excesses of a magnificent court, and in an age of luxury and wantonness." And he thus proceeds. The pious queen was constant at her secret devotions, and she loved the habitation of God's house, and from regard to the divine institutions, with delight and steadiness attended on them. And as she esteemed and practised every duty of piety towards the Almighty, so she detested and frowned on every person and thing that made but an appearance of what was wicked and impious. As she performed every duty incumbent on her towards her beloved subjects, so she deeply reverenced the king, and while his majesty honours her and will grieve for her to his last moments, her royal offspring rise up and call her blessed. 7 are the children, said the preacher, which she has left behind her. These, like the noble Roman Cornelia, she took to be her chief ornaments. Accordingly, it was both her care and her pleasure to improve their minds and form their manners, so that they might hereafter prove blessings to the nation and the world. What a lovely heavenly sight must it have been to behold the majestic royal matron, with her faithful and obsequious offspring around her. So the planetary orbs about the sun gravitate towards it, keep their proper distance from it, and receive from it the measures of light and influence respectively belonging to them. Such was, oh fatal grief, such was the late most excellent Queen. The issue of the marriage of Caroline and George II comprised 4 sons and 5 daughters, namely Frederick Louis, Prince of Wales, born January the 20th, 1706, Anne, Princess of Orange, born October the 22nd, 1708, Amelia Sophia, born June the 10th, 1711, Caroline Elizabeth, born May the 31st, 1713, William Augustus, Duke of Cumberland, born April the 15th, 1721, the Princess Mary, born February 22nd, 1723, the Princess Louisa, born December the 7th, 1724. All these survived the Queen. There was also a prince born in November 1716 who did not survive his birth, and George William, Duke of Gloucester, born November the 2nd, 1717, who died in February of the year following. At the funeral of Caroline, which was called decently private, but which was, in truth, marked by much splendour and ceremony, not the king, but the Princess Amelia acted as chief mourner, and the anthem, The Ways of Zion Do Mourn, was set to music by Mr. Handel. Of all the verses poured out on the occasion of her death, 2 specimens are subjoined. They show how the Queen was respectively dealt with by the Democritus and Heraclitus of her subjects. Here lies, lamented by the poor and great, prop of the church and glory of the state, a woman, late a mighty monarch's queen, above all flattery and above all spleen, loved by the good and hated by the evil, pursued now dead by satire and the devil, with steadfast zeal, which kindled in her youth, a foe to bigotry, a friend to truth, too generous for the lust of lawless rule, nor persecutions nor oppression's tool. In Locke's, in Clark's, in Hoadley's paths she trod, nor feared to follow where they followed God. to all obliging and to all sincere, wise to choose friendships, firm to persevere, free without rudeness, great without disdain, an hypocrite in naught but hiding pain. To courts she taught the rules of just expense, joined with economy, magnificence. Attention to a kingdom's vast affairs, attention to the meanest mortal's cares. Profusion might consume, or avarice hoard, 'twas hers to feed unknown the scanty board. Thus of each human excellence possessed, with as few faults as e'er attend the best, dear to her lord, to all her children dear, and, to the last her thought, her conscience clear, forgiving all, forgiven and approved, to peaceful worlds her peaceful soul removed. The above panegyric was drawn up as a reply to an epitaph of another character, which was then in circulation, from the pen of a writer who contemplated his subject in another point of view. It was to this effect: Here lies unpitied, both by church and state, the subject of their flattery and hate, flattered by those on whom her favours flowed, hated for favours impiously bestowed, who aimed the church by churchmen to betray, and hoped to share in arbitrary sway. In Tyndall's and in Hoadley's paths she trod, an hypocrite in all but disbelief in God. Promoted luxury, encouraged vice, herself a sordid slave to avarice. True friendship's tender love ne'er touched her heart, falsehood appeared in vice, disguised by art. Fawning and haughty, when familiar, rude, and never civil seemed, but to delude. Inquisitive in trifling mean affairs, heedless of public good or orphans' tears. To her own offspring mercy she denied, and unforgiving, unforgiven, died. End of section 23. Section 24 of Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1, by Dr. John Doran. Chapter 10. The Reign of the Widower. The era of peace ended with Caroline. Walpole endeavoured to prolong the era, but Spanish aggressions against the English flag in South America drove the ministry into a war. The success of Vernon at Portobello rendered the war highly popular. Public enthusiasm was sustained by Anson, but it was materially lowered by our defeat at Cartagena, which prepared the way for the downfall of the minister of Caroline. Numerous and powerful were the opponents of Walpole, and no section of them exhibited more fierceness or better organisation than that of which the elder son of Caroline was the founder and great captain. Frederick, however, was versatile enough to be able to devote as much time to pleasure as to politics. As the Roué, Duke of Orleans, when regent, and indeed before he exercised that responsible office, was given to stroll with his witty but graceless followers and a band of graceful but witless ladies through the fairs of Saint-Laurent and Saint-Germain, tarrying there till midnight to see and hear the drolleries of Punch and the plays of the puppets. So the princes of the royal blood of England condescended, with much alacrity, to perambulate Bartholomew Fair, and to enjoy the delicate amusements then and there provided. An anonymous writer, some 30 years ago, inserted in the New European magazine, from an older publication, an account of a royal visit in 1740 to the ancient revels of St. Bartholomew. In this amusing record we are told that the multitude behind was impelled violently forwards, and a broad blaze of red light, issuing from a score of flambeaux, streamed into the air. Several voices were loudly shouting, "Room there for Prince Frederick! Make way for the prince!" And there was that long sweep heard to pass over the ground, which indicates the approach of a grand and ceremonious train. Presently the pressure became much greater, the voices louder, the light stronger, and as the train came onward, it might be seen that it consisted, firstly, of a party of yeomen of the guards clearing the way, then several more of them bearing flambeaux and flanking the procession, while in the midst of all appeared a tall, fair, and handsome young man, having something of a plump foreign visage, seemingly about 34 years of age, dressed in a ruby-coloured frock-coat, very richly guarded with gold lace, and having his long flowing hair curiously curled over his forehead and at the sides, and finished with a very large bag and courtly queue behind. The air of dignity with which he walked, the blue ribbon and star garter with which he was decorated, the small three-cornered silk court hat which he wore while all around him were uncovered, the numerous suite, as well of gentlemen as of guards, which marshalled him along, the obsequious attention of a short, stout person who, by his flourishing manner, seemed to be a player, all these particulars indicated that the amiable Frederick, Prince of Wales, was visiting Bartholomew Fair by torchlight, and that Manager Rich was introducing his royal guest to all the amusements of the place. However strange, adds the author, this circumstance may appear to the present generation, yet it is nevertheless strictly true, for about 1740, when the revels of Smithfield were extended to 3 weeks and a month, it was not considered derogatory to persons of the first rank and fashion to partake in the broad humour and theatrical entertainments of the place. In the following year, the divisions between the king and the prince made party spirit run high, and he who followed the sire very unceremoniously denounced the son. To such a one there was a court at St. James's, but none at Carlton House. Walpole tells a story which illustrates at once this feeling and the sort of wit possessed by the courtiers of the day. Somebody who belonged to the Prince of Wales said he was going to court. It was objected that he ought to say, going to Carlton House, that the only court is where the king resides. Lady Pomfret, with her paltry air of learning and absurdity, said, "Oh, Lord, is there no court in England but the king's? Surely there are many more. There is the Court of Chancery, the Court of Exchequer, the Court of King's Bench, etc." Don't you love her? Lord Lincoln does her daughter. Lord Lincoln, the nephew of the Duke of Newcastle, the minister, was a frequenter of St. James's, and, says Horace, not only his uncle Duke, but even Majesty has fallen in love with him. He talks to the king at his levee without being spoken to. That was always thought high treason, but I don't know how the gruff gentleman liked it. The gruff gentleman was the king, and the phrase paints him at a stroke, like one of Cruikshank's lines, by which not only is a figure drawn, but expression given to it. The prince's party, combined with other opponents, effected the overthrow of Caroline's favourite minister, Walpole, in 1742. The succeeding cabinet, at the head of which was Lord Wilmington, did not very materially differ in principles and measures from that of their predecessors. In the same year died Caroline's other favourite, Lady Sundon, Mistress of the Robes. Lord Sundon is in great grief, says Walpole. I am surprised, for she has had fits of madness ever since her ambition met such a check by the death of the Queen. She had great power with her, though the Queen affected to despise her, but had unluckily told her, or fallen into her power, by some secret. I was saying to Lady Pomfret, to be sure she is dead very rich. She replied with some warmth, she never took money. When I came home, I mentioned this to Sir Robert. No, said he, but she took jewels. Lord Pomfret's place of Master of the Horse to the Queen was bought of her for a pair of diamond earrings of £1,400 value. One day that she wore them at a visit at Old Marlborough's, as soon as she was gone, the Duchess said to Lady Mary Wortley, "How can that woman have the impudence to go about in that bribe?" "Madam," said Lady Mary, "how would you have people know where wine is to be sold unless there is a sign hung out?" Sir Robert told me that in the enthusiasm of her vanity, Lady Sundon had proposed to him to unite with her and govern the kingdom together. He bowed, begged her patronage, but, he said, he thought nobody fit to govern the kingdom but the king and queen. That king, unsustained by his consort, appears to have become anxious to be reconciled with his son, the Prince of Wales, at this time, when reports of a Stuart rebellion began to be rife, and when theatrical audiences applied passages in plays, in a favourable sense, to the prince. The reconciliation was effected, but it was clumsily contrived, and was coldly and awkwardly concluded. An agent from the king induced the prince to open the way by writing to his father. This was a step which the prince was reluctant to take, and which he only took at last with the worst possible grace. The letter reached the king late at night, and on reading it he appointed the following day for the reception of Frederick, who, with 5 gentlemen of his court, repaired to St. James's, where he was received by the gruff gentleman in the drawing-room. The yielding sire simply asked him, "How does the princess do? I hope she is well." The dutiful son answered the query, kissed the paternal hand, and respectfully, as far as outward demonstration could evidence it, took his leave. He did not depart, however, until he had distinguished those courtiers present whom he held to be his friends by speaking to them. The rest he passed coldly by. As the reconciliation was accounted of as an accomplished fact, and as the king had condescended to speak a word or two to some of the most intimate friends of his son, and finally, as the entire royal family went together to the Duchess of Norfolk's, where the streets were illuminated and bonfired, there was a great passing to and fro of courtiers of either faction between St. James's and Carlton House. Secker, who went to the latter residence with Benson, Bishop of Gloucester, to pay his respects, said that the prince and princess were civil to both of them. The reconciliation was worth an additional £50,000 a year to the prince, so that obedience to a father could hardly be more munificently rewarded. "He will have money now," says Walpole, "to tune up Glover and Thompson and Dodsley again. Et spes et ratio studiorum in Caesare tantum." There was much outward show of gladness at this court, pageants and reviews to gladden the heart of David, and triumphs of Absalom, as Walpole styles his Majesty and the heir apparent. The latter, with the princess, went in great parade through the city and the dust to dine at Greenwich. They took water at the Tower, and trumpeting away to Grace Tozier's, like Cimon triumphed over land and wave. In another direction there were some lively proceedings, which would have amused Caroline herself. Tranquil and dull as Kensington Palace looks, its apartments were occasionally the scene of more rude than royal fracas. Thus we are told of one of the daughters of the king pulling a chair from under the Countess Deloraine, just as that not too exemplary lady was about to sit down to cards. His Majesty laughed at the lady's tumble, at which she was so doubly pained that, watching for revenge and opportunity, she contrived to give the sovereign just such another fall. The sacred person of the king was considerably bruised, and the trick procured nothing more for the countess than exclusion from court, where her place of favour was exclusively occupied by Madame Walmoden, Countess of Yarmouth. We often hear of the wits of one era being the butts of the next, and without wit enough left to escape the shafts let fly at them. Walpole thus describes a drawing-room held at St. James's, to which some courtiers resorted in the dresses they had worn under Queen Anne. "There were so many new faces," said Horace, "that I scarce knew where I was. I should have taken it for Carlton House, or my Lady Mayoress's visiting day, only the people did not seem enough at home, but rather as admitted to see the king dine in public. It is quite ridiculous to see the number of old ladies who, from having been wives of patriots, have not been dressed these 20 years. Out they come with all the accoutrements that were in use in Queen Anne's days. Then the joy and awkward jollity of them is inexpressible. They titter, and, wherever you meet them, are always going to court and looking at their watches an hour before the time. I met several at the birthday, and they were dressed in all the colours of the rainbow. They seemed to have said to themselves 20 years ago, 'Well, if I ever do go to court again, I will have a pink and silver or a blue and silver,' and they kept their resolutions." The English people have now been long looking towards that great battlefield of Europe, Flanders, mingling memories of past triumphs with hopes of future victories. George II went heartily into the cause of Maria Theresa when the French sought to deprive her of her imperial inheritance. In the campaign which ensued was fought that battle of Dettingen, which Lord Stair so nearly lost, where George behaved so bravely, mounted or afoot, and where the Scots Greys enacted their bloody and triumphant duel with the gendarmes of France. Meanwhile, Frederick was unemployed. When the King and the Duke of Cumberland proceeded to the army in Flanders, a regency was formed, of which Walpole says, "I think the Prince might have been of it when Lord Gower is. I don't think the latter more Jacobite than His Royal Highness." When the King and the Duke returned from their triumphs on the continent, the former younger for his achievements, the latter older by the gout and an accompanying limp, London gave them a reception worthy of the most renowned of heroes. In proportion as the King saw himself popular with the citizens, did he cool towards the Prince of Wales. The latter, with his two sisters, stood on the stairs of St. James's Palace to receive the chief hero. But though the princess was only confined the day before, and Prince George lay ill of the smallpox, the King passed by his son without offering him a word or otherwise noticing him. This rendered the King unpopular, without turning the popular affection towards the elder son of Caroline. Nor was that son deserving of such affection. His heart had few sympathies for England, nor was he elated by her victories or made sad by her defeats. On the contrary, in 1745, when the news arrived in England of the Tristis Gloria, the illustrious disaster at Fontenoy, which made so many hearts in England desolate, Frederick went to the theatre in the evening, and 2 days after he wrote a French ballad, bachic, anacreontic, and erotic, addressed to those ladies with whom he was going to act in Congreve's masque, The Judgment of Paris. It was full of praise of late and deep drinking, of intercourse with the fair, of stoical contempt for misfortune, of expressed indifference whether Europe had one or many tyrants, and of a poco-curantism for all things and forms except his chère Sylvie, by whom he was good-naturedly supposed to mean his wife. But this solitary civility cannot induce us to change our self-gratulation at the fact that a man with such a heart was not permitted to ascend the throne of Great Britain. In the year after he wrote the ballad alluded to, he created a new opposition against the crown by the counsels of Lord Bath, who got him from Lord Granville. The latter and his faction acted with the court. Of the princess, Walpole says, "I firmly believe, by all her quiet sense, she will turn out a Caroline." In this year, 1743, died that favourite of George I, who more than any other woman had enjoyed in his household and heart the place which should have belonged to his wife, Sophia Dorothea. Mademoiselle von der Schulenburg, of the days of the electorate, died Duchess of Kendal by favour of the King of England, and Princess of Eberstein by favour of the Emperor of Germany. She died at the age of 85, immensely rich. Her wealth was inherited by her so-called niece, Lady Walsingham, who married Lord Chesterfield. "But I believe," says Walpole, "that he will get nothing by the Duchess's death, but his wife. She lived in the house with the Duchess, where he had played away all his credit." George loved to hear his Dettingen glories eulogized in annual odes sung before him. But brave as he was, he had not much cause for boasting. The Dettingen laurels were changed into cypress at Fontenoy by the Duke of Cumberland in 1744, whose suppression of the Scottish rebellion in 1745 gained for him more credit than he deserved. The Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle, by which our continental war was concluded in 1748, gave peace to England, but little or no glory. The intervening years were years of interest to some of the children of Caroline. Thus, in June 1746, the Prince of Hesse came over to England to marry the second daughter of Caroline, the Princess Mary. He was royally entertained, but on one occasion met with an accident which Walpole calls "a most ridiculous tumble t'other night at the opera." They had not pegged up his box tight after the ridotto, and down he came on all fours. George Selwyn said he carried it off with an unembarrassed countenance. In a year, Mary was glad to escape from the brutality of her husband and repair to England, under pretext of being obliged to drink the Bath waters. She was an especial favourite with her brother, the Duke of Cumberland, and with the Princess Caroline. The result of this marriage gave little trouble to the king. He was much more annoyed when the Prince of Wales formally declared a new opposition in 1747, which was never to subside till he was on the throne. "He began it pretty handsomely the other day," says Walpole, "with 143 to 184, which has frightened the ministry like a bomb. This new party wants nothing but heads, though not having any," said Horace wittily, "to be sure the struggle is fairer." It was led by Lord Baltimore, a man with a good deal of jumbled knowledge. The spirit of the father certainly dwelt on in some of his children. The king, we are told, sent Steinberg on one occasion to examine the prince's children in their learning. The boy, Prince Edward, acquitted himself well in his Latin grammar, but Steinberg told him that it would please his majesty and profit the prince if the latter would attend more to attain proficiency in the German language. "German, German," said the boy. "Any dull child can learn that." The prince, as he said it, squinted at the baron, and the baron was doubtless but little flattered by the remark or the look of the boy. The king was probably as surprised and as little pleased to hear the remark as he was a few months later to discover that the Prince of Wales and the Jacobite party had united in a combined parliamentary opposition against the government. However, Prince Edward's remark and the Prince of Wales' opposition did not prevent the king from conferring the Order of the Garter on the little Prince George in 1749. The youthful knight, afterwards King of England, was carried in his father's arms to the door of the king's closet. There the Duke of Dorset received him and carried him to the king. The boy then commenced a speech which had been taught to him by his tutor, Ayscough, Dean of Bristol. His father no sooner heard the oration commenced than he interrupted its progress by a vehement "No, no!" The boy, embarrassed, stopped short, then, after a moment of hesitation, recommenced his complimentary harangue. But with the opening words again came the prohibitory "No, no!" from the prince, and thus was the eloquence of the young chevalier rudely silenced. But it was not only the peace of the king, his very palaces were put in peril at this time. The installation of Lady Yarmouth at Kensington, after the fracas occasioned by Lady Deloraine, had nearly resulted in the destruction of the palace. Lady Yarmouth resided in the room which had been occupied by Lady Suffolk, who disregarded damp and cared nothing for the crop of fungi raised by it in her room. Not so Lady Yarmouth, at least after she had contracted an ague. She then kept up such a fire that the woodwork caught, and destruction to the edifice was near upon following. There were vacant chambers enough and sufficiently comfortable, but the king would not allow them to be inhabited, even by his favourite. "The king hoards all he can," writes Walpole, "and has locked up half the palace since the Queen's death. So he does at St. James's, and I believe would put the rooms out at interest if he could get a closet a year for them." The division, which had again sprung up between sire and son, daily widened, until death relieved the former of his permanent source of vexation. This event took place in 1751. Some few years previous to that period, the Prince of Wales, when playing at tennis or cricket at Clevedon, received a blow from a ball which gave him some pain, but of which he thought little. It was neglected, and one result of such neglect was a permanent weakness of the lungs. In the early part of this year he had suffered from pleurisy, but had recovered, at least partially recovered. A previous fall from his horse had rendered him more than usually delicate. Early in March he had been in attendance at the House of Lords on occasion of the King, his father, giving his royal sanction to some bills. This done, the Prince returned, much heated, in a chair with the windows down, to Carlton House. He changed his dress, put on light, unaired clothing, and as if that had not been perilous enough, he had the madness, after hurrying to Kew and walking about the gardens there in very inclement weather, to lie down for 3 hours after his return to Carlton House upon a couch in a very cold room which opened upon the gardens. Lord Egmont alluded to the danger of such a course. The Prince laughed at the thought. He was as obstinate as his father, to whom Sir Robert Walpole once observed, on finding him equally intractable during a fit of illness, "Sir, do you know what your father died of?" "Of thinking he could not die." The Prince removed to Leicester House. He ridiculed good counsel, and before the next morning his life was in danger. He rallied, and during one of his hours of least suffering he sent for his eldest son, and, embracing him with tenderness, remarked, "Come, George, let us be good friends while we are permitted to be so." 3 physicians, with Wilmot and Hawkins, the surgeons, were in constant attendance upon him, and curiously enough, their united wisdom pronounced that the Prince was out of danger only the day before he died. Then came a relapse, an eruption of the skin, a marked difficulty of breathing, and an increase of cough. Still he was not considered in danger. Some members of his family were at cards in the adjacent room, and de Noia, the celebrated dancing master, who, like Saint Leon, was as good a violinist as he was a dancer, was playing the violin at the Prince's bedside, when the latter was seized with a violent fit of coughing. When this had ceased, Wilmot expressed a hope that his royal patient would be better, and would pass a quiet night. Hawkins detected symptoms which he thought of great gravity. The cough returned with increased violence, and Frederick, placing his hand upon his stomach, murmured feebly, "Je sens la mort." "I feel death." De Noia held him up, and feeling him shiver, exclaimed, "The Prince is going!" At that moment the Princess of Wales was at the foot of the bed. She caught up a candle, rushed to the head of the bed, and, bending down over her husband's face, she saw that he was dead. So ended the wayward life of the elder son of Caroline. So terminated the married life of him, which began so gaily when he was gliding about the crowd in his nuptial chamber in a gown and nightcap of silver tissue. The bursting of an imposthume between the pericardium and diaphragm, the matter of which fell upon the lungs, suddenly killed him whom the heralds called High and Mighty Prince, and the heir to a throne lay dead in the arms of a French fiddler. Les extrêmes c'est touchant, though de Noia, be it said, was quite as honest a man as his master. Intelligence of the death of his son was immediately conveyed to George II by Lord North. The king was at Kensington, and when the messenger stood at his side and communicated in a whisper the doleful news, His Majesty was looking over a card table at which the players were the Princess Amalia, the Duchess of Dorset, the Duke of Grafton, and the Countess of Yarmouth. He turned to the messenger and merely remarked in a low voice, "Dead, is he? Why, they told me he was better." And then going round to his mistress, the Countess of Yarmouth, he very calmly observed to her, "Countess, Fred is gone." And that was all the sorrow expressed by a father at the loss of a firstborn boy who had outlived his father's love. The king, however, sent kind messages to the widow, who exhibited on the occasion much courage and sense. As the prince died without priestly aid, so was his funeral unattended by a single bishop to do him honour or pay him respect. With the exception of Frederick's own household and the lords appointed to hold the pall, there was not present one English lord, not one bishop, and only one Irish peer, Limerick, 2 sons of dukes, 1 baron's son, and 2 privy councillors. It was not that want of respect was intentional, but that no due notice was issued from any office as to the arrangement of the funeral. The body was carried from the House of Lords to Westminster Abbey, but without a canopy, and the funeral service was performed, undignified, by either anthem or organ. But the prince's friend, Bub Doddington, poured out a sufficient quantity of expressed grief to serve the entire nation and make up for all lack of ceremony or of sorrow elsewhere. In a letter to Man, he swore that the prince was the delight, ornament, and expectation of the world. In losing him, the wretched had lost their refuge, balm, and shelter. Art, science, and grace had to deplore the loss of a patron, and in that loss a remedy for the ills of society had perished also. Bub de Tristibus goes on to say that he had lost more than any other man by the death of the prince, seeing that his highness had condescended to stoop to him and be his own familiar friend. Bub protested that if he ever allowed the wounds of his grief to heal, he should be forever infamous, and finally running amuck with his figures of speech, he declares, "I should be unworthy of all consolation if I was not inconsolable." This is the spirit of a partisan, but on the other side, the spirit of party was never exhibited in a more malignantly petty aspect than on the occasion of the death of the prince. The gentlemen of his bedchamber were ordered to be in attendance near the body from 10 in the morning till the conclusion of the funeral. The government, however, would order them no refreshment, and the board of green cloth would provide them with none without such order. Even though princes die, il faut que tous les mondes vivent, and accordingly these poor gentlemen sent to a neighbouring tavern and gave orders for a cold dinner to be furnished them. The authorities were too tardily ashamed of thus insulting faithful servants of rank and distinction, and commanded the necessary refreshments to be provided. They were accepted, but the tavern dinner was paid for and given to the poor. The widowed Augusta, who had throughout her married life exhibited much mental superiority, with great kindness of disposition, and that under circumstances of great difficulty, and sometimes of a character to inflict vexation on the calmest nature, remained in the room by the side of her corpse of her husband for 4 full hours, unwilling to believe in the assurances given her that he was really dead. She was then the mother of 8 children, expecting to be shortly the mother of a 9th, and she was brought reluctantly to acknowledge that their father was no more. It was 6 in the morning before her attendants could persuade her to retire to bed, but she rose again at 8, and then, with less thought for her grief than anxiety for the honour of him whose death was the cause of it, she proceeded to the prince's room and burned the whole of his private papers. By this action, the world lost some rare supplementary chapters to a chronique scandaleuse. The death of Frederick disconcerted all the measures of intriguing men, and brought about a great change in the councils of the court, as of the factions opposed to the court. "The death of our prince," wrote Whitfield, "has afflicted you. It has given me a shock, but the Lord reigneth, and that is my comfort." The Duchess of Somerset, writing to Dr. Doddridge, says on the same subject, "Providence seems to have directed the blow where we thought ourselves the most secure, for among the many schemes of hopes and fears which people were laying down to themselves, this was never mentioned as a supposable event. The harmony which appears to subsist between His Majesty and the Princess of Wales is the best support for the spirits of the nation under their present concern and astonishment. He died in the 45th year of his age, and is generally allowed to have been a prince of amiable and generous disposition, of elegant manners, and of considerable talents. The opposition which the prince had maintained against the government of the father who had provoked him to it was not undignified. Unlike his sire, he did not hate both painting and poetry, and painters and poets were welcome at his court, as were philosophers and statesmen. It was only required that they should be adverse to Walpole. Among them were the able and urbane wits Chesterfield and Carteret, Pulteney and Sir William Wyndham, the aspiring young men Pitt, Littleton, and the Grenvilles. Swift, Pope, and Thomson lent their names and pens to the prince's service, while astute and fiery Bolingbroke aimed to govern in the circle where he affected to serve. All the reflections made upon the death of the prince were not so simple of a quality as those of the Duchess of Somerset. Horace Walpole cites a preacher at Mayfair Chapel who improved the occasion after this not very satisfactory or conclusive fashion. He had no great parts, but he had great virtues. Indeed, they degenerated into vices. He was very generous, but I hear his generosity has ruined a great many people, and then his condescension was such that he kept very bad company. Not less known, and yet claiming a place here, is the smart Jacobite epitaph, so little flattering to the dead, that had all Spartan epitaphs been as little laudatory, the Ephori would never issued a decree entirely prohibiting them. It was to this effect: Here lies Fred, who was alive and is dead. Had it been his father, I had much rather. Had it been his brother, still better than another. Had it been his sister, no one could have missed her. Had it been the whole generation, still better for the nation. But since 'tis only Fred who was alive and is dead, there is no more to be said. I have not mentioned among those who were the frequenters of his court the name of Lady Huntingdon. Frederick had the good sense to appreciate Lady Huntingdon, and he did not despise her because of a little misdirected enthusiasm. On missing her from his circle, he inquired of the gay, but subsequently the godly, Lady Charlotte Edwin, where Lady Huntingdon could be, that he no longer saw her at his court. "Oh, I dare say," exclaimed the unconcerned Lady Charlotte, "I dare say she is praying with her beggars." Frederick had the good sense and the courage to turn sharply round upon her and say, "Lady Charlotte, when I am dying, I think I shall be happy to seize the skirt of Lady Huntingdon's mantle to lift me up to heaven." This phrase was not forgotten when the adapter of Cibber's Non Jura turned that play into the Hypocrite, and, introducing the fanatic Moorworm, put into his mouth a sentiment uttered for the sake of the laugh which it never failed to raise, but which originated, in sober sadness, with Frederick, Prince of Wales. The character of Caroline's son was full of contradictions. He had low tastes, but he also possessed those of a gentleman and a prince. When the Rambler first appeared, he so enjoyed its stately wisdom that he sought after the author in order to serve him if he needed service. His method of serving an author was not mere lip compliment. Pope, indeed, might have been satisfied with receiving from him a complimentary visit at Twickenham. The poet there was on equal terms with the prince, and when the latter asked how it was that the author who hurled his shafts against kings could be so friendly towards the son of a king, Pope somewhat pertly answered that he who dreaded the lion might safely enough fondle the cub. But Frederick could really be princely to authors, and what is even more, he could do a good action gracefully, an immense point when there is a good action to be done. Thus to Tyndall he sent a gold medal worth 40 guineas, and to Dry and Dusty Glover, for whose Leonidas he had much respect, he sent a note for £500 when the poet was in difficulties. This handsome gift, too, was sent unasked. The son of song was honoured and not humiliated by the gift. It does not matter whether Littleton or anyone else taught him to be the patron of literature and literary men. It is to his credit that he recognised them, acknowledged their services, and saw them with pleasure at his little court, often giving them precedence over those whose greatness was the mere result of the accident of birth. The prince not only protected poets, but he wooed the muses. Those shy ladies, however, loved him none the better for being a benefactor to their acknowledged children. The rhymes of Frederick were generally devoted to the ecstatic praises of his wife. The matter was good, but the manner was execrable. The lady deserved all that was said, but her virtues merited a more gracefully skilful eulogist. The reasoning was perfect, but the rhymes halted abominably. But how could it be otherwise? Apollo himself would not stoop to inspire a writer who, while piling up poetical compliments above the head of his blameless wife, was paying adoration, at all events no less sincere, to most worthless ladies of the court. The apparently exemplary father within the circle of home, where presided a beautiful mother over a bright young family, was a wretched libertine outside of that circle. His sin was great, and his taste of the vilest. His favourites had nothing of youth, beauty, or intellect to distinguish them, or to serve for the poor apology of infidelity. Lady Archibald Hamilton was plain, and in years when she enjoyed her bad preeminence. Miss Vane was impudent, and a maid of honour by office, nothing else, while Lady Middlesex was short and dark like a cold winter's day, and as yellow as a November morning. Notwithstanding this, he played the father and husband well. He loved to have his children with him, always appeared most happy when in the bosom of his family, left them with regret, and met them again with smiles, kisses, and tears. He walked the streets unattended, to the great delight of the people, was the presiding Apollo at great festivals, conferred the prizes at rowings and racings, and talked familiarly with Thames fishermen on the mysteries of their craft. He would enter the cottages of the poor, listen with patience to their twice-told tales, and partake with relish of the humble fare presented to him. So did the old soldier find in him a ready listener to the story of his campaigns and the subject of his petitions, and never did the illustriously maimed appeal to him in vain. He was a man to be loved in spite of all his vices. He would have been adored had his virtues been more or more real. But his virtue was too often, like his love for popular and parliamentary liberty, rather affected than real, and at all events not to be relied upon. When a deputation of Quakers waited on the prince to solicit him to support, by himself and friends, a clause of the tithing bill in their favour, he replied, "As I am a friend to liberty in general, and to toleration in particular, I wish you may meet with all proper favour, but, for myself, I never gave my vote in Parliament, and to influence my friends or direct my servants in theirs does not become my station. To leave them entirely to their own consciences and understandings is a rule I have hitherto prescribed to myself, and purpose through life to observe." Andrew Pitt, who was at the head of the deputation, replied, "May it please the Prince of Wales, I am greatly affected with thy excellent notions of liberty, and am more pleased with the answer thou hast given us than if thou hadst granted our request." But the answer was not a sincere one, and the parliamentary friends and servants of the prince were expected to hold their consciences at his direction. Once Lord Doneraile ventured to disregard this influence, upon which the prince observed, "Does he think that I will support him unless he will do as I would have him? Does he not consider that whoever may be my ministers, I must be king?" Of such a man Walpole's remark was not far wide of truth, when he said that Frederick resembled the Black Prince only in one circumstance, in dying before his father. He certainly exhibited little of the chivalrous spirit of the Black Prince. In 1745, vexed at not being promoted to the command of the army raised to crush the rebellion, and especially annoyed that it was given to his brother, the Duke of Cumberland, who had less vanity and more courage, he ridiculed all the strategic dispositions of authorities, and when Carlisle was being besieged by the rebels, a representation in paste of the citadel was served up at his table at dessert, which, at the head of the maids of honour, he bombarded with sugar plums. The young Prince George, afterwards George III, behaved excessively well on his father's death. The words are Walpole's, and he establishes his attestation by recording that when he was informed of his father's decease, he turned pale and laid his hand upon his breast, upon which his reverend tutor, Ayscough, said, very much like a simpleton, and not at all like a divine, "I am afraid, sir, you are not well." "I feel," said the boy, "something here, just as I did when I saw the 2 workmen fall from the scaffold at Kew." It was not the speech of a boy of parts, nor an epitaph deeply filial in sentiment on the death of a parent, but one can see that the young prince was conscious of some painful grief, though he hardly knew how to dress his sensations in equivalent words. Another son of Frederick, Edward, Duke of York, was a very plain boy, with strange loose eyes, but was much the favourite. "He is the sayer of things," remarks Walpole. 9 years after his father's death, Prince Edward had occasion to pay as warm a compliment to Lady Huntingdon as ever had been paid her by his father. The occasion was a visit to the Magdalen in 1760. A large party accompanied Prince Edward from Northumberland House to the evening service. They were rather wits than worshippers, for among them were Horace Walpole, Colonel Brundonell, and Lord Hertford, with Lords Huntingdon and Dartmouth to keep the wits within decent limits. The ladies were all gay in silks, satins, and rose-coloured taffeta. There were the Lady Northumberland herself, Ladies Chesterfield, Carlisle, Dartmouth, and Hertford, Lady Fanny Shirley, Lady Selina Hastings, Lady Gertrude Hotham, and Lady Mary Coke. Lord Hertford, at the head of the governors, met the prince and his brilliant suite at the doors and conducted him to a sort of throne in front of the altar. The clergyman, who preached an eloquent and impressive sermon from Luke 19:20, was, not many years after, dragged from Newgate to Tyburn and there ignominiously hung. Someone in the company sneeringly observed that Dr. Dodd had preached a very methodistical sort of sermon. "You are fastidious indeed," said Prince Edward to the objector. "I thought it excellent and suitable to season and place, and in so thinking I have the honour of being of the same opinion as Lady Huntingdon here, and I rather fancy that she is better versed in theology than any of us." This was true, and it was gracefully said. The prince, moreover, backed his opinion by leaving a £50 note in the plate. End of section 24.
Section 25 of Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1, by Dr. John Doran. Chapter 11. The Last Years of a Reign. Princess Augusta named regent in the event of a minority. Cause of the prince's death. Death of the Prince of Orange. The king's fondness for the theatre. Allusion to the king's age. Death of the Queen of Denmark. Her married life unhappy. Suffered from a similar cause with her mother. Rage of Lady Suffolk at a sermon by Whitfield. Lady Huntingdon insulted by her. War in Canada. Daily life of the king. Establishments of the sons of Frederick. Death of the truth-loving Prince Caroline. Deaths of Princess Elizabeth and Princess Anne. Queen Caroline's rebuke of her. Death of the king. Dr. Porteus's eulogistic epitaph on him. The king's personal property. The royal funeral. The burlesque Duke of Newcastle. The last 9 years of the reign of the consort of Caroline were of a very varied character. The earliest of his acts after the death of Frederick was one of which Caroline would certainly not have approved. In case of his demise, before the next heir to the throne should be of age, he, with the consent of Parliament, named the widow of Frederick as regent of the kingdom. This appointment gave great umbrage to the favorite son of Caroline, William, Duke of Cumberland, and it was one of which Caroline herself would never have consented. But George now cared little for what the opinions of Caroline might have been, and the remainder of his days was spent amid death, gaiety, and politics. The year in which Frederick died was marked by the decease of the husband of Caroline's oldest daughter, of whose plainness, wooing, and marriage I have previously spoken. The Prince of Orange died on the 11th of October, 1751. He had not improved in beauty since his marriage, but increasingly ugly as he became, his wife became also increasingly jealous of him. Importunate, however, as the jealousy was, it had the merit of being founded on honest and healthy affection. The immediate cause of the prince's death was an imposthume in the head. Although his health had been indifferent, his death was rather sudden and unexpected. Lord Holderness was sent over from England by the king. Walpole says to learn rather than to teach, but certainly with letters of condolence to Caroline's widowed daughter. She is said to have received the paternal sympathy and the advice in the most haughty and insulting manner. She was proud, perhaps, of being made the gouvernante of her son, and she probably remembered the peremptory rejection by her father of the interested sympathy she herself had offered him on the decease of her mother, to whose credit she had hoped to succeed at St. James. But George himself had little sympathy to spare, and felt no immoderate grief for the death of either son or son-in-law. On the 6th of November, 1751, within a month of the prince's death, and not very many after that of his son and heir to the throne, George was at Drury Lane Theatre. The entertainment, played for his especial pleasure, consisted of Farquhar's Beau Stratagem and Fielding's intriguing chambermaid. In the former, the king was exceedingly fond of the foie garde of Yeats and the cherry of Miss Miners. In the latter piece, Mrs. Clive played her original part of Lettuce, a part in which she had then delighted the town, a town which could be delighted with such parts for now 17 years. Walpole thus relates an incident of the night. He is writing to Sir Horace Mann from Arlington Street under the date of 22nd of November, 1751. A certain king that whatever airs you may give yourself you are not at all like was last week at the play. The intriguing chambermaid in the farce says to the old gentleman, "You are villainously old. You are 66. You can't have the impudence to think of living above 2 years." The old gentleman in the stage box turned about in a passion and said, "This is damn stuff." George was right in his criticism, but rather coarse than kinglike in expressing it. Walpole, too, it may be noticed, misquotes what his friend Mrs. Clive said in her character of Lettuce, and he misquotes evidently for the purpose of making the story more pointed against the king, who was as sensitive upon the point of age as Louis XIV himself. Lettuce does not say to Oldcastle, "You are villainously old." She merely states the 3 obstacles to Oldcastle marrying her young mistress. In the first place, your great age. You are at least some 66. Then there is, in the second place, your terrible, ungenteel air, and thirdly, that horrible face of yours, which it is impossible for anyone to see without being frightened. She does, however, add a phrase which must have sounded harshly on the ear of a sensitive and sextuagenarian king, although not more so than on any other auditor of the same age. I think you could not have the conscience to live above a year or a year and a half at the most. The royal criticism then was correct, however roughly expressed. In the same year, 1751, died another of the children of George and Caroline, Louisa, Queen of Denmark. She had only reached her 27th year and had been 8 years married. Her mother loved her, and the nation admired her for her grace, amiability, and talents. Her career, in many respects, resembled that of her mother. She was married to a king who kept a mistress in order that the world should think he was independent of all influence on the part of his wife. She was basely treated by this king, but not a word of complaint against him entered into the letters which this spirited and sensible woman addressed to her relations. Indeed, she had said at the time of her marriage that if she should become unhappy, her family should never know anything about it. She died in the flower of her age, a terrible death, as Walpole calls it, and after an operation which lasted an hour. The cause of it was the neglect of a slight rupture, occasioned by stooping suddenly when enceinte, the injury resulting from which she imprudently and foolishly concealed. This is all the more strange, as her mother, on her deathbed, said to her, "Louisa, remember, I die by being giddy and obstinate in having kept my disorder a secret." Her farewell letter to her father and family, a most touching address, and the similitude of her fate to that of her mother, sensibly affected the almost dried-up heart of the king. "This has been a fatal year to my family," groaned the son of Sophia Dorothea. "I lost my eldest son, but I was glad of it. Then the Prince of Orange died and left everything in confusion. Poor little Edward has been cut open for an imposthume in his side, and now the Queen of Denmark is gone. I know I did not love my children when they were young. I hated to have them coming into the room, but now I love them as well as most fathers." The Countess of Suffolk, the servant of Caroline and the mistress of Caroline's husband, was among the few persons whom the eloquence and fervor of Whitfield failed to touch. When this latter was chaplain to Lady Huntingdon, and in the habit of preaching in the drawing-room of that excellent and exemplary woman, there was an eager desire to be among the privileged to be admitted to hear him. This privilege was solicited of Lady Huntingdon by Lady Rockingham for the king's ex-favourite, Lady Suffolk. The patroness of Whitfield thought of Magdalen repentant, and expressed her readiness to welcome her, an additional sheep to an increasing flock. The beauty came, and Whitfield preached neither more nor less earnestly, unconscious of her presence. So searching, however, was his sermon, and so readily could the enraged fair one apply its terrible truths to herself, that it was only with difficulty she could sit it out with apparent calm. Inwardly she felt that she had been the especial object at which her assailant had flung his sharpest arrows. Accordingly, when Whitfield had retired, the exquisite fury, chafed but not repentant, turned upon the meditative Lady Huntingdon, and well nigh annihilated her with the torrent and power of her invective. Her sister-in-law, Lady Betty Germain, implored her to be silent, but only the more unreservedly did she empty the vials of her wrath upon the saintly lady of the house, who was lost in astonishment, anger, and confusion. Old Lady Bertie and the Dowager Duchess of Ancaster rose to her rescue, and by right of their relationship with the lady whom the king delighted to honor, required her to be silent or civil. It was all in vain. The irritated fair one maintained that she had been brought there to be pilloried by the preacher, and she finally swept out of the room, leaving behind her an assembly in various attitudes of wonder and alarm, some fairly deafened by the thundering echoes of her expressed wrath. others at a loss to decide whether Lady Huntingdon had or had not directed the arrows of the preacher, and all most charmingly unconscious that, be that as it might, the lady was only smarting because she had rubbed against a sermon bristling with the most stinging truths. Whitfield made note of those of the royal household who repaired to the services over which he presided in Lady Huntingdon's house. In 1752, when he saw regularly attending among his congregation one of Queen Caroline's ex-ladies, Miss Grinfield, he writes thereupon, "One of Caesar's household hath been lately awakened by her ladyship's instrumentality, and I hope others will meet with the like blessing." In 1755, England and France were at issue touching their possessions in Canada. The dispute resulted in a war, and the war brought with it the temporary loss of the electorate of Hanover to England, and much additional disgrace, which last was not wiped out until the great Pitt was at the helm, and by his spirited administration helped England to triumph in every quarter of the globe. Amid misfortune or victory, however, the king, as outwardly impassible as ever, took also less active share in public events than he did of old, and he lived with the regularity of a man who has a regard for his health. Every night at 9 o'clock he sat down to cards. The party generally consisted of his 2 daughters, the Princesses Amelia and Caroline, 2 or 3 of the late Queen's ladies, and as many of the gentlemen of the household, whose presence there was a proof of the sovereign's personal esteem for them. Had none other been present, the party would have been one on which remark would not be called for. But at the same table with the children of good Queen Caroline was seated their father's mistress, the naturalized German Baroness Walmoden, Countess of Yarmouth. George II had no idea that the presence of such a woman was an outrage committed upon his own children. Every Saturday in summer he carried those ladies, but without his daughters, to Richmond. They went in coaches and 6, in the middle of the day, with the heavy horse guards kicking up the dust before them. Dined, walked an hour in the garden, returned in the same dusty parade, and His Majesty fancied himself the most gallant and lively prince in Europe. He had leisure, however, to think of the establishment of the sons of Frederick, and in 1756 George II sent a message to his grandson, now Prince of Wales, whereby he offered him £40,000 a year and apartments at Kensington and St. James. The prince accepted the allowance, but declined the residence on the ground that separation from his mother would be painful to her. When this plea was made, the prince, as Doddington remarks in his diary, did not live with his mother, either in town or country. The prince's brother Edward, afterwards created Duke of York, was furnished with a modest revenue of £5,000 a year. The young prince is said to have been not insensible to the attractions of Lady Essex, daughter of Sir Charles Williams. The prince, says Walpole, has got his liberty and seems extremely disposed to use it, and has great life and good humor. She has already made a ball for him. Sir Richard Littleton was so wise as to make her a visit and advise her not to meddle with politics, that the Princess, Dowager of Wales, would conclude that it was a plan laid for bringing together Prince Edward and Mr. Fox. As Mr. Fox was not just the person my Lady Essex was thinking of bringing together with Prince Edward, she replied, very cleverly, "And, my dear Sir Richard, let me advise you not to meddle with politics neither." From the attempt to establish the Prince of Wales under his own superintendence, the king was called to mourn over the death of another child. The truth-loving Caroline Elizabeth was unreservedly loved by her parents, was worthy of the affection, and repaid it by ardent attachment. She was fair, good, accomplished, and unhappy. The cause of her unhappiness may perhaps be more than guessed at in the circumstance of her retiring from the world on the death of Lord Hervey. The sentiment with which he had, for the sake of vanity or ambition, inspired her was developed into a sort of motherly love for his children, for whom she exhibited great and constant regard. Therewith she was conscious of but one strong desire, a desire to die. For many years previous to her decease she lived in her father's palace, literally cloistered up, inaccessible to nearly all, yet with active sympathy for the poor and suffering classes in the metropolis. Walpole, speaking of the death of Princess Caroline, the third daughter of George II, says, "Though her state of health had been so dangerous for years, and her absolute confinement for so many of them, her disorder was, in a manner, new and sudden, and her death unexpected by herself, though earnestly her wish. Her goodness was constant and uniform, her generosity immense, her charities most extensive. In short, I, no royalist, could be lavish in her praise. What will divert you is that the Duke of Norfolk's and the Lord Northumberland's upper servants have asked leave to put themselves in mourning, not out of regard for this admirable princess, but to be more sur le bon ton. I told the Duchess I supposed that they would expect her to mourn hereafter for their relations." The princess died in December 1757, and early in the following year the king was seized with a serious fit of illness, which terminated with a severe attack of gout, which had never been at court above twice in his reign, said Walpole, and the appearance of which was considered as giving the royal sufferer a chance of 5 or 6 years more of life. But it was not to be so, for the old royal lion in the Tower had just expired, and people who could put that and that together could not but pronounce oracularly that the royal man would follow the royal brute. "Nay," said Lord Chesterfield to his son, "this extravagancy was believed by many above people." The fine gentleman means that it was believed by many of his own class. It was not the old king, however, who was first to be summoned from the royal circle by the inevitable angel. A young princess passed away before the more aged sovereign. Walpole has a word or two to say upon the death of the Princess Elizabeth, the second daughter of Frederick, Prince of Wales, who died in the September of this year. The immediate cause of death was an inflammation which carried her off in 2 days. Her figure, he said, was so very unfortunate that it would have been difficult for her to be happy, but her parts and application were extraordinary. I saw her act in Cato at 8 years old, when she could not stand alone, but was forced to lean against a side scene, better than any of her brothers and sisters. She had been so unhealthy that at that age she had not been taught to read, but had learned the part of Lucia by hearing the others study their parts. She went to her father and mother and begged she might act. They put her off as gently as they could. She desired leave to repeat her part, and when she did, it was with so much sense that there was no denying her. Before George's hour had yet come, another child was to precede the aged father to the tomb. In 1759, Anne, the eldest and least loved of the daughters of Caroline, died in Holland. At the period of her birth, the 9th of October, 1709, her godmother, Queen Anne, was occupying the throne of England. Her grandfather, George, was an elector of Hanover. Sophia Dorothea was languishing in the castle of Alden, and her father and mother bore the title of Electoral Prince and Princess. She was born at Hanover, and was 5 years old when, with her sister, Amelia Sophia, who was 2 years younger, her mother, the Princess Caroline, afterwards Queen, arrived in this country on the 15th of October, 1714. She early exhibited a haughty and imperious disposition, possessing very little feeling for, and exercised very little gentleness toward those who even rendered her a willing service. Queen Caroline sharply corrected this last defect. She discovered that the princess was accustomed to make one of her ladies-in-waiting stand by her bedside every night and read aloud to her till she fell asleep. On one occasion the princess kept her lady standing so long that she at last fainted from sheer fatigue. On the following night, when Queen Caroline had retired to rest, she sent for her offending daughter and requested her to read aloud to her for a while. The princess was about to take a chair, but the queen said she could hear her better if she read standing. Anne obeyed and read till fatigue made her pause. "Go on," said the queen. "It entertains me." Anne went on sulkily and wearily, till, increasingly weary, she once more paused for rest and looked round for a seat. "Continue, continue," said the queen. "I am not yet tired of listening." Anne burst into tears with vexation and confessed that she was tired both of standing and reading, and was ready to sink with fatigue. "If you feel so faint from one evening of such employment, what must your attendants feel, upon whom you force the same discipline night after night? Be less selfish, my child, in future, and do not indulge in luxuries purchased at the cost of weariness and ill health to others." Anne did not profit by the lesson, and few people were warmly attached to the proud and egotistical lady. The princess spent nearly 20 years in England, and a little more than a quarter of a century in Holland. The last 7 years of that period she was a widow. Her last thoughts were for the aggrandizement of her family, and when she was battling with death, she rallied her strength in order to sign the contract of marriage between her daughter and the Prince Nassau-Walberg, and to write a letter to the States General requesting them to sanction the match. Having accomplished this, the eldest daughter of Caroline laid down the pen and calmly awaited the death, which was not long in coming. It remains for us now only to speak of the demise of the husband of Caroline. On the night of Friday, the 25th of October, 1760, the king retired to rest at an early hour and well in health. At 6 next morning he drank his usual cup of chocolate, walked to the window, looked out upon Kensington Gardens, and made some observation about the direction of the wind, which had lately delayed the mails from Holland, and which kept from him intelligence, which he was anxious to receive, and which he was saved the pain of hearing. George had said to the page-in-waiting that he would take a turn in the garden, and he was on his way thither at 7 o'clock, when the attendant heard the sound of a fall. He entered the room through which the king was passing on his way to the garden, and he found George II lying on the ground, with a wound on the right side of his face, caused by striking it in his fall against the side of a bureau. He could only say, "Send for Amelia," and then, gasping for breath, died. Whilst the sick, almost deaf, and purblind daughter of the king was sent for, the message being that her father wished to speak to her, the servants carried the body to the bed from which the king had so lately risen. They had not time to close the eyes when the princess entered the room. Before they could inform her of the unexpected catastrophe, she had advanced to the bedside. She stooped over him, fancying that he was speaking to her, and that she could not hear his words. The poor lady was sensibly shocked, but she did not lose her presence of mind. She dispatched messengers for surgeons and wrote to the Prince of Wales. The medical men were speedily in attendance, but he was beyond mortal help, and they could only conclude that the king had died of the rupture of some vessel of the heart, as he had for years been subject to palpitation of that organ. Dr. Beilby Porteous, in his panegyrizing epitaph on the monarch, considered his death as having been appropriate and necessary. He had accomplished all for which he had been commissioned by heaven, and had received all the rewards in return which heaven could give to a man on earth. No further blessing could on earth be given. The next degree of happiness was heaven. George II died possessed of considerable personal property. Of this he bequeathed £50,000 between the Duke of Cumberland and the Princesses Amelia and Mary. The share received by his daughters did not equal that he left to his last favorite, Lady Yarmouth. The legacy to that German lady, of whom he used to write to Queen Caroline from Hanover, "You must love the Walmoden, for she loves me," consisted of a cabinet and contents, valued, it is said, at £11,000. His son, the Duke of Cumberland, further received from him a bequest of £130,000, placed on mortgages not immediately recoverable. The testator had originally bequeathed twice that amount to his son, but he revoked half on the ground of the expenses of the war. He describes him as the best son that ever lived, and declares that he had never given him cause to be offended. A pretty strong comment, as Horace Walpole remarks when detailing the incidents of the king's decease, on the affair of Closter 7. The king's jewels were worth, according to Lady Suffolk, £150,000. Of the best of them, which he kept in Hanover, he made crown jewels. The remainder, with some cabinets, were left to the Duke. 2 days before the king died, says Walpole, it happened oddly to my Lady Suffolk. She went to make a visit at Kensington, not knowing of the review. She found herself hemmed in by coaches, and was close to him whom she had not seen for so many years, and to my Lady Yarmouth, but they did not know her. It struck her, and has made her sensible to his death. Intelligence of the king's decease was sent, as before said, to the Prince of Wales by the Princess Amelia. The heir apparent, however, received earlier intimation of the fact through a German valet de chambre at Kensington. The latter dispatched a note which bore a private mark previously agreed upon, and which reached the heir to so much greatness as he was out riding. He knew what had happened by the sign. Without surprise or emotion, without dropping a word that indicated what had happened, he said his horse was lame, and he turned back to Kew. At dismounting, he said to the groom, "I have said this horse was lame. I forbid you to say to the contrary." If this story of Walpole's be true, the longest reign in England started from a lie. In the meantime, there was the old king to bury, and he was consigned to the tomb with a ceremony which has been graphically pictured by Horace Walpole. He describes himself as attending the funeral not as a mourner, but as a rag of quality, in which character he walked as affording him the best means of seeing the show. He pronounced it a noble sight, and he appears to have enjoyed it extremely. The prince's chamber hung with purple, and a quantity of silver lamps, the coffin under a canopy of purple velvet, and 6 vast chandeliers of silver on high stands had a very good effect. The procession through a line of foot guards, every 7th man bearing a torch, the horse guards lining the outside, their officers with drawn sabres and crape sashes on horseback, the drums muffled, the fifes, bells tolling, and minute guns. All this was very solemn. There was, however, something more exquisite still in the estimation of this very unsentimental rag of quality. The charm, he says, the charm was the entrance to the abbey, where we were received by the dean and chapter in rich robes, the choir and almoners bearing torches, the whole abbey so illuminated that one saw it to greater advantage than by day, the tombs, long aisles, and fretted roof all appearing distinctly, and with the happiest chiaro obscuro. There wanted nothing but incense and little chapels here and there, with priests saying Mass for the repose of the defunct. Yet one could not complain about its not being Catholic enough. I had been in dread of being coupled with some boy of 10 years old, but the heralds were not very accurate, and I walked with George Grenville, taller and older, to keep me in countenance. When we came to the chapel of Henry VII, All solemnity and decorum ceased. No order was observed. People sat or stood where they could or would. The yeomen of the guard were crying out for help, oppressed by the immense weight of the coffin. The bishop read sadly and blundered in the prayers. The fine chapter, that man is born of a woman, was chanted, not read, and the anthem, besides being immeasurably tedious, would have served as well for a nuptial. The real serious part was the figure of the Duke of Cumberland, heightened by 1,000 melancholy circumstances. He had a dark brown Adonis with a cloak of black cloth and a train of 5 yards. Attending the funeral of a father could not be pleasant. His leg extremely bad, yet forced to stand upon it near 2 hours. His face bloated and disturbed with his late paralytic stroke, which has affected too one of his eyes, and placed over the mouth of the vault, into which, in all probability, he must himself soon descend. Think how unpleasant a situation. He bore it all with a firm and unaffected countenance. This grave scene was fully contrasted by the burlesque Duke of Newcastle. He fell into a fit of crying the moment he came into the chapel, and flung himself back into a stall, the archbishop hovering over him with a smelling bottle. But in 2 minutes his curiosity got the better of his hypocrisy, and he ran about the chapel with his glass to spy who was or who was not there, spying with one hand and mopping his eye with the other. Then returned the fear of catching cold, and the Duke of Cumberland, who was sinking with heat, felt himself weighed down, and turning around found it was the Duke of Newcastle standing upon his train to avoid the chill of the marble. It was very theatrical to look down into the vault where the coffin lay attended by mourners with lights. Clavering, the groom of the chamber, refused to sit up with the body, and was dismissed by the king's order. Speaking of the last year of the life of George II, Walpole remarks with a truth that cannot be gainsaid, "It was glorious and triumphant beyond example, and his death was most felicitous to himself, being without a pang, without tasting a reverse, and when his sight and hearing were so nearly extinguished that any prolongation could but have swelled to calamities." End of section 25. Chapter 11. The Last Years of a Reign.
Section 26 of Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1, by Dr. John Doran. Charlotte Sophia, wife of George III, Chapter 1, The Coming of the Bride. Lady Sarah Lennox, the object of George III's early affections. The Fair Quaker. Matrimonial Commission of Colonel Graham. Princess Charlotte of Mecklenburg. Her spirited letter to the King of Prussia. Demanded in marriage by George III. Arrival in England. Her progress to London. Colchester and its candied Eringo route. Entertained by Lord Abercorn. Arrival in London and reception. Claim of the Irish peeresses advocated by Lord Charlemont. The royal marriage. The first drawing room. A comic anecdote. The King and Queen at the Chapel Royal. At the theatre. Accidents on the occasion. The coronation. Incidents and anecdotes connected with it. The young pretender said to have been present. The coronation produced at the theatre. The eldest son of Frederick, Prince of Wales, was yet young when his grandfather began to consider the question of his marriage, and it is said had designed to form a union between him and a princess of the royal family of Prussia. The design, if ever formed, entirely failed, and while those most anxious for the Protestant succession were occupied in naming princesses worthy to espouse an heir to a throne, that heir himself is said to have fixed his young affections on an English lady, whose virtues and beauty might have made her eligible had not the accident of her not being a foreigner barred her way to the throne. This lady was Lady Sarah Lennox, and a vast amount of gossip was expended upon her and the young prince by those busy persons whose chief occupation consists in arranging the affairs of others. It is impossible to say how far this young couple were engaged, but the fact, as surmised, rendered the friends of the prince, now George III, more anxious than ever to see him provided with a fair partner on the throne. George III had first been smitten by seeing Lady Sarah Lennox making hay in a field close to the high road in Kensington. She was charming in feature, figure, and expression, but her great beauty, according to Henry Fox, was a peculiarity of countenance that made her at the same time different from and prettier than any other girl I ever saw. At a private court ball, the young king said to Lady Susan Strangways, "There will be no coronation until there is a queen, and I think your friend is the fittest person for it. Tell her so from me." Subsequently, the enamored monarch had an opportunity of asking Lady Sarah if she had received the message confided to Lady Susan. On the young lady replying in the affirmative, and on her being asked what she thought of it, her answer was, "Nothing, sir." Her friends, however, thought a good deal of it. As Lady Sarah was once entering the presence chamber, Lady Barrington gently pulled the skirt of her dress and said, "Let me go in before you, for you will never have another opportunity of seeing my beautiful back." Lady Barrington was famed for the beauty of her shoulders. Lady Sarah, too, had thought more about the king's message than she had confessed to the king himself. When the news reached her that the young sovereign was about to marry a princess of Mecklenburg, she wrote to Lady Susan, "Does not your color rise at hearing this? I shall take care to show that I am not mortified to anybody, but if it is true that one can vex anybody with a cold, reserved manner, he shall have it, I promise him." Anon, the writer thinks she only liked him a little, and the disappointment affected her only for an hour or two. Ultimately, she remarks, "If he were to change his mind again, which can't be, though, and not give a very, very good reason for his conduct, I would not have him. We are to act a play and have a little ball, to show we are not so melancholy quite." And thus the disappointment was ostensibly got over. Walpole had described the lady who first raised a tender feeling in the breast of George in very graphic terms. There was a play at Holland House acted by children, not all children, for Lady Sarah Lennox, subsequently Lady Sarah Napier, and Lady Susan Strangways played the women. It was Jane Shore. Charles Fox was Hastings. The two girls were delightful and acted with so much nature that they appeared the very things they represented. Lady Sarah was more beautiful than you can conceive, and her very awkwardness gave an air of truth to the sham of the part, and the antiquity of the time kept up by her dress, which was taken out of Montfaucon. Lady Susan was dressed from Jane Seymour. I was more struck with the last scene between the two women than ever I was when I have seen it on stage. When Lady Sarah was in white, with her hair about her ears and on the ground, no Magdalen of Correggio was half so lovely and expressive. But there is a pretty romance extant, based, as even romances may be, upon some foundation of reality, and according to the narrators thereof, it is said that the king, when yet only Prince of Wales, had been attracted by the charms of a young Quakeress named Lightfoot, of the vicinity of St. James's Market, long before he had felt subdued by the more brilliant beauty of Lady Sarah Lennox. The romance has been recounted circumstantially enough by its authors and editors, and if these are to be trusted, the young prince was so enamored that, finding his peace of mind and happiness depended on his being united to the gentle Hannah, he made a confidant of his brother Edward, Duke of York, and another person who has never had the honor of being named, and in their presence a marriage was contracted privately at Curzon Street Chapel, Mayfair, in the year 1759. A few years previous to this time, Mayfair had been the favorite locality for the celebration of hurried marriages, particularly at Keith's Chapel, which was within 10 yards of Curzon Chapel. The Reverend Alexander Keith kept open altar during the usual office hours from 10 till 4, and married parties for the small fee of a guinea, license included. Parties requiring to be united at other hours paid extra. The Reverend Alexander so outraged the law that he was publicly excommunicated in 1742, for which he as publicly excommunicated the excommunicators in return. 7 years before George is said to have married Hannah Lightfoot at Curzon Chapel, James, the 4th Duke of Hamilton, was married at Keith's to the youngest of the beautiful Mrs. Gunning, with a ring of the bed curtain, says Horace Walpole, and at half an hour after 12 at night. The rest of the pretty romance touching George and Hannah is rather lumbering in its construction. The married lovers are said to have kept a little household of their own, and round the hearth thereof we are further told that there were not wanting successive young faces, adding to its happiness. But there came the moment when the dream was disposed of, not by bowl, prison, or dagger, but by espousing her to a gentle Strephon named Axford, who, for a pecuniary consideration, took Hannah to wife, and asked no impertinent questions. They lived, at least Hannah did, for a time in Harper Street, Red Lion Square. The story is an indifferent one, but it has been so often alluded to that some notice of it seemed necessary in this place. Something more than rumor asserts that the young king was attracted by the stately grace of Elizabeth Spencer, Countess of Pembroke, who is described as a living picture of majestic modesty. In after years, the king looked on the mother of the Napiers and on the above-named countess with a certain loving interest. In the intervals of his attacks of insanity, it is said he used to dwell with impassioned accents on the former beauty of the majestic countess. The king's mother had been most averse to the Prussian connection. Mr. Fox, afterwards Lord Holland, is said to have done his best to further a union with the subject. The Princess Dowager of Wales and Lord Bute would have selected a princess of Saxe-Gotha, but it was whispered that there was a constitutional infirmity in that family which rendered an alliance with it in no way desirable. Besides, George II said he had had enough of that family already. A Colonel Graham was then dispatched to Germany, and rumor invested him with a commission to visit the German courts, and if he could find among them a princess who was faultless in form, feature, and character, of sound health and highly accomplished, he was to report accordingly. Colonel Graham, Love's military messenger, happened to fall in at Pyrmont with the Princess Dowager of Strelitz and her 2 daughters. At the gay baths and salutary springs of Pyrmont very little etiquette was observed, even in those very ceremonious times, and great people went about less in masquerade and less straight-laced than they were wont to do at home, in the circle of their own courts. In this sort of negligee there was a charm which favored the development of character, and under its influence the scrutinizing colonel soon vicariously fell in love with the young Princess Charlotte, and at once made the report which led to the royal marriage that ensued. There were persons who denied that this little romantic drama was ever played at all, but as the colonel was subsequently appointed to the mastership of St. Catherine's Hospital, the prettiest bit of preferment possessed by a queen consort, other persons looked upon the appointment as the due acknowledgment of a princess grateful for favors received. But, after all, the young king is positively declared to have chosen for himself. The King of Prussia at that time was a man much addicted to disregard the rights of his contemporaries, and among other outrages committed by his army was the invasion and almost desolating of the little dominion of Mecklenburg-Strelitz, the ducal possession of the Princess Charlotte's brother. This act inspired, it is said, the lady last named to pen a letter to the monarch, which was as full of spirit as of logic, and not likely to have been written by so young a lady. The letter, however, was sufficiently spirited and conclusive to win reputation for the alleged writer. Its great charm was its simple and touching truthfulness, and the letter, whether forwarded to George by the Prussian king or laid before him by his mother, the Princess Dowager, is said to have had such an influence on his mind as to at once inspire him with feelings of admiration for the writer. After praising it, the king exclaimed to Lord Hertford, "This is a lady whom I shall select for my consort. Here are lasting beauties. The man who has any mind may feast and not be satisfied. If the disposition of the princess but equals her refined sense, I shall be the happiest man, as I hope, with my people's concurrence, to be the greatest monarch in Europe." The lady on whom this eulogy was uttered was Charlotte Sophia, the younger of the 2 daughters of Charles Louis, Duke of Moreau, by Albertina Elizabeth, a princess of the ducal house of Saxe-Hilberhausen. The Duke of Moreau was the second son of the Duke of Mecklenburg-Strelitz, and was a lieutenant general in the service of the Emperor of Germany when Charlotte Sophia was born at Moreau on the 16th of May, 1744. 4 sons and 1 other daughter were the issue of this marriage. The eldest son ultimately became Duke of Mecklenburg-Strelitz, and to the last name placed the Princess Charlotte Sophia, or Charlotte as she was commonly called, and her family removed in 1751, on the death of the Duke Charles Louis. At 7 years of age, she had for her instructress that verse-writing Madame de Grabau, whom the Germans fondly and foolishly compared with Sappho. The post of instructress was shared by many partners, but finally to the poetess succeeded a philosopher, Dr. Getzner, who, from the time of his undertaking the office of tutor to that of marriage of his serene pupil, imparted to the latter a varied wisdom and knowledge, made up of Lutheran divinity, natural history, and mineralogy. Charlotte not only cultivated these branches of education with success, but others also. She was a very fair linguist, spoke French perhaps better than German, as was the fashion of her time and country, could converse in Italian and knew something of English. Other accounts say that she did not begin to learn French till she knew she was to leave Mecklenburg. Her style of drawing was above that of an ordinary amateur. She danced like a lady and played like an artist. Better than all, she was a woman of good sense. She had the good fortune to be early taught the great truths of religion, and she had the good taste to shape her course by their requirements. She was not without faults, and she had a will of her own. In short, she was a woman of sense and spirit, but occasionally making mistakes like any of her sisters. The letter, which she is said to have addressed to the King of Prussia, and the alleged writing of which is said to have won for her a crown, has been often printed. But well known as it is, it cannot well be omitted from pages professing to give, however imperfectly, as in the present case, some record of the supposed writer's life. No one, however, will readily believe that a girl of 16 was the actual author of such a document as the following. May it please your Majesty, I am at a loss whether I should congratulate or condole with you on your late victory over Marshal Daun, November 3rd, 1760, since the same success which has covered you with laurels has overspread the country of Mecklenburg with desolation. I know, sire, that it seems unbecoming my sex in this age of vicious refinement to feel for one's country, to lament the horrors of war, or wish for the return of peace. I know you may think it more properly my province to study the arts of pleasing or to inspect subjects of a more domestic nature, but, however unbecoming it may be in me, I cannot resist the desire of interceding for this unhappy people. It was but a very few years ago that this territory wore the most pleasing appearance. The country was cultivated, the peasants looked cheerful, and the towns abounded with riches and festivity. What an alteration at present from such a charming scene! I am not expert at description, nor can my fancy add any horrors to the picture, but sure even conquerors themselves would weep at the hideous prospects now before me. The whole country, my dear country, lies one frightful waste, presenting only objects to excite terror, pity, and despair. The business of the husbandman and the shepherd are quite discontinued. The husbandman and the shepherd are become soldiers themselves, and help to ravage the soil they formerly cultivated. The towns are inhabited only by old men, old women, and children. Perhaps here and there a warrior, by wounds or loss of limbs rendered unfit for service, left at his door. His little children hang round him, ask a history of every wound, and grow themselves soldiers before they find strength for the field. But this were nothing did we not feel the alternate insolence of either army, as it happens to advance or retreat in pursuing the operations of the campaign. It is impossible to express the confusion even those who call themselves our friends create. Even those from whom we might expect redress oppress with new calamities. From your justice, therefore, it is, we hope, relief. To you even women and children may complain, whose humanity stoops to the meanest petition, and whose power is capable of repressing the greatest injustice. The very reputation of having written this letter won for its supposed author the crown of a queen consort. The members of the Privy Council, to whom the royal intention was first communicated, thought it almost a misalliance for a king of Great Britain, France, and Ireland to wed with a lady of such poor estate as the young daughter of a very poor German prince. Had they been ethnologists, they might have augured well of a union between Saxon king and Slavonic lady. The Slav blood runs pure in Mecklenburg. It was on the 8th of July, 1761, that the king announced to his council in due and ordinary form that having nothing so much at heart as the welfare and happiness of his people, and that to render the same stable and permanent to posterity being the first object of his reign, he had ever since his accession to the throne turned his thoughts to the choice of a princess with whom he might find the solace of matrimony and the comforts of domestic life. He had to announce to them, therefore, with great satisfaction, that after the most mature reflection and fullest information, he had come to a resolution to demand in marriage the Princess Charlotte of Mecklenburg-Strelitz, a princess distinguished by every amiable virtue and elegant endowment, whose illustrious line had continually shown the firmest zeal for the Protestant religion, and a particular attachment to his Majesty's family. Lord Hardwicke, who had been fixed upon by the king as his representative, commissioned to go to Strelitz and ask the hand of the Princess Charlotte Sophia in marriage, owed his appointment and his subsequent nomination as Master of the Buckhounds to his Majesty, to the circumstance that at the king's accession he had been almost the only nobleman who had not solicited some favour from the crown. He was so charmed with his mission that everything appeared to him couleur de rose, and not only was he enraptured with the most amiable young princess he ever saw, but, as he adds in a letter to his friend Mr. Mitchell, gratified at the reception he had met with at the court of Strelitz, appearing as he did upon such an errand, and happy to find that the great honor the king has done this family is seen in its proper light. The business, as he remarks, was not a difficult one. There were no thorns in his rosy path. The little court, he tells us, exerted its utmost abilities to make a figure suitable for this occasion, and, in the envoy's opinion, they acquitted themselves not only with magnificence and splendor, but with great taste and propriety. His lordship completed the treaty of marriage on the 15th of August. His testimony touching the bride runs as follows. Our queen that is to be has seen very little of the world, but her very good sense, vivacity, and cheerfulness, I dare say, will recommend her to the king, and make her the darling of the British nation. She is no regular beauty, but she is of a very pretty size, has a charming complexion, very pretty eyes, and finely made. In short, she is a very fine girl. Mrs. Stewart, daughter-in-law of Lord Bute, left the following note of the early life of the princess, and of the marriage by proxy ceremony derived from the queen herself. Her Majesty described her life at Mecklenburg as one of extreme retirement. She dressed only en robe de chambre, except on Sundays, on which day she put on her best gown, and after service, which was very long, took an airing in a coach and six, attended by guards and all the state she could muster. She had not dined at table at the period I am speaking of. One morning her eldest brother, of whom she seems to have stood in great awe, came to her room in company with the Duchess, her mother. In a few minutes the folding doors flew open to the saloon, which she saw splendidly illuminated, and then appeared a table, 2 cushions, and everything prepared for a wedding. Her brother then gave her his hand, and leading her in, used his favorite expression, Allons, n'enfant pas l'enfant, tu vas être reine d'Angleterre. Mr. Drummond then advanced. They knelt down. The ceremony, whatever it was, proceeded. She was laid on the sofa, upon which he laid his foot, and they embraced her, calling her La Reine. La Reine was not such a very fine girl as not to be startled by the superior beauty of the 2 principal ladies who were sent to escort her to London. When the Princess Charlotte of Mecklenburg first looked upon the brilliant Duchesses of Ancaster and Hamilton, she could not help exclaiming, with a sentiment apparently of self-humility, "Are all the women in England as beautiful as you are?" The convoying fleet sent to conduct the princess to England was commanded by the great Lord Anson. The Tripoline ambassador could not but admire the honor paid by His Majesty in sending so high an officer, the first eunuch, as the Mahatman called him, to escort the bride to her new home. When the marriage treaty had been formally concluded after some delay caused by the death of the mother of the princess, the little city of Strelitz became briefly mad with joy and exultation. There were illuminations, balls, fireworks, and artillery, and for 2 days stupendous state banquets followed each other, and said much for the digestion of those who enjoyed them. On the 17th of August, the princess left Strelitz, accompanied by her brother, the Grand Duke, and in 4 days arrived at Stade amid demonstrations of great delight on the part of the population, ever grateful for an excitement, and especially so for one afforded them by a young queen, as the bride-elect was already considered. On the 22nd she embarked at Cuxhaven amid a salute from the whole fleet. For more than a week she was as disrespectfully tossed and tumbled about by the rough sea over which her path lay, as the hero of New Zealand buffeting the waves to meet her dusky lander. During the voyage a wave washed a sailor from the deck, and he perished in the surging waters. At the end of the voyage the bride was, rather unnecessarily, informed of the calamity. She had been undisturbed by any cry of "Man overboard!" The royal yacht which bore the youthful bride was surrounded by the squadron forming the convoy, and across as boisterous a sea as ever tried a ship or perplexed a sailor the bride was carried in discomfort but safety, till, on the evening of Sunday the 6th of September, the fleet and its precious freight arrived off Harwich. It was Sunday evening, and the fact was not known in London till Monday morning. The report of the Queen having been seen off the coast of Sussex on Saturday was current, but there was great uncertainty as to where she was, whether she had landed, or when she would be in town. Last night at 10 o'clock, says Walpole on Tuesday morning, it was neither certain where she landed nor when she would be in town. I forgive history for knowing nothing, when so public an event as the arrival of a new queen is a mystery even at this very moment in St. James's Street. This messenger who brought the letter yesterday morning said she arrived at half an hour after 4 at Harwich. This was immediately translated into landing and notified in those words to the ministers. 6 hours afterwards it proved no such thing, and that she was only in Harwich Road, and they recollected that half an hour after 4 happens twice in 24 hours, and the letter did not specify which of the twices it was. Well, the bridesmaids whipped on their virginity. The new road and the parks were thronged, the guns were choking with impatience to go off, and Sir James Lowther, who was to pledge his majesty, was actually married to Lady Mary Stuart. 5, 6, 7, 8 o'clock came, and no queen. The lady, so impatiently looked for, remained on board the yacht throughout the Sunday night. Storm-tossed as she had been, she had borne the voyage well, and had been sick but half an hour, singing and playing on the harpsichord all the voyage, and been cheerful the whole time. On Monday she landed, but not till after dinner, and then was received in the ancient town by the authorities, and with all the usual ceremonies which it is the curse of very great people to be fated to encounter. Had the young king been a really gallant monarch, he would have met his bride on the seashore, but etiquette does not allow of sovereigns being gallant, and the princess was welcomed by no higher dignitary than a mayor. In the afternoon she journeyed leisurely on to Colchester, where she was entertained at the house of a loyal private individual, Mr. Ennu. Here Captain Bart served her with coffee, and Lieutenant John Seaver waited on her with tea. This service being concluded, an inhabitant of the town presented her with a box of candied Eringo root. This presentation is always made, it would seem, to royalty when the latter honours Colchester with a passing visit. The old town is, or was, proud of its peculiar production, candied Eringo root. On the occasion in question, the presenter learnedly detailed the qualities of the root, and the young princess looked as interested as she could while she was told that the Eryngium was of the Pedantria digynia class, that it had general and partial cholerae, and that its root was attenuant and deobstruent, and was therefore esteemed a good hepatic, uterine, and nephritic. Its whole virtue, it was added, consists in its external or cortical part. There was a good opportunity to draw a comparison between the root and the bride, to the advantage of the latter, had the exhibitor been so minded. But the opportunity was allowed to pass, and the owner of the Eringo failed to allude to the fact that the beauty in the royal features was surpassed by the virtue indwelling in her heart. The royal visitor learned all that could well be told her during her brief stay of the historical incidents connected with the place, and having taken tea and coffee from the hands of veteran warriors, and candied Eringo from Mr. Green, and information touching the visits of Queen Mary and Elizabeth from the clergy and others, the Princess Charlotte, or Queen Charlotte, as she was already called, continued her journey, and by gentle stages arrived at Lord Abercorn's house at Witham, twixt the gloaming and the murk, at 7:15. The host himself was most tranquilly in town, and the mansion was described as the Palace of Silence. The new arrivals, however, soon raised noise enough within its walls, for notwithstanding the dinner before landing, some refreshment taken at Harwich, and the tea, coffee, and candied Eringo root at Colchester, there was still supper to be provided for the tired queen and her escort. The first course of the supper consisted of a mixture of fowl and fish. Leverance, partridges, carp, and soles, brought by express from Colchester just time enough for supper. There were, besides, many made dishes, and an abundance of the choicest fruits that could be procured. The queen supped in public, one of the penalties which royalty used to pay to the people. That is, she sat at table with open doors, at which all comers were allowed to congregate to witness the not too edifying spectacle of a young bride feeding. This exploit was accomplished by Her Majesty, while Lord Hardwicke and the gallant Lord Anson stood on either side of the royal chair, and to the satisfaction of both actress and spectators. The Queen slept that night at Witham, and the next day went slowly and satisfiedly on as far as ancient Romford, where she alighted at the house of a Mr. Dalton, a wine merchant. In this asylum she remained about an hour, until the arrival of the royal servants in carriages from London which were to meet her. The servants having commenced their office with their new mistress by serving her with coffee, the Queen entered the royal carriage, in which she was accompanied by the Duchesses of Ancaster and Hamilton. As it is stated by the recorders of the incidents of that day that Her Majesty was attired entirely in the English taste, it may be worth adding, to show what the taste was, that she wore a fly cap with rich lace lappets, a stomacher ornamented with diamonds, and a gold brocade suit of clothes with a white ground. Thus decked out, the Queen, preceded by 3 carriages containing ladies from Mecklenburg and lords from St. James's, was conveyed through lines of people, militia, and horse and foot guards to London. She was much amused, said Mrs. Stewart, at the crowds of people assembled to see her, and bowed as she passed. She was hideously dressed in a blue satin-quilted Jesuit, which came up to her chin and down to her waist, her hair twisted up into knots called a tête de mouton, and the strangest little blue coif at the top. She had a great jewel like a Savignon, and earrings like those now worn with many drops, a present from the Empress of Russia, who knew of her marriage before she did herself. She entered the capital by the suburb of Mile End, which for dirt and misery could hardly be equaled by anything at Muro and Strelitz. Having passed through Whitechapel, which must have given her no very high idea of the civilization of the British people, she passed on westward, and proceeding by the longest route, continued along Oxford Street to Hyde Park, and finally reached the garden gate of St. James's at 3 in the afternoon. Before she left Romford, one of the English ladies in attendance recommended her to curl her toupee. She said she thought it looked as well as that of any of the ladies sent to fetch her. If the king bid her, she would wear a periwig. Otherwise, she would remain as she was. Just as they entered Constitution Hill, one of the ladies said to the other, looking at her watch, "We shall hardly have time to dress for the wedding." "Wedding?" said the queen. "Yes, madame, it is to be at 12. Upon this she fainted. Lady Effingham, who had a bottle of lavender water in her hand, threw it in her face. The travelling bride had up to this time exhibited much self-possession and gaiety of spirit throughout the journey, and it was not till she came in sight of the palace that her courage seemed to fail her. Then, for the first time, she grew frightened and grew pale. The Duchess of Hamilton smiled. The princess said, "My dear Duchess, you may laugh. You have been married twice, but it's no joke to me." Walpole, riding at 20 minutes past 3 in the afternoon, not in the middle of the night, says Madame Charlotte is this instant arrived. The noise of the coaches, chaise, horsemen, mob, that have been to see her pass through the parks is so prodigious that I cannot distinguish the guns. When the royal carriage stopped at the garden gate, the bride's lips trembled, and she looked paler than ever, but she stepped out with spirit, assisted by the Duke of Devonshire, Lord Chamberlain. Before her stood the king, surrounded by his court. A crimson cushion was laid for her to kneel upon, and, Mrs. Stewart tells us, mistaking the hideous old Duke of Grafton for him, as the cushion inclined that way, she was very near prostrating herself before the Duke, but the king caught her in his arms first, and all but carried her upstairs, forbidding anyone to enter. Walpole says of her that she looked sensible, cheerful, and remarkably genteel. He does not say she was pretty, and it must be confessed that she was rather plain, too plain to create a favorable impression upon a youthful monarch, whose heart, even if the story of the Quakeress be a fiction, was certainly preoccupied by the image of a lady who, nevertheless, figured that night among the bridesmaids, namely, Lady Sarah Lennox. An involuntary expression of the king's countenance, says Mr. Galt, revealed what was passing within, but it was a passing cloud. The generous feeling of the monarch were interested, and the tenderness with which he thenceforward treated Queen Charlotte was uninterrupted until the moment of their final separation. This probably comes much nearer to the truth than the assertion of Lady Anne Hamilton, who says, "At the first sight of the German princess, the king actually shrunk from her gaze, for her countenance was of that cast too plainly told of the nature of the spirit working within." Lord Harwick is said to have sent to his wife an unfavorable description of the queen's features, which Lady Hardwicke read aloud to her friends. It is added that George III, on hearing of it, was greatly offended. The king, as before mentioned, led his bride into the palace, where she dined with him, his mother, the Princess Dowager, and that Princess Augusta, who was to give a future queen to England in the person of Caroline of Brunswick. After dinner, when the bridesmaids and the court were introduced to her, she said, "Mon Dieu, il y est temps, il y est temps." She kissed the princesses with manifest pleasure, but was so prettily reluctant to offer her own hand to be kissed that the Princess Augusta, for once doing a graceful thing gracefully, was forced to take her hand and give it to those who were to kiss it, which was prettily humble and good. This act set the queen talking and laughing, at which some severe critics declared that the illustrious lady's face seemed all mouth. Northcote subsequently declared that Queen Charlotte's plainness was not a vulgar but an elegant plainness. The artist saw another grace in her. As he looked at Reynolds' portrait of her, fan in hand, Northcote, remembering the sitting, exclaimed, "Lord, how she held that fan!" It is singular that although the question touching presidency and the proper position of Irish peers on English state occasions had been settled in the reign of George II, it was renewed on the occasion of the marriage of Queen Charlotte with increased vigor. The question indeed now rather regarded the peeresses than the peers. The Irish ladies of that rank claimed a right to walk in the marriage procession immediately after English peeresses of their own degree. The impudent wits of the day declared that the Irish ladies would be out of their vocation at weddings, and that their proper place was at funerals, where they might professionally howl. The rude taunt was made in mere thoughtlessness, but it stirred the high-spirited Hibernian ladies to action. They deputed Lord Charlemont to proceed to the court of St. James's and not only prefer but establish their claim. The gallant champion of dames fulfilled his office with alacrity and crowned it with success. The royal bride herself was written to, but she, of course, could only express her willingness to see as many fair and friendly faces about her as possible, and she referred the applicants to custom and the Lord Chamberlain. The reference was not favorable to the claimants, and Lord Charlemont boldly went to the king himself. The good-natured young monarch was as warm in praise of Irish beauty as if he was about to marry one, but he protested that he had no authority and that Lord Charlemont must address his claim to the Privy Council. When that august body received the ladies' advocate, they required of him to set down his specific claim in writing, so that the heralds, those learned and useful gentlemen, might comprehend what was asked, and do solemn justice to rank and presidency on this exceedingly solemn occasion. Lord Charlemont knew nothing of the herald's shibboleth, but he found a friend who could and did help him in his need, in Lord Egmont. By the two, a paper was hurriedly drawn up in proper form and submitted to the council. The collective wisdom of the latter pronounced the claim to be good, and that Irish peeresses might walk in the royal marriage procession immediately after English peeresses of their own rank, if invited to do so. The verdict was not worth much, but it satisfied the claimants. If the whole Irish peerage, the female portion of it at least, was not at the wedding, it was fairly represented, and when Lord Charlemont returned to Dublin, the ladies welcomed him as cordially as the nymphs in the bridal of Trianon did the wandering Arthur. They showered on him flowers of gratitude, and their dignity was well content to feel assured that they might all have gone to the wedding if they had only been invited. At 7 o'clock, the nobility began to flock down to the scene of the marriage in the royal chapel. The night was sultry but fine. At 9, and not at 12, the ceremony was performed by the Lord Archbishop of Canterbury, and perhaps the most beautiful portion of the spectacle was that afforded by the bridesmaids, among whom Lady Sarah Lennox, Lady Caroline Russell, and Lady Elizabeth Keppel were distinguished for their preeminent attractions. During the whole ceremony, it is said that the royal bridegroom's eyes were kept fixed on Lady Sarah especially. That the Queen could not have been so perfectly unpossessed of attractive features as some writers have declared her, may be gathered from a remark of Walpole's, who was present and who, after praising the beauty of the bridesmaids and that of a couple of duchesses, says, "Except a pretty Lady Sunderland and a most perfect beauty in Irish Miss Smith, I don't think the Queen saw much else to discourage her." The general impression was different. What this was may be understood by a passage in a letter addressed to Mrs. Montague's brother, the Reverend William Robertson, by a friend in October 1761. "The Queen seems to me to behave with equal propriety and civility, though the common people are quite exasperated at her not being handsome, and the people at court laugh at her courtesies." All the royal family were present at the nuptials. The king's brother Edward, Duke of York, was at his side, and this alleged witness of the king's alleged previous marriage with Hannah Lightfoot, says Lady Anne Hamilton, used every endeavour to support his royal brother through the trying ordeal, not only by first meeting the princess in her entrance into the garden, but also at the altar. The Queen was in white and silver, an endless mantle of violet-coloured velvet, says Walpole, lined with crimson, and which, attempted to be fastened on her shoulder by a bunch of large pearls, dragged itself and almost the rest of her clothes halfway down her waist. After the ceremony, their majesties occupied 2 state chairs on the same side of the altar under a canopy. The mother of the monarch occupied a similar chair of state on the opposite side. The other members of the royal family were seated on stools, while benches were given to the foreign ministers to rest upon. At 10:30, the proceedings came to a close, and the return of the marriage procession from the chapel was announced by thundering salutes from the artillery of the park and the tower. "Can it be possible," said the humble bride, "that I am worthy of such honours?" Walpole says of the royal bride that she did nothing but with good humour and cheerfulness. "She talks a good deal," says the same writer, "is easy, civil, and not disconcerted. While the august company waited for supper, she sat down, sung and played, conversed with the King, Duke of Cumberland, and Duke of York, in German and French. She was reported to have been as conversant with the last as any native, but Walpole only says of it that her French is tolerable. The supper was in fact a banquet of great splendor and corresponding weariness. They did not get to bed till 2, by which time the bride, who had made a weary journey through the heat and dust, and had been awake since the dawn, must have been sadly jaded. Nothing but a German constitution, said Mrs. Scott, could have undergone it. The same lady says she did not arrive in London till 3 o'clock, and besides the fatigue of the journey, with the consequences of the flutter she could not avoid being in, she was to dress for her wedding, be married, have a drawing-room, and undergo the ceremony of receiving company after she and the king were in bed, and all the night after her journey in so long a voyage. There are no old-fashioned nuptial ceremonies to record and to smile at. Walpole alludes to a civil war and campaign on the question of the bedchamber. Everybody is excluded but the minister, even the lords of the bedchamber, cabinet councillors, and foreign ministers, but it has given such offence that I don't know whether Lord Huntingdon must not be the scapegoat. On the 9th of September the Queen held her first drawing-room. Everybody was presented to her, but she spoke to nobody, as she could not know a soul. The crowd was much less than at a birthday, the magnificence very little more. The king looked very handsome and talked to her with great good humour. It does not promise as if these two would be the two most unhappy persons in England from this event. In contrast with this account of an eyewitness stands the deposition of Lady Anne Hamilton, a passage from whose suppressed book may be cited rather than credited. It reflects, however, much of the popular opinion of that and a far later period. In the meantime, writes the lady just named, the Earl of Abercorn informed the princess of the previous marriage of the king and of the existence of his majesty's wife, and Lord Hardwicke advised the princess to well inform herself of the policy of the kingdom as a measure for preventing much future disturbance in the country, as well as securing an uninterrupted possession of the throne to her issue. Presuming, therefore, that the German princess had hitherto been an open and ingenuous character, such expositions, intimations, and dark mysteries were ill calculated to nourish honourable feelings, but would rather operate as a check to their further existence. To the public eye, the newly married pair were contented with each other. Alas, it was because each feared an exposure to the nation. The king reproached himself that he had not fearlessly avowed the only wife of his affections. The queen, because she feared an explanation that the king was guilty of bigamy, and thereby her claim, as also that of her progeny, as if she should have any, would be known to be illegitimate. It appears as if the result of those reflections formed a basis for the misery of millions, and added to that number millions yet unborn. This probably is solemn nonsense, as it is certainly indifferent English. We get back to comic truth, at least in an anecdote told by Cumberland of Bub Doddington, who, when he paid his court at St. James's to her Majesty upon her nuptials, approached to kiss her hand, decked in an embroidered suit of silk with a lilac waistcoat and breeches, the latter of which, in the act of kneeling down, forgot their duty and broke loose from their moorings in a very indecorous and uncourtly manner. As for the forsaken Ariadne, Lady Sarah Lennox was very soon united to Sir Charles Bunbury, and subsequently to Colonel George Napier, by whom she became mother of the Napiers, one of whom used to speak sneeringly of George IV as his cousin. Lady Sarah's old royal lover never made any secret of his admiration of her. The last time he was ever at the play with Queen Charlotte, he remarked to her of one of the most accomplished actresses, "Miss Pope is still like Lady Sarah." End of section 26.